Chapter 15 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. Tahiti to Sandwich Islands, Kilauea by day and by night. Methinks it should have been impossible not to love all things in a world so filled, where the breeze warbles and the mute still air is music, slumbering on her instrument. Saturday, December 9th. After leaving the harbor of Papeete, we passed close to the island of Miaco, on which we have gazed so often and with so much pleasure during the past week. It is considered the most beautiful island of the Georgian group, and we all regretted that we were unable to spare the time to visit it. From afar, it is rather like the Dolomite Mountains in the Tyrol, and it is said that the resemblance is even more striking on a near approach. The harbor is a long, narrow gorge between high mountains, clothed with palms, oranges, and plantains, and is one of the most remarkable features of the place. Huahine is the island of which the Earl and the Doctor speak in South Sea Bubbles in terms of such enthusiasm, and Rarotonga is the head and center of all the missionary efforts of the present time in these parts. The weather today was fine, though we had occasional squalls of wind and rain. We were close-hauled, and the motion of the vessel was violent and disagreeable. I was very seasick, and was consoled to find that several of the men were so too. A head sea, or nearly so, is quite a novel experience for us of late, and we none of us like the change. Sunday, December 10th. Another squally day, still close-hauled, and even then not on our course. We had a short service at 11, but it was as much as I could do to remain on deck. Monday, December 11th. Very like yesterday. We passed close to Flint and Vostok Islands, at the former of which I should have much liked to land. But it was a good deal to leeward of us, there is no anchorage, and the landing, which is always difficult and sometimes impossible, has to be effected in native surf boats. It would have been interesting to see a guano island, of which this is a perfect specimen. We had hoped to make the Caroline Islands before dark, not the Caroline Islands proper, but a group of low islets, whose position is very uncertainly indicated in the different charts and books. But the wind fell light, and as we could see nothing of them at sunset, although the view from the masthead extended at least 15 miles in every direction, it was decided at 8 o'clock to put the ship about, to ensure not running on them or any of the surrounding reefs in the night. The currents run very swiftly between these islands, and it is impossible to tell your exact position, even a few hours after having taken an observation. Tuesday, December 12th. The wind freshened immediately after we had changed our course last night, and fell light directly we had put about again this morning, so that it was fully 9 a.m. before we had regained our position of yesterday evening. Our compass cards were getting worn out, and Tom gave out new ones before leaving Tahiti. I was very much amused tonight when, as usual just before going to bed, I went to have a look at the compass and see how the yacht was lying, and asked the man at the wheel what course he was steering. "North and by west half east, ma'am," he replied. "That's a funny course," I said. "Tell me again?" He repeated his statement, whereupon I remarked that the course was quite a new one to me. "Oh, yes, ma'am," he answered, "but them's the new compass cards." This man is one of the best helmsmen in the ship, but certainly seems to be an indifferent scholar. Friday, December 15th. We crossed the line at 4:30 this morning. Father Neptune was to have paid us another visit in the evening, but the crew were busy, and there were some difficulties about arranging the details of the ceremony. The children were obliged, therefore, to be content with their usual game of drilling every one that they were able to muster for soldiers, after the fashion of Captain Brown's rifle practice, or marching up and down the decks to the strains of Jim Butt's fiddle playing "Tommy, Make Room for Your Uncle," accompanied by the somewhat discordant noise of their own drums. These amusements after sunset, and scrubbing decks and working at the pumps before sunrise, give us all the much-needed exercise it is impossible to take in the heat of the daytime. Saturday, December 16th. At 1:30 a.m. I was awoke by the strains of sweet music, and could not at first imagine where I could be or whence the sounds came. It proved to be the performance of some waits on board. I do not know who originated the idea, but it was a very good one, and was excellently carried out. Everybody assembled on deck by degrees, and the songsters enjoyed a glass of grog when their labours were finished, after which we all went to bed again. It had fallen calm yesterday evening, and the funnel was raised at midnight, but the breeze sprang up again to-day, and at noon the fires were banked and the sails were set. Of course it then fell calm again, and at 6 o'clock we were once more proceeding under steam. There was one squall in the night, accompanied by the most tremendous rain I ever saw or heard. We talk of tropical rain in England, but the real thing is very different. It seemed just as if the bottom of an enormous cistern overhead had suddenly been removed, allowing the contents to fall exactly on the spot where we were. The water came down in sheets, and was soon 3 or 4 inches deep on the deck, though it was pouring out of the scuppers all the time as fast as possible. Sunday, December 17th. A showery morning. We had communion service and hymns at 11. In the afternoon it was too rough for church, and Tom was unable to deliver his intended address to the men. Monday, December 18th. We were close hauled with a strong northeast wind, and heavy squalls and showers at intervals. We saw several flying fish and a good many birds, apparently hovering over a shoal of whales or grampuses. It is wonderful how little life we have seen on this portion of our voyage. Tuesday, December 19th. A fine day, wind rather more fair, sea still rough and disagreeable. I tried to work hard all day, but found it very difficult. Thursday, December 21st. Wind variable and baffling, sometimes calm, sometimes squally, sometimes a nice breeze. Sails were hoisted and lowered at least a dozen times, and fires were banked more than once. Friday, December 22nd. At 6:30 a.m. we made the island of Hawaii, rather too much to leeward, as we had been carried by the strong current at least 18 miles out of our course. We were therefore obliged to beat up to windward, in the course of which operation we passed a large barque running before the wind, the first ship we had seen since leaving Tahiti, and also a fine whale blowing close to us. We could not see the high land in the centre of the island, owing to the mist in which it was enveloped, and there was great excitement and much speculation on board as to the principal points which were visible. At noon the observations taken proved that Tom was right in his opinion as to our exact position. The wind dropped as we approached the coast, where we could see the heavy surf dashing against the black lava cliffs, rushing up the little creeks, and throwing its spray in huge fountain-like jets high above the tall cocoa-nut trees far inland. We sailed along close to the shore, and by 2 o'clock were near the entrance to the Bay of Hilo. In answer to our signal for a pilot, a boat came off with a man who said he knew the entrance to the harbour, but informed us that the proper pilot had gone to Honolulu on a pleasure trip. It was a clear afternoon. The mountains, Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa, could be plainly seen from top to bottom, their giant crests rising nearly 14,000 feet above our heads, their tree and fern-clad slopes seamed with deep gulches or ravines, down each of which a fertilizing river ran into the sea. Inside the reef, the white coral shore, on which the waves seemed too lazy to break, is fringed with a belt of cocoa-nut palms, amongst which, as well as on the hillsides, the little white houses are prettily dotted. All are surrounded by gardens, so full of flowers that the bright patches of colour were plainly visible even from the deck of the yacht. The harbour is large, and is exposed only to one bad wind, which is most prevalent during the winter months. Still, with good ground tackle, there is not much to be feared, and there is one particular spot, sheltered by the Blonde Reef, which is almost always safe. Here, accordingly, we have taken up our station, though it is rather far from the town. Sometimes it is impossible to land at Hilo itself for days together, but there is fortunately a little creek behind Coconut Island, which is always accessible. This afternoon the weather was all that could be desired, and at 3 o'clock we landed and went straight to Mr. Conway's store to make arrangements for going to the volcano of Kilauea tomorrow. Mr. Conway sent a man off at once on horseback to warn the people at the Halfway House and at Volcano House to make preparations to receive our party, a necessary precaution, as visitors to the island are not numerous and can only arrive by the monthly steamer from Honolulu. Having arranged this matter, we went for a stroll, among neat houses and pretty gardens, to the suspension bridge over the river, followed by a crowd of girls, all decorated with wreaths and garlands, and wearing almost the same dress that we had seen at Tahiti, a coloured, long-sleeved, loose gown reaching to the feet. The natives here appear to affect duller colours than those we have lately been accustomed to, lilac, drab, brown, and other dark prints being the favourite tints. Whenever I stopped to look at a view, one of the girls would come behind me and throw a lei of flowers over my head, fasten it round my neck, and then run away laughing to a distance to judge of effect. The consequence was, that before the end of our walk I had about a dozen wreaths, of various colours and lengths, hanging round me, till I felt almost as if I had a fur tippet on, they made me so hot, and yet I did not like to take them off for fear of hurting the poor girl's feelings. We walked along the river bank, and crossed to the other side just below the rapids, jumping over the narrow channels through which the water hurried and rushed. Some of our attendant girls carried Muriel and the dogs, and, springing barefooted from rock to rock, led us across the stream and up the precipitous banks on the other side. There is a sort of hotel here, kept by a Chinaman, where everything is scrupulously clean, and the food good though plain. It is rather more like a lodging house than an hotel, however. You hire your rooms, and are expected to make special arrangements for board. Before we got back to the yacht it had become dark, the moon had risen, and we could see the reflection in the sky of the fires in the crater of Kilauea. I do hope the volcano will be active to-morrow. It is never 2 days in the same condition, and visitors have frequently remained in the neighbourhood of the crater for a week without seeing an eruption. The starlit sky, the bright young moon, and the red cloud from Kilauea floating far above our heads, made up a most beautiful scene from the deck of the Sunbeam. Saturday, December 23rd. The boatman who brought us off last night had told us that Saturday was market day at Hilo, and that at 5 o'clock the natives would come in from the surrounding country in crowds to buy their Sunday and Christmas Day provisions, and to bring their own produce for sale. We accordingly gave orders that the boat should come for us at 4:45, shortly before which we got up and went on deck. We waited patiently in the dark until 5:30, when, no boat appearing from the shore, the dinghy was manned and we landed. The lights in the town were all out, the day had hardly dawned, and there were no signs of life to be seen. At last we met 2 men, who told us we should find the market near the river, and offered to show us the way. But when we arrived at the spot they had indicated, we found only a large butcher's shop, and were informed that the regular market for fish, fruit, and other things was held at 5 o'clock, in the afternoon, instead of in the morning. We had thus had all our trouble for nothing, and the non-appearance of the boat was fully explained. Presently we met a friend who took us to his home. It was a pretty walk by the side of the river and through numerous gardens, fresh with the morning dew. He gave us the latest news from the United States, and presented us with oranges and flowers, with which we returned to the yacht. We were on board again by 7, and, having packed up our things and sent them ashore, had an early breakfast, and landed in readiness for our excursion to Kilauea. The baggage animals ought already to have started, but we found they had been kept back, in case we should happen to forget anything. Quite a crowd assembled to see us off, and a good deal of gossip had to be got through, so that it was 9:30 before we were all mounted and fairly off. The first part of our way lay along the flat ground, gay with bright scarlet Guernsey lilies, and shaded by coconut trees, between the town and the sea. Then we struck off to the right, and soon left the town behind us, emerging into the open country. At a distance from the sea, Hilo looks as green as the Emerald Isle itself, but on a closer inspection the grass turns out to be coarse and dry, and many of the trees look scrubby and half dead. Except in the gulches and the deep holes between the hills, the island is covered with lava, in many places of so recent a deposit that it has not yet had time to decompose, and there is consequently only a thin layer of soil on its surface. This soil being, however, very rich, Vegetation flourishes luxuriantly for a time, but as soon as the roots have penetrated a certain depth and have come into contact with the lava, the trees wither up and perish, like the seed that fell on stony ground. The ohia trees form a handsome feature in the landscape, with their thick, tall stems, glossy foliage, and light crimson flowers. The fruit is a small, pink, waxy-looking apple, slightly acid, pleasant to the taste when you are thirsty. The candlenut trees attain to a large size, and their light green foliage and white flowers have a very graceful appearance. Most of the foliage, however, is spoiled by a deposit of black dust, not unlike what one sees on the leaves in a London garden. I do not know whether this is caused by the fumes of the not far distant volcano, or whether it is some kind of mold or fungus. After riding about 10 miles in the blazing sun, we reached a forest, where the vegetation was quite tropical, though not so varied in its beauties as that of Brazil, or of the still more lovely South Sea Islands. There were ferns of various descriptions in the forest, and many fine trees entwined, supported, or suffocated by numerous climbing plants, amongst which were blue and lilac convolvulus, and magnificent passion flowers. The protection from the sun afforded by this dense mass of foliage was extremely grateful, but the air of the forest was close and stifling, and at the end of 5 miles we were glad to emerge once more into the open. The rest of the way lay over the hard lava, through a sort of desert of scrubby vegetation, occasionally relieved by clumps of trees in hollows. More than once we had a fine view of the sea, stretching away into the far distance, though it was sometimes mistaken for the bright blue sky, until the surf could be seen breaking upon the black rocks amid the encircling groves of coconut trees. The sun shone fiercely at intervals, and the rain came down several times in torrents. The pace was slow, the road was dull and dreary, and many were the inquiries made for the halfway house, long before we reached it. We had still 2 miles farther to go, in the course of which we were drenched by a heavy shower. At last we came to a native house, crowded with people, where they were making tapa or kapa, the cloth made from the bark of the paper mulberry. Here we stopped for a few minutes until our guide hurried us on, pointing out the church and the halfway house just ahead. We were indeed glad to dismount after our weary ride, and rest in the comfortable rocking chairs under the veranda. It is a small white wooden building, overhung with orange trees, with a pond full of ducks and geese outside it, and a few scattered outbuildings, including a cooking hut close by. A good-looking man was busy broiling beefsteaks, stewing chickens, and boiling taro, and we had soon a plentiful repast set before us, with the very weakest of weak tea as a beverage. The woman of the house, which contained some finely worked mats and clean-looking beds, showed us some tapa cloth, together with the mallets and other instruments used in its manufacture, and a beautiful orange-coloured lei, or feather necklace, which she had made herself. The cloth and mallets were for sale, but no inducement would persuade her to part with the necklace. It was the first she had ever made, and I was afterwards told that the natives are superstitiously careful to preserve the first specimen of their handiwork, of whatever kind it may be. A woman dressed in a pink holoku and a light green apron had followed us hither from the cottages we had first stopped at, and I noticed at the time that, though she was chatting and laughing with a female companion, she did not seem very well. Whilst we were at lunch, a sudden increase to her family took place, and before we were ready to start I paid her and her infant a visit. She was then sitting up, apparently as well as ever, and seemed to look upon the recent event as a very light matter. Directly we had finished our meal, about 3 o'clock, the guide came and tried to persuade us that, as the baggage mules had not yet arrived, it would be too late for us to go on to-day, and that we had better spend the night where we were and start early in the morning. We did not, however, approve of this arrangement, so the horses were saddled, and, leaving word that the baggage mules were to follow on as soon as possible, we mounted and set off for the volcano house. We had not gone far before we were again overtaken by a shower, which once more drenched us to the skin. The scene was certainly one of extreme beauty. The moon was hidden by a cloud, and the prospect lighted only by the red glare of the volcano, which hovered before and above us like the Israelites' pillar of fire, giving us hopes of a splendid spectacle when we should at last reach the long-wished-for crater. Presently the moon shone forth again, and gleamed and glistened on the raindrops and silver grasses, till they looked like fireflies and glowworms. At last, becoming impatient, we proceeded slowly on our way until we met a man on horseback, who hailed us in a cheery voice with an unmistakable American accent. It was the landlord of the Volcano House, Mr. Kane, who, fearing from the delay that we had met with some mishap, had started to look for us. He explained that he thought it was only his duty to look after and help ladies visiting the volcano, and added that he had intended going down as far as the halfway house in search of us. It was a great relief to know that we were in the right track, and I quite enjoyed the gallop through the dark forest, though there was barely sufficient light to enable me to discern the horse immediately in front of me. When we emerged from the wood, we found ourselves at the very edge of the old crater, the bed of which, 300 or 400 feet beneath us, was surrounded by steep and in many places overhanging sides. It looked like an enormous cauldron, 4 or 5 miles in width, full of a mass of cooled pitch. In the centre was the still glowing stream of dark red lava flowing slowly towards us, and in every direction were red-hot patches, and flames and smoke issuing from the ground. A bit of the black country at night, with all the coal heaps on fire, would give you some idea of the scene, yet the first sensation is rather one of disappointment, as one expects greater activity on the part of the volcano. But the new crater was still to be seen, containing the lake of fire, with steep walls rising up in the midst of the sea of lava. 20 minutes' hard riding brought us to the door of the Volcano House, from which issued the comforting light of a large wood fire, reaching halfway up the chimney. Native garments replaced Mabel's and my dripping habits, and we sat before the fire in luxury until the rest of the party arrived. After some delay, supper was served, cooked by our host, and accompanied by excellent Bass's beer, no wine or spirits being procurable on the premises. Mr. Kane made many apologies for shortcomings, explaining that his cook had run away that morning, and that his wife was not able to do much to assist him, as her first baby was only a week old. Everything at this inn is most comfortable, though the style is rough and ready. The interior is just now decorated for Christmas with wreaths and evergreens and ferns and bunches of white plumes, not unlike reva reva, made from the pith of the silver grass. The beds and bedrooms are clean, but limited in number, there being only 3 of the latter altogether. The rooms are separated only by partitions of grass, 7 feet high, so that there is plenty of ventilation, and the heat of the fire permeates the whole building. But you must not talk secrets in these dormitories, or be too restless. I was amused to find in the morning that I had unconsciously poked my hand through the wall of our room during the night. The grandeur of the view in the direction of the volcano increased as the evening wore on. The fiery cloud above the present crater augmented in size and depth of colour. The extinct crater glowed red in 30 or 40 different places, and clouds of white vapour issued from every crack and crevice in the ground, adding to the sulphurous smell with which the atmosphere was laden. Our room faced the volcano, there were no blinds, and I drew back the curtains and lay watching the splendid scene until I fell asleep. Sunday, December 24th, Christmas Eve. I was up at 4 o'clock to gaze once more on the wondrous spectacle that lay before me. The molten lava still flowed in many places, the red cloud over the fiery lake was bright as ever, and steam was slowly ascending in every direction, over hill and valley, till, as the sun rose, it became difficult to distinguish clearly the sulphurous vapours from the morning mists. We walked down to the sulphur banks about 1/4 of a mile from the Volcano House, and burnt our gloves and boots in our endeavours to procure crystals, the beauty of which generally disappeared after a very short exposure to the air. We succeeded, however, in finding a few good specimens, and, by wrapping them at once in paper and cotton wool, and putting them into a bottle, hoped to bring them home uninjured. On our return, we found a gentleman who had just arrived from Macao, and who proposed to join us in our expedition to the crater, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon we set out, a party of 8, with 2 guides and 3 porters to carry our wraps and provisions, and to bring back specimens. Before leaving the inn, the landlord came to us and begged us in an earnest and confidential manner to be very careful, to do exactly what our guides told us, and especially to follow in their footsteps exactly when returning in the dark. He added, "There has never been an accident happen to anybody from my house, and I should feel real mean if one did, but there have been a power of narrow escapes." First of all, we descended the precipice, 300 feet in depth, forming the wall of the old crater, but now thickly covered with vegetation. It is so steep in many places that flights of zigzag wooden steps have been inserted in the face of the cliff in some places, in order to render the descent practicable. At the bottom we stepped straight on to the surface of cold boiled lava, which we had seen from above last night. Even here, in every crevice where a few grains of soil had collected, delicate little ferns might be seen struggling for life, and thrusting out their green fronds towards the light. It was the most extraordinary walk imaginable over that vast plain of lava, twisted and distorted into every conceivable shape and form, according to the temperature it had originally attained, and the rapidity with which it had cooled, its surface, like half-molten glass, cracking and breaking beneath our feet. Sometimes we came to a patch that looked like the contents of a pot, suddenly petrified in the act of boiling. Sometimes the black iridescent lava had assumed the form of waves, or more frequently of huge masses of rope, twisted and coiled together. Sometimes it was piled up like a collection of organ pipes, or had gathered into mounds and cones of various dimensions. As we proceeded, the lava became hotter and hotter, and from every crack arose gaseous fumes, affecting our noses and throats in a painful manner, till at last, when we had to pass to leeward of the molten stream flowing from the lake, the vapours almost choked us, and it was with difficulty we continued to advance. The lava was more glassy and transparent looking, as if it had been fused at a higher temperature than usual, and the crystals of sulphur, alum, and other minerals, with which it abounded, reflected the light in bright prismatic colours. In places it was quite transparent, and we could see beneath it the long streaks of a stringy kind of lava, like brown spun glass, called Pélé's hair. At last we reached the foot of the present crater, and commenced the ascent of the outer wall. Many times the thin crust gave way beneath our guide, and he had to retire quickly from the hot, blinding, choking fumes that immediately burst forth. But we succeeded in reaching the top, and then what a sight presented itself to our astonished eyes! I could neither speak nor move at first, but could only stand and gaze at the horrible grandeur of the scene. We were standing on the extreme edge of a precipice, overhanging a lake of molten fire 100 feet below us and nearly a mile across. Dashing against the cliffs on the opposite side, with a noise like the roar of a stormy ocean, waves of blood-red, fiery, liquid lava hurled their billows upon an iron-bound headland, and then rushed up the face of the cliffs to toss their gory spray high in the air. The restless, heaving lake boiled and bubbled, never remaining the same for 2 minutes together. Its normal colour seemed to be a dull dark red, covered with a thin grey scum, which every moment and in every part swelled and cracked, and emitted fountains, cascades, and whirlpools of yellow and red fire, while sometimes one big golden river, sometimes 4 or 5, flowed across it. There was an island on one side of the lake, which the fiery waves seemed to attack unceasingly with relentless fury, as if bent on hurling it from its base. On the other side was a large cavern, into which the burning mass rushed with a loud roar, breaking down in its impetuous headlong career the gigantic stalactites that overhung the mouth of the cave, and flinging up the liquid material for the formation of fresh ones. It was all terribly grand, magnificently sublime, but no words could adequately describe such a scene. The precipice on which we were standing overhung the crater so much that it was impossible to see what was going on immediately beneath, but from the columns of smoke and vapour that arose, the flames and sparks that constantly drove us back from the edge, it was easy to imagine that there must have been 2 or 3 grand fiery fountains below. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the scene, it became more awful than ever. We retired a little way from the brink to breathe some fresh air and to try and eat the food we had brought with us, but this was an impossibility. Every instant a fresh explosion or glare made us jump up to survey the stupendous scene. The violent struggles of the lava to escape from its fiery bed, and the loud and awful noises by which they were at times accompanied, suggested the idea that some imprisoned monsters were trying to release themselves from their bondage, with shrieks and groans and cries of agony and despair at the futility of their efforts. Sometimes there were at least 7 spots on the borders of the lake where the molten lava dashed up furiously against the rocks, 7 fire fountains playing simultaneously. With the increasing darkness, the colours emitted by the glowing mass became more and more wonderful, varying from the deepest jet black to the palest grey, from darkest maroon through cherry and scarlet, to the most delicate pink, violet, and blue, from the richest brown through orange and yellow to the lightest straw colour. And there was yet another shade, only describable by the term molten lava colour. Even the smokes and vapours were rendered beautiful by their borrowed lights and tints, and the black peaks, pinnacles, and crags which surrounded the amphitheatre formed a splendid and appropriate background. Sometimes great pieces broke off and tumbled with a crash into the burning lake, only to be remelted and thrown up anew. I had for some time been feeling very hot and uncomfortable, and on looking round the cause was at once apparent. Not 2 inches beneath the surface, the grey lava on which we were standing and sitting was red hot. A stick thrust through it caught fire, a piece of paper was immediately destroyed, and the gentlemen found the heat from the crevices so great that they could not approach near enough to light their pipes. One more long last look, and then we turned our faces away from the scene that had enthralled us for so many hours. The whole of the lava we had crossed in the extinct crater was now aglow in many patches, and in all directions flames were bursting forth, fresh lava was flowing, and steam and smoke were issuing from the surface. It was a toilsome journey back again, walking as we did in single file, and obeying the strict injunctions of our head guide to follow him closely, and to tread exactly in his footsteps. On the whole, it was easier by night than by day to distinguish the route to be taken, as we could now see the dangers that before we could only feel, and many were the fiery crevices we stepped over or jumped across. Once I slipped, and my foot sank through the thin crust. Sparks issued from the ground, and the stick on which I leant caught fire before I could fairly recover myself. Either from the effects of the unaccustomed exercise after our long voyage, or from the intense excitement of the novel scene, combined with the gaseous exhalations from the lava, my strength began to fail, and before reaching the side of the crater I felt quite exhausted. I struggled on at short intervals, however, collapsing several times and fainting away twice. But at last I had fairly to give in, and to allow myself to be ignominiously carried up the steep precipice to the volcano house on a chair, which the guides went to fetch for me. It was 11:30 when we once more found ourselves beneath Mr. Kane's hospitable roof. He had expected us to return at 9 o'clock, and was beginning to feel anxious about us. Monday, December 25th, Christmas Day. Turning in last night was the work of a very few minutes, and this morning I awoke perfectly refreshed and ready to appreciate anew the wonders of the prospect that met my eyes. The pillar of fire was still distinctly visible when I looked out from my window, though it was not so bright as when I had last seen it. But even as I looked it began to fade, and gradually disappeared. At the same moment a river of glowing lava issued from the side of the bank we had climbed with so much difficulty yesterday, and slowly but surely overflowed the ground we had walked over. I woke Tom, and you may imagine the feelings with which we gazed upon this startling phenomenon, which, had it occurred a few hours earlier, might have caused the destruction of the whole party. If our exhibition had been made to-day instead of yesterday, we should certainly have had to proceed by a different route to the crater, and should have looked down on the lake of fire from a different spot. I cannot hope that in my attempt to give you some idea of Kilauea as we beheld it, I shall be successful in conveying more than a very faint impression of its glories. I feel that my description is so utterly inadequate that, were it not for the space, I should be tempted to send you in full the experiences of previous visitors, as narrated in Miss Bird's 6 Months in the Sandwich Islands, and Mr. Bottom Wetham's Pearls of the Pacific. The account contained in the former work I had read before arriving here. The latter I enjoyed at the Volcano House. Both are well worth reading by anyone who feels an interest in the subject. It would, I think, be difficult to imagine a more interesting and exciting mode of spending Christmas Eve than yesterday has taught us, or a stranger situation in which to exchange our Christmas greetings than beneath the glass roof of an inn on the edge of a volcano in the remote Sandwich Islands. They were certainly rendered none the less cordial and sincere by the novelty of our position, and I think we are all rather glad not to have in prospect the inevitable feastings and ceremonies, without which it seems to be impossible to commemorate this season in England. If we had seen nothing but Kilauea since we left home, we should have been well rewarded for our long voyage. At 6 o'clock we were dressed and packed. Breakfast followed at 7:30, and at 7 we were prepared for a start. Our kind, active host and his wife and baby all came out to see us off. The canter over the dewy grass in the fresh morning air was most invigorating. It was evident that no one had passed along the road since Saturday night, for we picked up several waifs and strays dropped in the dark on our way up: a whip, a stirrup, mackintosh hood, etc. By 10:30 we had reached the halfway house, where we were not expected so early, and where we had ample opportunity to observe the native ways of living while waiting for our midday meal, an uninteresting mess of stewed fowl and taro, washed down with weak tea. After it was over, I made an unsuccessful attempt to induce the woman of the house to part with her orange-coloured lei. I bought some tapa and mallets, however, with some of the markers used in colouring the cloth, and a few gourds and calabashes, forming part of the household furniture. While the horses were being saddled preparatory to our departure, Maybelle and I went to another cottage close by, to see the mother of the baby that had been born while we were here on Saturday. She was not at home, but we afterwards found her playing cards with some of her friends in a neighbouring hut. Quite a large party of many natives were gathered together, not the least cheerful of whom was the young mother, whose case had interested me so much. The rest of the ride down to Hilo was as dull and monotonous as our upward journey had been, although, in order to enable us to get over it as quickly as possible, fresh horses had been sent to meet us. At last we reached the pier, where we found the usual little crowd waiting to see us off. The girls who had followed us when we first landed came forward shyly when they thought they were unobserved, and again encircled me with leis of gay and fragrant flowers. The custom of decorating themselves with wreaths on every possible occasion is in my eyes a charming one, and I like the inhabitants of Polynesia for their love of flowers. They are as necessary to them as the air they breathe, and I think the missionaries make a mistake in endeavouring to repress so innocent and natural a taste. The whole town was en fête to-day. Natives were riding about in pairs, in the cleanest of bright cotton dresses and the freshest of leis and garlands. Our own men from the yacht contributed not a little to the gaiety of the scene. They were all on shore, and the greater part of them were galloping about on horseback, tumbling off, scrambling on again, laughing, flirting, joking, and enjoying themselves generally, after a fashion peculiar to English sailors. As far as we know, the only evil result of all this merriment was that the doctor received a good many applications for diachylon plaster in the course of the evening, to repair various abrasions of the cuticle, as he expressed it. I think at least half the population of Hilo has been on board the yacht in the course of the day, as a Christmas treat. At last we took a boat and went off too, accompanied by Mr. Lyman. The appearance of the Sunbeam from the shore was very gay, and as we approached it became more festive still. All her masts were tipped with sugar canes in bloom. Her stern was adorned with flowers, and in the arms of the figurehead was a large bouquet. She was surrounded with boats, the occupants of which cheered us heartily as we rowed alongside. The gangway was decorated with flowers and surmounted by a triumphal arch, on which were inscribed "Welcome Home," "A Merry Christmas," "A Happy New Year," and other good wishes. The whole deck was festooned with tropical plants and flowers, and the decorations of the cabins were even more beautiful and elaborate. I believe all hands had been hard at work ever since we left to produce this wonderful effect, and every garden in Hilo had furnished a contribution to please and surprise us on our return. The choir from Hilo came out in boats in the evening, sang all sorts of songs, sacred and secular, and cheered everybody till they were hoarse. After this, having had a cold dinner in order to save trouble, and having duly drunk the health of our friends at home, we all adjourned to the saloon to assist in the distribution of some Christmas presents, a ceremony which afforded great delight to the children, and which was equally pleasing to the elder people and to the crew, if one may judge from their behaviour on the occasion. Then we sat on deck, gazing at the cloud of fire over Kilauea, and wondering if the appearance of the crater could ever be grander than it was last night, when we were standing on its brim. So ended Christmas Day, 1876, at Hilo in Hawaii. God grant that there may be many more as pleasant for us in store in the future. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. Hawaiian Sports. In wrestling nimble and in running swift, in shooting steady and in swimming strong, well made to strike, to leap, to throw, to lift, and all the sports that shepherds are among. Tuesday, December 26th. We went ashore at 8 o'clock, after an early cup of coffee, and found Mr. Lyman already waiting for us. 2 baggage mules were sent off with the photographic apparatus and all the materials for breakfast to the Rainbow Falls, where the children are looking forward with intense glee to boiling their own kettle, poaching eggs, and trying other cooking experiments. Before setting out for the falls ourselves, we went to see the national sport of surf swimming, for their skill in which the Hawaiians are so justly famed. The natives have many other games of which they are very fond, and which they play with great skill, including spear throwing, transfixing an object with a dart, kona, an elaborate kind of draughts, and talu, which consists in hiding a small stone under one of 5 pieces of cloth placed in front of the players. One hides the stone, and the others have to guess where it is, and it generally happens that, however dexterously the hider may put his arm beneath the cloth and dodge about from one piece to another, a clever player will be able to tell, by the movement of the muscles of the upper part of his arm, when his fingers relax their hold of the stone. Another game, called parua, is very like the Canadian sport of tobogganing, only that it is carried on the grass instead of on the snow. The performers stand bolt upright on a narrow plank turned up in front and steered with a sort of long paddle. They go to the top of a hill or mountain and rush down the steep, grassy, sunburnt slopes at a tremendous pace, keeping their balance in a wonderful manner. There is also a very popular amusement, called pahe, requiring a specially prepared smooth floor, along which the javelins of the players glide like snakes. On the same floor they also play at another game, called maita, or urumaita. 2 sticks, only a few inches apart, are stuck into the ground, and at a distance of 30 or 40 yards the players strive to throw a stone between them. The uru which they use for the purpose is a hard circular stone, 3 or 4 inches in diameter, and an inch in thickness at the edge, but thicker in the middle. Mr. Ellis, in his Polynesian Researches, states that these stones are finely polished, highly valued, and carefully preserved, being always oiled or wrapped up in native cloth after having been used. The people are, if possible, more fond of this game than of the pahe, and the inhabitants of a district not unfrequently challenge the people of the whole island, or the natives of one island, those of all the others, to bring a man who shall try his skill with some favourite player of their own district or island. On such occasions 7,000 or 8,000 people, men and women, with their chiefs and chiefesses, assemble to witness the sport, which, as well as the pahe, is often continued for hours together. With bows and arrows they are as clever as all savages, and wonderfully good shots, attempting many wonderful feats. They are swift as deer when they choose, though somewhat lazy and indolent. All the kings and chiefs have been special adepts in the invigorating pastime of surf swimming, and the present king's sisters are considered first-rate hands at it. The performers begin by swimming out into the bay and diving under the huge Pacific rollers, pushing their surfboards, flat pieces of wood, about 4 feet long by 2 wide, pointed at each end, edgewise before them. For the return journey they select a large wave, and then, either sitting, kneeling, or standing on their boards, rush in shorewards with the speed of a racehorse on the curling crest of the monster, enveloped in foam and spray, and holding on, as it were, by the milk-white manes of their furious coursers. It looked a most enjoyable amusement, and I should think that, to a powerful swimmer with plenty of pluck, the feat is not difficult of accomplishment. The natives here are almost amphibious. They played all sorts of tricks in the water, some of the performers being quite tiny boys. 4 strong rowers took a whaleboat out into the worst surf, and then, steering her by means of a large oar, brought her safely back to the shore on the top of a huge wave. After the conclusion of this novel entertainment, we all proceeded on horseback to the falls, Baby going in front of Tom, and Muriel riding with Mr. Freer. After a couple of miles we dismounted, and had a short walk through grass and ferns to a pretty double waterfall, tumbling over a cliff about 100 feet high, into a glassy pool of river beneath. It fell in front of a fern-filled black lava cavern, over which a rainbow generally hangs. As it was too wet to sit on the grass after the rain, we took possession of the veranda of a native house, commanding a fine view of the bay and town of Hilo. The hot coffee and eggs were a great success eventually, though the smoke from the wood fire nearly suffocated us in the process of cooking. Excellent also was some grey mullet, brought to us alive, and cooked native fashion, wrapped up in tea leaves and put into a hole in the ground. After taking a few photographs it was time to return, and we next went to a pretty garden, which we had seen on the night of our arrival, and, tying up our horses outside, walked across it to the banks of the river. Here we found a large party assembled, watching half the population of Hilo disporting themselves in, upon, and beneath the water. They climbed the almost perpendicular rocks on the opposite side of the stream, took headers and footers and siders from any height under 25 feet, dived, swam in every conceivable attitude, and without any apparent exertion, deep under the water or upon its surface. But all this was only a preparation for the special sight we had come to see. 2 natives were to jump from a precipice, 100 feet high, into the river below, clearing on their way a rock which projected some 20 feet from the face of the cliff, at about the same distance from the summit. The 2 men, tall, strong, and sinewy, suddenly appeared against the skyline, far above our heads, their long hair bound back by a wreath of leaves and flowers, while another garland encircled their waists. Having measured their distance with an eagle's glance, they disappeared from our sight in order to take a run and acquire the necessary impetus. Every breath was held for a moment, till one of the men reappeared, took a bound from the edge of the rock, turned over in mid-air, and disappeared, feet foremost, into the pool beneath, to emerge almost immediately, and to climb the sunny bank as quietly as if he had done nothing very wonderful. His companion followed, and then the 2 clambered up to the 20-feet projection, to clear which they had had to take such a run the first time, and once more plunged into the pool below. The feat was, of course, an easier one than the first, but still a leap of 80 feet is no light matter. A 3rd native, who joined them in this exploit, gave one quite a turn as he twisted in his downward jump, but he also alighted in the water, feet foremost, and bobbed up again directly, like a cork. He was quite a young man, and we afterwards heard that he had broken several ribs not more than a year ago, and had been laid up for 6 months in the hospital. We now moved our position a little higher up the river, to the falls, over which the men, gliding down the shallow rapids above in a sitting posture, allowed themselves to be carried. It looked a pleasant and easy feat, and was afterwards performed by many of the natives in all sorts of ways. 2 or 3 of them would hold each other's shoulders, forming a child's train, or some would get on the backs of their companions, while others descended singly in a variety of attitudes. At last a young girl was also persuaded to attempt the feat. She looked very pretty as she started in her white chemise and bright garland, and far prettier still when she emerged from the white foam beneath the fall, and swam along far below the surface of the clear water, with her long black hair streaming out behind her. No description can give you any idea what an animated and extraordinary scene it was altogether. While our accounts were being settled preparatory to our departure, I occupied myself in looking at some kahilis and feather leis. The yellow ones, either of oo or mamo feathers, only found in this island, are always scarce, as the use of them is a prerogative of royalty and nobility. Just now it is almost impossible to obtain one, all the feathers being taboo, to make a royal cloak for Ruth, half-sister of Kamehameha V and governess of Hawaii. Mamo feathers are generally worth $1 apiece, and a good lei or loose necklace costs about $500. Kalihilis are also an emblem of rank, though many people use them as ornaments in their houses. They are rather like feather brooms, 2 or 3 feet long, and 3 or 4 inches across, made of all sorts of feathers, tastefully interwoven. I bought one and a couple of ordinary leis, which were all I could procure, but alas, too soon all was over, and time for us to go on board. On our way off to the yacht we met one of the large double canoes coming in under sail from a neighbouring island. It consisted of 2 canoes lashed together, with a sort of basket dropped into the water between them, to enable them to carry their fish alive. They are not very common now, and we were therefore fortunate in meeting with one. Mr. Lyman made the men in charge turn her round, so as to afford us an opportunity of thoroughly examining her. In the time of Kamehameha there was a fleet of 10,000 of these canoes, and the king used to send them out in the roughest weather, and make them perform all sorts of manoeuvres. We found the yacht in the usual state of confusion incidental to a fresh departure, but everything was soon reduced to order, and off we started to steam and sail round the north end of the island. But we could not afford time to visit the place of Captain Cook's death and burial in Kealakeakua Bay. I believe there is not a great deal to see, however, and the spot is chiefly interesting from its associations. For many years a copper plate, fixed to a cocoanut tree, marked the spot where Cook fell, but this has now been replaced by a monument, the cost of which was defrayed by subscriptions at Honolulu. Maui is, I believe, a charming place, containing many fine plantations and several gentlemen's estates, laid out in the English style. Unfortunately, time forbids our accepting some invitations we have received to visit the island, where a great many interesting excursions may be made. At Kahoolawe there does not seem much to be seen. It was purchased some years ago, and pays well as a sheep run. Lauea, the next island, is scarcely inhabited, and its scenery is not remarkable. A sad interest attaches to the island of Molokai, which is situated midway between Maui and Oahu. It is the leper settlement, and to it all the victims of this terrible, loathsome, and incurable disease, unhappily so prevalent in the Hawaiian archipelago, are sent, in order to prevent the spread of the contagion. They are well cared for and looked after in every way, but their life, separated as they inevitably are from all they hold most dear, and with no prospect before them but that of a slow and cruel death, must indeed be a miserable one. In Molokai there are many tiny children, fatherless and motherless, parents without children, husbands without wives, wives without husbands, all condemned, as Miss Bird says, to watch the repulsive steps by which each of their doomed fellows goes down to a loathsome death, knowing that by the same they too must pass. A French priest has nobly devoted himself to the religious and secular instruction of the lepers, and up to the present time has enjoyed complete immunity from the disease. But even if he escapes this danger, he can never return to his country and friends. When one thinks what that implies, and to what a death in life he has condemned himself for the sake of others, it seems impossible to doubt that he will indeed reap a rich reward hereafter. At 2 o'clock we saw Diamond Head, the easternmost headland of Oahu, rising from the sea. By 4 o'clock we were abreast of it, and steaming along the coast. The cape itself rises grandly from the midst of a grove of cocoanuts, and the shore all along, with the sharp high mountains of the Pali as a background, is fine and picturesque. A coral reef stretches far into the sea, and outside this we lay waiting for a pilot to take us into Honolulu harbour. It was a long business mooring us by hawsers from our stem and stern, but we were at last safely secured in a convenient place a short distance from the shore, and where we should be refreshed by the sea breeze and the land breeze alternately. It was 6 o'clock and nearly dark when we reached the shore. The town seemed entirely deserted, all the little wooden houses were shut up, and there were no lights visible. The post office was closed, but it was a terrible blow to hear there were no letters for us, though we still hoped that there might be some at the British Consulate. After a short time we returned on board the yacht in time for a late dinner. The first lieutenant of HMS Fantôme came on board to pay us a visit during the evening, and told us all the latest English and American news, lending us some files of English papers, a great treat, but no compensation for our disappointment about the letters. Thursday, December 28th. Tom and I went ashore at 7 o'clock to make arrangements for repairing our mizzen sail. We soon found a sailmaker, who promised to set all hands to work and complete the job as quickly as possible. Being detained by a heavy shower of rain, we occupied the time in a gossip about Honolulu and its sayings and doings. When the shower was over, we walked through the town, which is clean and tidy, being laid out in squares after the American style. The houses are all of wood, and generally have verandas overhanging the street. They are seldom more than 1 story high, and nearly all have a little greenery about them. We returned to the yacht for breakfast, and, having heard that no sharks ever came into the long, narrow bay, were able to enjoy in perfect peace of mind the luxury of a bath overboard. It is a great pity that in the tropics, where bathing is such a delightful occupation, and where one might swim and paddle about for hours without fear of getting cold, it is often impossible even to enter the water for fear of the sharks. The natives are such expert swimmers that they do not seem to think much of this danger. As the shark turns on his back to take a bite at them, they dive underneath him, and he snaps his jaws on emptiness. In fact, sometimes the swimmer will take advantage of the opportunity to stab his enemy as he passes beneath him. Scarcely was breakfast over when we were inundated with visitors, who kindly came to see what they could do for us to make our stay agreeable. We lunched on shore, and afterwards went to the new Government Buildings and Museum. From thence we strolled to the various shops where curios and photographs are to be bought, and collected a goodly store, returning on board the yacht to find more visitors. We lunched on shore, and afterwards went with Mr. Chambray, navigating lieutenant of the Fantôme, to the new Government Buildings. There we found an excellent English library, and an interesting collection of books printed in English and Hawaiian, on alternate pages, including alphabets, grammars, the old familiar nursery tales, etc. There is also a good, though small museum, containing specimens of beautiful corals, shells, seaweeds, and fossils. All the ancient native weapons, such as bows, arrows, swords, and spears, now, alas, no longer procurable, sling-stones and stones used in games, back-scratchers, hair ornaments made of shark's teeth, tortoiseshell cups and spoons, calabashes and bowls. There were some most interesting, though somewhat horrible, necklaces, made of hundreds of braids of human hair cut from the heads of victims slain by the chiefs themselves. From these braids was suspended a monstrous hook, carved from a large whale's tooth, called a palua, regarded by the natives as a sort of idol. There are models of ancient and modern canoes, the difference between which is not very great, paddles inlaid with mother of pearl, old war masks and dresses still in use in the less frequented islands, anklets of human teeth, and many other things far too numerous to mention. The most interesting of all were perhaps the old feather war cloaks, like the ancient togas of the Romans. They are made of thousands of yellow, red, and black feathers, of the u, niamo, and the aine, taken singly and fastened into a sort of network of string, so as to form a solid fabric, like the richest velvet or plush that glitters like gold in the sunlight. The helmets, made of the same feathers but worked on to a frame of perfect Grecian shape, similar to those seen in the oldest statuary or on the Elgin marbles, are even more artistic and elegant. Whence came the idea and design? Untutored savages could scarcely have evolved them out of their own heads. Some element of civilization, and of highly artistic civilization too, must surely have existed among them at some remote period of their history. Friday, December 29th. We had a bathe overboard early this morning. The children were ashore at 9:30 to go and spend the day at a friend's, at the top of the Nuuanu Avenue, on the road to Pali. The King's 2 sisters came to call on us in the morning, with their respective husbands. We had a great many visitors all morning, till it was time to go to lunch, after which we went to call on the Princess Laiki, who drove me to Waikiki to see her sister, the Princess Kamakeha, at her country residence, a very large native grass house with an enormous verandah. Both ladies are married to Englishmen, and live partly in English style. Inside there is a spacious drawing room, well furnished, with pictures and knick-knacks, where we spent a pleasant half-hour in the gloaming. The sunset over Diamond Head and the sea, which was just visible through the cocoa-nut trees, was splendid. Both the princesses were as kind as they could be. The royal family have formed quite a little colony here. The king's house is next door, and that of the Prince Liliahoku is not far off. They all come here in the most unpretending way possible, and amuse themselves by fishing and bathing. It had been quite dark for some time when the Princess Laiki dropped me at the hotel at 7:30, where I found Tom and Mr. Freer waiting for me. We had a quiet dinner, and then went for a stroll. It was a fine clear night, with an almost full moon. The streets were full of equestrians riding about in pairs, for there was to be a great riding party up to the Pali to-night, the rendezvous for which was in Emma Square. Every lady had to select and bring with her an attendant cavalier. Footnote: the event was thus announced in the Hawaiian Gazette: "The last chance. We are informed that a riding party will come off on Friday evening, when all the young ladies who desire to participate are expected to be on hand, each with a cavalier whom she may invite. As leap year is drawing to a close, it is expected that this opportunity will be extensively embraced. Place of rendezvous, Emma Square. Time, 7:30. Luminary for the occasion, a full moon." End footnote. There are no side saddles in any of these islands. All the ladies ride like men, and sit their horses very well. They wear long riding dresses, cleverly and elegantly adapted to the exigencies of the situation, generally of some light material and of very bright colours. The effect of a large party galloping along, with wreaths and garlands in their hats and necks, and with their long skirts floating in the wind, is therefore picturesque and strange in the extreme. Saturday, December 30th. Maybelle, Muriel, and I were up early, and went off to the coral reef before 7 in the Flash. It is very beautiful, but not so fine as those we have already seen at Tahiti and other South Sea Islands. We collected 4 of the distinct varieties of coral, and saw many marvellous creatures swimming about or sticking to the rocks. There were several canoes full of natives fishing, who appeared highly amused when we ran aground on a coral tree, as happened more than once. It was a pleasant way of spending the early morning in the bright sunshine, peering into the dark blue and light green depths below. Breakfast was ready by the time we returned on board, and soon afterwards I went on shore to pay some visits and do some shopping. We went first to the fish market, which presented a most animated scene, owing not only to the abundance of the dead produce of air, earth, and sea which it contained, but to the large number of gaily attired purchasers. Saturday is a half-holiday in Oahu, and all the plantation and mill hands came galloping into Honolulu on horseback, chattering and laughing, dressed in the brightest colours and covered with flowers. The latter are not so plentiful nor so beautiful as in Tahiti, but still to our English eyes they appear very choice. For fruit, too, we have been spoilt in the South Seas. The fish market here, however, is unrivalled. Fish, raw or cooked, is the staple food of the inhabitants, and almost everybody we saw had half a dozen or more brilliant members of the finny tribe wrapped up in fresh green banana leaves ready to carry home. Shrimps are abundant and good. They are caught both in salt and fresh water, and the natives generally eat them alive, putting them into their mouths and either letting them hop down their throats or crushing them between their teeth while they are still wriggling about. It looks a very nasty thing to do, but after all, it is not much worse than our eating oysters alive. From the fish market we went to the prison, a large and apparently admirably managed establishment, built of stone and overlooking the harbour. After a pleasant drive along shady, fragrant roads, we returned to Emma Square to hear the excellent performance of the Saturday afternoon band. There was a good assemblage of people, on horseback, in carriages, and on foot, and crowds of children, all more or less white, languid and sickly looking. Poor mites! I suppose the climate is too hot for European constitutions. Still, they abound among the foreigners, while the natives are gradually but surely dying out. Among the whole royal family there is only one child, a dear little girl of rather more than a year old. Princess Koailane, sent from heaven, she is always called, though she has a very long string of additional names. She is heiress presumptive to the throne, and is thought a good deal of by everybody. Among 20 of the highest chiefs' families there is only one baby. On the other hand, all the foreign consuls, ministers, missionaries, and other white residents appear to have an average of at least half a dozen in each family. After the performance was over, we walked to the Princess Laike-Laike's house, where we were entertained at a poi supper. The garden was illuminated, the band played, and a choir sang alternately, while everybody sat out in the veranda, or strolled about the garden, or did what they liked best. Prince Leleiohoku took me in to supper, which was served in the native fashion, in calabashes and on leaves, laid on mats on the floor in the same manner as the feast at Tahiti. The walls of the dining room were made of palm leaves and bananas, and the roof was composed of the standards of the various members of the royal family, gracefully draped. At one end of the long table, where the prince and I sat, there was his special royal standard as heir apparent, and just behind us were stationed a couple of women with 2 large and handsome kahilis, which they waved incessantly backwards and forwards. The viands were much the same as at Tahiti, raw seaweed, which was eaten with each mouthful being substituted for the chopped coconut and salt water, the carved koa bowls, which were in constant requisition as finger glasses, were especially elegant and useful looking articles. Poi is generally eaten from a bowl placed between 2 people, by dipping 3 fingers into it, giving them a twirl round, and then sucking them. It sounds rather nasty, but as a matter of fact, it is so glutinous a mixture that you really only touch the particles that stick to your fingers. The latter you wash after each mouthful, so there is nothing so very dreadful about it, after all. There was a quantity of raw fish, which I did not touch, but which some of our party thought most excellent, besides dried and cooked fish, which seemed very good, fried candle nuts, baked pig, and many other delicacies. We could get, however, nothing to drink. After supper we returned to the house, where we found an abundance of champagne and other wines, cakes, and biscuits. About 12 o'clock we thought it was time to say good-bye, as it was Saturday night. Beneath a brilliant full moon, the drive to the wharf and row off in the boat were delightful. Sunday, December 31st. I was on deck at 6 o'clock and saw what I had often heard about. A team of 20 oxen, driven by a man in a cart, drawing by means of a rope, about a quarter of a mile in length, a large ship through the opening in the reef, the man and cattle being upon the coral. Footnote. The following notice appeared in the Hawaiian Gazette recently. To be repaired. That staunch little craft, the Pele, which Captain Brown has for so long a time successfully commanded, is now being hauled up for the purpose of repairs. She will probably be laid up for 6 or 8 weeks, and in the meantime the antique plan of towing vessels in and out of the harbour with teams of oxen on the reef will be resumed. End footnote. About 8:30, Mabel and I were just going overboard for a swim when I thought I saw the upper fin of an old familiar enemy, and directly afterwards the cry was echoed all over the ship, "A shark! A shark!" It was a ground shark, and very nearly aground in the shallow water. They say this is the worst kind of all, and on making inquiry I was told that the safest way to enjoy a dip here is to bathe with a number of other people. The splashing and noise made by a whole ship's company frighten the sharks away. This discovery puts an end, therefore, to our hopes of enjoying an occasional peaceful bath. We went to 11 o'clock service at the cathedral. It is a pleasant small building, beautifully cool, and well adapted to this climate. The bishop was unfortunately away, but the service was well performed. Later, Tom read the evening service to the men, and we afterwards landed and dined late at the hotel, so late indeed that we could hardly get anything to eat, and they began to shut up the room and put out the lights before we had half done. Luckily we were a large party, and an indignant protest and threatened appeal to the landlord brought the Chinese waiters to their senses and induced them to grant us half an hour's law. On our way back to the boat the streets looked much more lively than they had hitherto done, being full of people returning from rides, drives, and excursions into the country. As a rule, directly after dark, not a creature is to be seen about the streets, for everyone disappears in the most mysterious manner. We went on board and sat in the calm moonlight, thinking and talking over the events of the year, whose end was so swiftly approaching, and wondering what its successor may have in store for us. So ends, with all its joys and sorrows, its pleasures and pains, its hopes and fears, for us, the now old year, 1876. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. Honolulu, departure for Japan. Years following years steal something every day. At last they steal us from ourselves away. Monday, January 1st, 1877. At midnight we were awakened by our ship's bell and that of the Fantôme being struck violently 16 times. For the moment I could not imagine what it meant, and thought it must be an alarm of fire. Indeed, it was not until Tom and I reached the deck, where we found nearly all the ship's company assembled at the top of the companion, and were greeted with wishes for a Happy New Year, and many of them, that we quite realized that nothing serious was the matter. Soon the strains of sweet music, proceeding from the Honolulu choirs, which had come out in boats to serenade us, fell upon our ears. The choristers remained alongside for more than an hour, singing English and American sacred and secular hymns and songs, and then went off to the Fantôme, where they repeated the performance. The moon shone brightly, not a ripple disturbed the surface of the water. The cocoa trees at Waikiki and the distant mountains near the Pali were all clearly defined against the dark blue sky. It was altogether a romantic and delicious scene, and we found it difficult to tear ourselves away from the sweet sounds which came floating over the sea. When I again went on deck at 6:30, there was a large double canoe close to the yacht, crowded with people. It was difficult to make out what they were doing, for they appeared to be sitting on a great heap of something, piled up between the two canoes. Our sailors suggested that it must be some sort of a New Year's set-out. I ordered the flash to be got ready, and went with the children to make a closer investigation, and as we approached we could see that the pile that had puzzled us was a huge fishing net. The tide here is very uncertain, but as soon as the water is low enough they stretch the long net right across the narrow mouth of the harbour, and so secure an enormous quantity of fish of various kinds. It was a really good New Year's haul and provided a hearty meal for a great many people. Maybelle and I went at 12 o'clock to the Queen's New Year's reception, held in the other wing of the palace. Having driven through the pretty gardens, we were received at the entrance by the governor, and ushered through 2 reception rooms into the royal presence. The Queen was dressed in a European court dress of blue and white material, with the Hawaiian Order of the Garter across her breast. 2 maids of honor were also in court dress. Of the other ladies, some were in evening, some in morning dress, some with bonnets and some without, but their costumes were all made according to the European fashion, except that of Her Highness Ruth, the governess of Hawaii, who looked wonderfully well in a rich white silk native dress trimmed with white satin. She had a necklace of orange-colored feathers round her neck, and dark yellow alamanda flowers in her hair. This native costume is a most becoming style of dress, especially to the chiefs and chiefesses, who are all remarkably tall and handsome, with a stately carriage and dignified manner. The Queen stood in front of the throne, on which were spread the royal robes, a long mantle of golden feathers without speck or blemish. On each side stood 2 men dressed in black, wearing frock coats and capes of red, black, and yellow feathers over their shoulders, and chimney-pot hats on their heads. In their hands they held 2 enormous kahilis of black feathers, with handsome tortoiseshell and ivory handles. They were at least 8 feet high altogether, and the feathers were about 6 inches across. The princess presented Maybelle and me to Her Majesty, and we had a short conversation through a lady interpreter. It is always an embarrassing thing to carry on a conversation in this way, especially when you find yourself in the midst of a square formed by a large crowd of ladies, who you fancy are all gazing at you, the one stranger present, and I was glad when fresh people arrived, and Her Majesty's attention was claimed elsewhere. Queen Kapiolani is a nice-looking woman, with a very pleasing expression of countenance. She is the granddaughter of the heroic Princess Kapiolani, who, when the worship and fear of the goddess Pele were at their height, walked boldly up to the crater of Kilauea in defiance of the warnings and threats of the high priestess of the idolatrous rites, proclaiming her confidence in the power of her God, the God of the Christians, to preserve her. This act did much to assist in the establishment of Christianity in the island of Hawaii, and to shake the belief of the native worshippers of Pele in the power of the fearful goddess. The princess showed me round the room, which contains the portraits of the kings and queens of the Sandwich Islands for many generations, the early ones attired in their feather capes, the latter ones dressed in European costumes. Most of them were the work of native artists, but the portraits of Kamehameha II and his queen were painted during their visit to England by a good artist. Their majesties are depicted in the height of the fashion of the day, the king wearing a blue coat and brass buttons, with many orders on his breast, the queen having on a very short-waisted, tight-fitting, white satin dress, a turban surmounted by a tremendous plume of white feathers, and a pearl necklace and bracelets. Rather a trying costume for a handsome woman with a dark complexion and portly figure. They both died in England, and their remains were brought back here for burial, in HMS Blonde, commanded by Lord Byron. There was also a portrait of Admiral Thomas, whose memory is highly reverenced here for the happy way in which he succeeded in terminating the disputes arising out of our claim to the island in 1843, and in restoring King Kamehameha III to his own again. The collection likewise included excellent portraits of Louis Philippe and Napoleon III. Curiously enough, each of these was sent off from France to the Sandwich Islands by way of Cape Horn, while the original was in the zenith of his power and fame, and each reached its destination after the original had been deposed and had fled to England for refuge. But the most interesting object of all was still to come, the real feather cloak, cape, and girdle of the Kamehamehas, not generally to be seen except at a coronation or christening, but which the Princess Kamekeha, in her capacity of mistress of the robes, had kindly ordered to be put out for my inspection. The cloak, which is now the only one of the kind in existence, is about 11 feet long by 5 broad, and is composed of the purest yellow, or rather golden feathers, which in the sunlight are perfectly gorgeous, as they have a peculiar kind of metallic luster, quite independent of their brilliant color. On leaving the palace I had intended to get some lunch at the hotel, but found that establishment was closed to the general public and was in the possession of a native teetotal society, so I was obliged to return to the yacht. At 3:30, however, we all went ashore again and set out on horseback, a large party, for an excursion to the Pali, the children, servants, and provisions preceding us in a light 2-horse American wagon. We rode through the Nuuanu Avenue, and then up the hills, along a moderately good road, for about 7 miles and a half. This brought us into a narrow gorge in the midst of the mountains, from which we emerged on the other side of the central range of hills, forming the backbone of the island. The view from this point was beautiful, though I think that the morning would be a better time to enjoy it, as, with a setting sun, the landscape was all in shadow. The change of temperature, too, after the heat of Honolulu, was quite astonishing, considering the short distance we had come, about 8 miles only. The carriage could not go quite to the top of the mountain, and after descending a short distance to where it had been left, we dismounted and spread our dinner on the ground, but darkness overtook us before we had finished. Matches and lamps had of course been forgotten, so that the business of packing up was performed under circumstances of great difficulty. The ride down, in the light of the almost full moon, was delightful. We were on board by 7:30 and went ashore to a ball at 9 o'clock. The dance took place in the large room of the Hawaiian Hotel and was a great success. The royal band played for us, and there was neither stuffiness nor crowding, nor were there any regulations as to dress, gentlemen and ladies coming in evening or morning dress as it suited them best. The governor and most of the English present, including our own party, wore evening dress, and the officers of the Fantôme were in uniform. Every door and window was open, there was a large verandah to sit in, a garden to stroll about in between the dances, and an abundance of delicious iced lemonade, very different from the composition thus named, which is generally met with in London assemblies, to drink. At 12:30, when people were beginning to disperse, we took our departure, Captain Long taking us off to the yacht in his boat. There is to be another ball on Thursday night, for which everybody is most anxious that we should stay, as it is to be rather a large affair. In order that you may see the Hawaiian fashion of sending out cards, I copy the form of invitation we received. The pleasure of the company of Mr. and Mrs. Toss Brassey is requested at a subscription ball at the Hawaiian Hotel on Thursday evening, January 4th, 1877, at 8 o'clock. Respectfully, H. A. Weidman, for the committee. Mrs. Jas Makey and Mrs. J. S. McGrew will kindly act as matrons of the evening. Tuesday, January 2nd. At 11 o'clock, the King, who was rather better, went on board the Fantôme, saw the men at quarters, and witnessed the firing of a couple of shots at a target, and shortly before 12 paid us a visit, accompanied by the Prince Leleiohoku and others. His Majesty is a tall, fine-looking man, with pleasant manners, and speaks English perfectly and fluently. He and the Prince visited and examined every corner of the yacht, and looked, I think, at almost every object on board. The pictures, curiosities, engines, and our various little contrivances for economizing space, seemed to interest them the most. The inspection occupied at least an hour and a half, and when it was over we had a long chat on deck on various subjects. The Prince of Wales's visit to India and the Duke of Edinburgh's voyage round the world were much discussed. I think the King would like to use them as a precedent, and see a little more of the world himself. His voyage to, and stay in, America he thoroughly enjoyed. It was 2 o'clock before our visitors left, and a quarter of an hour later the Queen and her sister arrived. Her Majesty and her sister made quite as minute an inspection of the yacht as her royal consort and his brother had done before them. We had arranged to be at home to all our kind friends in Honolulu at 4 o'clock, at which hour precisely the Governor sent the royal band on board to enliven the proceedings. Soon our other visitors began to arrive, but the Queen appeared to be so well amused that she did not leave until 5 o'clock. By 6:30, the last of our guests, over 150 in number, had said farewell, and there only remained the band to be shown round and feasted after their labours. Tom went on board the Fantôme to dine, and to meet the British, French, German, and American representatives. We went to the hotel, and I must say that I never in my life felt more thoroughly worn out than I did that night, after standing about and receiving and entertaining all the day. Wednesday, January 3rd. This was sure to be a disagreeable day, since it was to be the concluding one of our short stay in this pleasant place. The final preparations for a long voyage had also to be made, stores, water, and livestock to be got on board, bills to be paid, and adieux to be made to kind friends. I was on deck at 6 o'clock, in order to take some photographs, and to stow away the coral, shells, curiosities, and presents of various kinds, that the King, Queen, Prince, and Princess, as well as other kind friends, had sent us. Before 7 the yacht was surrounded by boats, and the deck was quite impassable, so encumbered was it with all sorts of lumber, waiting to be stowed away until the boats could be hoisted on board and secured for the voyage. The large mizzen sail, which had just been repaired and sent on board, looked enormous as it lay on the deck, surrounded by hen coops, sheep, geese, sacks of coal, and baskets and parcels of every size and shape. One really began to wonder whether space could possibly be found on board for such a miscellaneous collection. Several visitors, who had been unable to come yesterday, arrived in the midst of the confusion. They must have carried away in their minds a different impression of the yacht from what they would have done had they seen her looking as trim and smart as she did yesterday. It could not, however, be helped, for the departure of a small vessel, with 40 people on board, on a voyage of a month's duration, is a matter requiring considerable preparation. At 11 o'clock we landed and went to see the interior of the Queen's Hospital. It is a fine and well-kept building, containing at the time of our visit about 90 patients, the men occupying the lower, the women the upper story. Each ward is tastefully decorated with bouquets, and the name is written up in bright mauve bougainvillea or scarlet hibiscus, tacked on to white calico. Many of the convalescents wore wreaths and garlands of flowers, and even those in bed had a few beside them, or in some cases a single spray laid on the coverlet. The effect was bright and cheerful, and it seemed a kind and sensible idea to endeavour to gratify, instead of to repress, the instinctive love of flowers universally felt by the natives of these and of the South Sea Islands. From the hospital we went to pay farewell visits, to lunch at the hotel, and to settle sundry bills. At 3 we were to go to the Royal Mausoleum. This was a special privilege, and, I believe, the greatest compliment that has been paid to us anywhere. No foreigners are allowed to enter, except admirals on the station, and very few inhabitants of Honolulu have ever seen the interior. The King has one key, the Dowager Queen Emma another, and the Minister of the Interior the third. On our way up the hill to the mausoleum there was a funeral going on, very much after the style of an Irish wake in one of the dwellings of the poorer class. The house was decorated with flags, and was crowded with people, all dressed in black, and generally with bright yellow leis over their heads and necks. They had evidently come from some distance, judging by the number of carts and wagons drawn up outside the door. Several people were sitting in an upper verandah. The corpse was laid out in the lower room, facing the road, as we could see through the open windows and door. It was surrounded by mourners, and 4 women were waving large kahilis slowly backwards and forwards in front of it. The Princess herself met us at the mausoleum, which is a small but handsome stone Gothic building, situated above the Nuuanu Avenue, on the road to Pali. It commands a fine view over land and sea, and the gentle breezes waft through the open windows sweet scents from the many fragrant trees and flowers by which it is surrounded. There lay the coffins of all the kings of Hawaii, their consorts and their children, for many generations past. The greater part were of polished koa wood, though some were covered with red velvet ornamented with gold. Many of them appeared to be of an enormous size, for, as I have already observed, The chiefs of these islands have almost invariably been men of large and powerful frames. The bones of Kamehameha I were in a square oak chest. At the foot of the coffin of Kamehameha IV there were two immense kahilis, about 12 feet high, one of rose-coloured, the other of black feathers, with tortoise-shell handles. The remains of King Lunailo are not here, having been buried just outside the native church in the town. In the vestibule to the tombs of the kings rests the coffin of Mr. Wiley, described as the greatest European benefactor of the Hawaiian people. A ship now in the harbour bears his name, and one constantly meets with proofs of the respect and reverence in which his name is held. The Princess drove us down to the wharf, where we said good-bye to her with feelings of the greatest regret. I cannot express the sorrow that we all feel at leaving the many kind friends we have met with in dear Honolulu, as Muriel calls it. But the farewells were at last over, the anchor was weighed, and the yacht, which was by this time once more in apple pie order, began slowly to move ahead. Suddenly we heard shouts from the shore, and saw a boat pursuing us in hot haste. We stopped and received on board a basket of beautiful ferns and other parcels from different friends. A second boat was then seen coming off to us, which contained a fine dish of delicious honey and some flowers. The order to go ahead again was scarcely given before a third boat, in, if possible, hotter haste than the two previous ones, put off after us, bringing some things the laundress had forgotten. Now we are fairly off, and now surely the last link that binds us to the shore is broken. But no, there are farewell signals and hearty cheers yet to come from the officers and men of the Fantôme, and still further out, on the top of the tiny lighthouse at the mouth of the narrow passage through the reef, stand other friends, cheering and waving their handkerchiefs. They had rowed out thither, being determined to give us really the parting cheer. Until the shades of twilight fell, we could see their white handkerchiefs fluttering, and hear their voices borne on the evening breeze, as we meandered slowly through the tortuous channels into deep water. Once outside, we found there was plenty of wind and a heavy roll, which sent me quickly to bed. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. Honolulu to Yokohama. As slow our ship her foamy track against the wind was cleaving, her trembling pennant still looked back to that dear isle 'twas leaving. Thursday, January 4th. It was very rough, but fortunately the wind came from a favourable quarter. Sorry as we all were to bid farewell to these charming islands, I could not help rejoicing that we had picked up a fresh fair wind so unexpectedly soon. While we were at Honolulu, a regular epidemic of influenza prevailed in the place, affecting both man and beast. This is often the case during the prevalence of the south wind, which blew more or less during the whole of our stay. We none of us suffered from the malady at the time, but now nearly everybody on board is affected, and some very severely. Friday, January 5th. The fresh fair breeze still continues. At noon we had sailed 240 knots. The head sea we could dispense with, as it makes us all very uncomfortable. Muriel, baby, the 3 maids, and several of the crew are ill to-day with influenza, and I have a slight touch of it, so I suppose it will go right through the ship. Towards the evening the breeze increased to a gale. Saturday, January 6th. The gale increased during the night, and the head sea became heavier. There was a good deal of rain in the course of the day. The wind dropped about sunset, and was succeeded by intervals of calm, with occasional sharp squalls. Baby was very poorly all day, but seemed better at night. We have now regularly settled down to our sea life again, and, if only the children recover, I hope to get through a good deal of reading and writing between this and Japan. At present, they occupy all my time and attention, but I think, like the weather, they have now taken a turn for the better. Sunday, January 7th. A very rough and disagreeable day, with much rain. All the morning we rolled about becalmed in a heavy swell. Steam was ordered at 12:30, but before it was up the fair wind had returned, so the fires were put out. We had the litany at 11 and a short service, without a sermon, at 4. Baby was very ill all night. Everything was shut up on account of the torrents of rain, so that the heat was almost insufferable, and we tossed and tumbled about in the most miserable manner. Monday, January 8th. All the early part of the morning we were in the greatest anxiety about baby. She could hardly draw her breath, and lay in her cot or on her nurse's lap, almost insensible and quite blue in the face, in spite of the application of mustard, hot water, and every remedy we could think of. The influenza with her has taken the form of bronchitis and pleurisy. The other children are still ailing. Heavy squalls of wind and rain, and continuous rolling, prevailed throughout the day. Tuesday, January 9th. The wind fell light and the weather improved, but we tumbled about more than ever. The thermometer in the nursery stood at 90 degrees. The children are a shade better. Wednesday, January 10th. Very hot and a flat calm. Steam was up at 7:30 a.m. Maybelle is convalescent, Muriel not so well, baby certainly better. In the afternoon one of the boiler tubes burst. It was repaired, and we went on steaming. In the evening it burst again, and was once more repaired, without causing a long stoppage. Thursday, January 11th, had no existence for us, as, in the process of crossing the 180th meridian, we have lost a day. Friday, January 12th. Wednesday morning with us was Tuesday evening with people in England, and we were thus 12 hours in advance of them. To-day the order of things is reversed, and we are now 12 hours behind our friends at home. Having quitted one side of the map of the world, according to Mercator's projection, and entered upon the other half, we begin to feel that we are at last really homeward bound. At 4 a.m. Powell woke us with the announcement that the boiler tube had again burst, and that we had consequently ceased steaming. Letting off steam and blowing out the boiler made a tremendous noise, which aroused everybody in the ship. It was a lovely morning, but a flat calm, and the sun rose magnificently. The few light clouds near the surface of the water caught and reflected the rays of light most brilliantly before the sun itself appeared and assumed all manner of fanciful shapes. About 6 o'clock a very light breeze sprang up, which increased during the day, but the sea remained perfectly calm. We think we must have got into the trade again. This weather is indeed a luxury after all the knocking about we have lately gone through, and I feel as if I could never rest enough. The constant effort to maintain one's balance, whether sitting, standing, or moving about, has been most fatiguing, and the illness of the children has made matters worse. Baby is, I hope, now quite out of danger. Saturday, January 13th. The engineers made up their minds that we were in the trade winds again yesterday, and that we should not want the engines for some days. They therefore did not hurry on with the repairs as they should have done. This morning there was a calm, and when Tom ordered steam to be got up at once, the reply was, "Please, sir, the engine won't be ready till night." This was annoying, but they worked extra hard all day, and by 4 p.m. steam was raised. At 6 a nice little breeze sprang up, which freshened during the evening, and at midnight orders were given to stop steaming. We had another bad night of it, a head wind, the sea washing over the decks, everything shut up, and the thermometer standing at 90 degrees. Sunday, January 14th. I was on deck at 4 a.m. The Southern Cross, the Great Bear, and the North Star were shining with a brilliancy that eclipsed all the other stars. During the day the wind freshened to a squally gale. Sometimes we were going 10, sometimes 13, and sometimes 15 knots through the water, knocking about a good deal all the while. Service was an impossibility. Cooking and eating, indeed, were matters of difficulty. It rained heavily, and the seas came over the deck continually. Many of the sailors and servants were ill. I was hopelessly so. Nothing annoys me more than to find that, after having sailed tens and tens of thousands of miles, I cannot cure myself of seasickness. I can stand a good deal more rolling than I once could, but still Many are the days when nothing but the firmest determination not to think about it, but to find something to do, and to do it with all my might, keeps me on my feet at all. Fewer, happily, are the days when struggling is of no avail, when I am utterly and hopelessly incapacitated, ignominiously and literally laid flat on my back, and when no effort of will can enable me to do what I most wish to accomplish. If only some physician could invent a sovereign remedy for seasickness, he would deserve well of his country and of mankind in general. Monday, January 15th. I woke once or twice in the night, and felt exactly as if I were being pulled backwards through the water by my hair. We were rushing and tearing along at such a pace against a head sea that it almost took one's breath away. But at noon we were rewarded for all discomfort by finding that we had run 298 sea, or 343 land miles, in 24 hours, and that between 8:14 yesterday and 8:15 today we had made 302 knots, or 347 land miles, nearly 350 miles in the 24 hours, under very snug canvas and through a heavy sea. The wind still continued fair and fresh, but the sea was much quieter, and we all felt comparatively comfortable. More sails were set during the afternoon. Some albatrosses and long-tailed tropic birds were seen hovering above us. The moon begins to give a good light now, and we found it very pleasant on deck this evening. Wednesday, January 17th. It was a fine warm morning, and we got the children on deck for the first time for 10 days. Thursday, January 18th. Between breakfast and lunch we sailed over the spot where Tarquin Island is marked on the chart, and between lunch and dinner over a nameless reef, also marked on the chart. A good lookout had been kept at the masthead and in the bows, but not a trace could be seen of either of these objects in any direction. The weather kept clear and bright, and the sea was much calmer. During the last 5 days we have covered 1,221 sea miles. Monday, January 22nd. At daylight a sunset on island was still visible. It is of volcanic origin, and is in the form of a perfect sugar loaf, 2,600 feet high, rising out of the sea, exactly as I had expected the Peak of Teneriffe to appear. I should like to have landed on the islands of Agrigan or Tinian, so as to see the interesting remains left by the ancient inhabitants. Some people say that they resemble Aztec remains, others that they are like those of the more modern Peruvians. All authorities, however, seem to agree that they are like those on Easter Island, the southeast extremity of Polynesia, this being the northwest. We were close-hauled all day, the wind was strong, and the sea rough and disagreeable. Tuesday, January 23rd. Still close-hauled and still a heavy swell. I felt very ill, and could scarcely move my head for neuralgia. The galley boiler burst to-day, so we are now dependent on the one in the forecastle. During the night we passed the Euphrosyne rock. It looks like a ship in full sail, and abounds with turtle, fish, and sea elephants. Wednesday, January 24th. Very much colder, though we are only just outside the tropics. The wind was rather freer, and we had a beautiful moonlit night. Friday, January 26th. During the night the breeze freshened, and in the morning increased to a gale. Steam was therefore let off. It has been a miserable day, so cold, wet, and rough that it was impossible to do anything, or to sit anywhere, except on the floor. About 9 p.m. I was sitting in the deck-house, when I heard a tremendous crash, and looking out saw that the 4 gig davits had been carried away, taking with them a piece of the rail, stanchion, and cavil. The gig was hanging from the after davits, one might say by a thread, splashing and dashing in and out of the water, and crashing and splintering against the side of the yacht. All hands were speedily on deck, and in spite of the risk they ran, and the remonstrances of their comrades, 2 of the gig's crew jumped into her with a rope, which they tried to pass round her. It was a difficult task in that heavy sea, and many times they failed, and we constantly feared that men, boat, and all were gone. Half a dozen of the crew caught hold of the rigging outside, put their backs against the yacht, and with legs outstretched tried to keep the gig off the ship's side, while all the loose gear was floating away out of her. At last there was a shout of triumph. The rope was round her, the men jumped on board the yacht again, whilst sailors, stewards, and passengers proceeded to hoist and drag the boat in with all their might and main. Alas, she was only a wreck. Her sides were stove in, her planks were started, there was a hole in her bottom, and the moon shone through her many cracks. Saturday, January 27th. About 2 o'clock this morning the yacht plunged so heavily into a deep sea that the jibboom, a beautiful spar, broke short off, and the foretopgallant mast and topgallant yard were carried away almost at the same moment, with a terrible noise. It took about 8 hours to clear the wreck, all hands working all night, and a very forlorn appearance the deck presented in the morning, lumbered up with broken spars, ropes, etc. The jibboom fell right across the forefoot of the yacht, and now looks as if it had been cut at for weeks with some blunt tool. The weather cleared a little to-day, but there was still a heavy sea and nearly a head-wind. The crew were busily engaged in repairing damages. Unfortunately 2 of them are ill, and so is the carpenter, a specially important person at this juncture. No men could have behaved better than they all did after the accident. It was frightful to see them aloft in such weather, swinging on the ends of the broken spars as the yacht rolled and pitched about. When it comes to a pinch, they are all good men and true. Not that they are perfection, any more than other men are. Sunday, January 28th. It is finer, but bitterly cold. Several of my tropical birds are already dead. The little pig from Harp Island and the Hawaiian geese look very wretched, in spite of all my precautions. We had the litany at 11, and prayer and a sermon at 4, after which Tom addressed the men, paying them some well-deserved compliments on their behaviour on Friday night. The decks were very slippery, and as we kept rolling about a good deal, there were some nasty falls among the passengers. We had a splendid though stormy sunset, which did not belie its promise, for the wind shortly afterwards became stiffer and stronger, until at last we had 2 reefs down, and were tumbling about in all directions, as we rushed through the water. The dining tables tilted till they could go no further, and then paused to go back again, but not quickly enough, for the glasses began to walk uphill and go over the edge in the most extraordinary manner. On deck the night looked brilliant but rather terrible. The full moon made it as light as day, and illuminated the fountains of spray blown from the waves by which we were surrounded. Without her heavy jibboom, and with her canvas well reefed down, the Sunbeam rode through it all, dipping her head into the sea, shivering from stem to stern, and then giving herself a shake, preparatory to a fresh start, just like the playful water-bird emerging from a prolonged dive. At midnight a tremendous sea struck her, and for a minute you could not see the yacht at all, as she was completely enveloped in spray and foam. Tom said it was just like being behind the Falls of Niagara, with the water coming over you from every quarter at once. It was only loose stuff, however, for not a green sea did she take on board the whole night through. Our old engineer, who has been with us so long, made up his mind that we had struck on a rock, and woke up all the servants and told them to go on deck. I never felt anything like it before, and the shock sent half of us out of our beds. Monday, January 29th. At 4 o'clock I was called to go on deck to see the burning mountain. The wind was still blowing hard, but we were among the islands, and in comparatively smooth water. The full moon still rode high in the heavens, her light being reflected in rainbow hues from the spray and foam that drifted along the surface of the water. On every side were islands and rocks, among which the sea boiled and seethed and swirled, while the roaring breakers dashed against the higher cliffs, casting great columns of spray into the air and falling back in heavy rollers and surf. Just before us rose the island of Reese, with its cone-shaped volcano, 2,600 feet high, emitting volumes of smoke and flame. It was overhung by a cloud of white vapour, on the underside of which shone the lurid glare of the fires of the crater. Sometimes this cloud simply floated over the top of the mountain, from which it was quite detached. Then there would be a fresh eruption, and after a few moments' quiet, great tongues of flame would shoot up and pierce through the overhanging cloud to the heavens above, while the molten lava rose like a fountain for a short distance, and then ran down the sides of the mountain. It was wondrously beautiful, and, as a defence against the intense cold, we wrapped ourselves in furs and stayed on deck watching the scene, until the sun rose glorious from the sea and shone upon the snow-covered sides of Fujiyama, called by the Japanese the Matchless Mountain. It is an extinct crater of the most perfect form, rising abruptly from a chain of very low mountains, so that it stands in unrivalled magnificence. This morning, covered with the fresh-fallen snow, there was not a spot nor a fleck to be seen upon it, from top to bottom. It is said to be the youngest mountain in the world, the enormous mass having been thrown up in the course of a few days, only 862 years B.C. We reached the entrance to the Gulf of Yedo about 9 o'clock, and passed between its shores through hundreds of junks and fishing boats. I never saw anything like it before. The water was simply covered with them, and at a distance it looked as though it would be impossible to force a passage. As it was, we could not proceed very fast, so constantly were the orders to slow, stop, port, starboard given, and I began at last to fear that it would be impossible to reach Yokohama without running down at least one boat. The shores of the Gulf on each side consist of sharp-cut little hills, covered with pines and cryptomerias, and dotted with temples and villages. Every detail of the scene exactly resembled the Japanese pictures one is accustomed to see in England, and it was easy to imagine that we were only gazing upon a slowly moving panorama, unrolling itself before us. It was 12 o'clock before we found ourselves among the men of war and steamers lying near the port of Yokohama, and 2 o'clock before the anchor could be dropped. During this interval we were surrounded by a swarm of boats, the occupants of which clamoured vociferously to be allowed on board, and in many cases they succeeded in evading the vigilance of the man at the gangway, by going round the other side and climbing over the rail. A second man was put on guard, but it was of no use, for we were invaded from all directions at once. We had a good many visitors also from the men of war, Japanese and English, and from the reporters of newspapers, full of curiosity, questions, and astonishment. Having at last managed to get some lunch, Tom went to bed to rest after his 2 hard nights' work, and the rest of us went on shore. Directly we landed at the jetty, we were rushed at by a crowd of jinrikisha men, each drawing a little vehicle not unlike a hansom cab, without the seat for the driver, there being no horse to drive. The man runs between the shafts, and is often preceded by a leader, harnessed on in front, tandem fashion. Each of these vehicles holds one person, and they go along at a tremendous pace. We went first to the consul's, where we got a few letters, and then to the post office, where many more awaited us. We had then to go to various places to order stores, fresh provisions, coals, and water, all of which were urgently needed on board, and to give directions for the repair of boats, spars, etc., with as little delay as possible. All this business, including the inevitable search for a good laundress, lay in the European quarter of the town, the appearance of which was not remarkable. But the people we met in the streets were a study in themselves. The children said they looked like fans walking about, and it was not difficult to understand their meaning. The dress of the lower orders has remained precisely the same for hundreds of years, and before I had been ashore 5 minutes I realized more fully than I had ever done before the truthfulness of the representations of native artists, with which the fans, screens, and vases one sees in England are ornamented. While we were going about, a letter was brought me, containing the sad news, received here by telegram, of the death of Tom's mother. It was a terrible shock, coming too just as we were rejoicing in the good accounts from home which our letters contained. I went on board at once to break the bad news to Tom. This sad intelligence realized a certain vague dread of something, we knew not what, which has seemed to haunt us both on our way hither. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. Yokohama. Heavily plunged the breaking wave, and foam flew up the lee. Morning and evening the drifted snow fell into the dark grey sea. Tuesday, January 30th. When we awoke from our slumbers this morning, it was very cold and dark, and we heard noises of a strange kind. On going on deck to ascertain the cause of this state of things, we discovered that the skylights and portholes were all covered and blocked up with snow, and that the water froze as it came out of the hose, forming a sheet of ice on the deck. Masses of snow and ice were falling from the rigging, and everything betokened that our welcome to Japan would not be a warm one. After breakfast we had many visitors, and received letters from Sir Harry and Lady Parkes, inviting us to go up to Kioto to-morrow for a long day, to settle our future plans. Having landed, we went with the consul to the native town to see the curio shops, which are a specialty of the place. The inhabitants are wonderfully clever at making all sorts of curiosities, and the manufactories of so-called antique bronzes and old china are two of the most wonderful sights in Yokohama. The way in which they scrape, crack, chip, mend, and colour the various articles, cover them with dust, partially clean them, and imitate the marks and signatures of celebrated makers, is more creditable to their ingenuity than to their honesty. Still, there are a good many genuine old relics from the temples and from the large houses of the reduced daimios to be picked up, if you go the right way to work, though the supply is limited. Dealers are plentiful, and travellers, especially from America, are increasing in numbers. When we first made acquaintance with the shops we thought they seemed full of beautiful things, but even one day's shopping in the company of experienced people has educated our taste and taught us a great deal, though we have still much to learn. There are very respectable looking lacquer cabinets, ranging in price from 5 shillings to £20, but they are only made for the foreign market. No such things exist in a Japanese home. A really good bit of old lacquer, the best is generally made into the form of a small box, a portable medicine chest, or a chow chow box, is worth from £20 to £200. We saw one box, about 3 inches square, which was valued at £45, and a collection of really good lacquer would be costly and difficult to procure even here. The best specimens I have ever seen are at Lady Alcock's, but they are all either royal or princely presents, not to be bought with money. The tests of good lacquer are its exquisite finish, its satiny oily feel, and the impossibility of making any impression on it with your thumbnail. It is practically indestructible, and will wear for ever. All the poor as well as the rich people here use it, and have used it for centuries, instead of china and glass, for cups, saucers, dishes, bowls, which would need to be often washed in the hottest of water. It is said that the modern Japanese have lost the art of lacquer making, and as an illustration I was told that many beautiful articles of lacquer, old and new, had been sent from this country to the Vienna Exhibition in 1873, but the price put on them was so exorbitant that few were sold, and nearly all had to be sent back to Japan. Just as the ship with these things on board reached the Gulf of Yedo, she struck on a rock and sank in shallow water. A month or two ago a successful attempt was made to raise her and to recover the cargo, when it was found that the new lacquer had been reduced to a state of pulp, while the old was not in the least damaged. I tell you the tale as it was told to me. After a long day's shopping we went to dine, in real Japanese fashion, at a Japanese tea-house. The establishment was kept by a very pleasant woman, who received us at the door, and who herself removed our exceedingly dirty boots before allowing us to step on to her clean mats. This was all very well as far as it went, but she might as well have supplied us with some substitute for the objectionable articles, for it was a bitterly cold night, and the highly polished wood passages and steep staircase felt very cold to our shoeless feet. The apartment we were shown into was so exact a type of room in any Japanese house that I may as well describe it once for all. The woodwork of the roof and the framework of the screens were all made of a handsome dark polished wood, not unlike walnut. The exterior walls under the veranda, as well as the partitions between the other rooms, were simply wooden lattice-work screens, covered with white paper and sliding in grooves, so that you could walk in or out of any part of the wall you chose, and it was, in like manner, impossible to say whence the next comer would make his appearance. Doors and windows are, by this arrangement, rendered unnecessary, and do not exist. You open a little bit of your wall if you want to look out, and a bigger bit if you want to step out. The floor was covered with several thicknesses of very fine mats, each about 6 feet long by 3 broad, deliciously soft to walk upon. All mats in Japan are of the same size, and everything connected with house building is measured by this standard. Once you have prepared your foundations and woodwork of the dimensions of so many mats, it is the easiest thing in the world to go to a shop and buy a house, ready-made, which you can then set up and furnish in the scanty Japanese fashion in a couple of days. On one side of the room was a slightly raised dais, about 4 inches from the floor. This was the seat of honour. On it had been placed a stool, a little bronze ornament, and a china vase, with a branch of cherry blossom and a few flag leaves gracefully arranged. On the wall behind hung pictures, which are changed every month, according to the season of the year. There was no other furniture of any sort in the room. 4 nice-looking Japanese girls brought us thick cotton quilts to sit upon, and braziers full of burning charcoal, to warm ourselves by. In the centre of the group another brazier was placed, protected by a square wooden grating, and over the whole they laid a large silk eiderdown quilt to retain the heat. This is the way in which all the rooms, even bedrooms, are warmed in Japan, and the result is that fires are of very frequent occurrence. The brazier is kicked over by some restless or careless person, and in a moment the whole place is in a blaze. Presently the eiderdown and brazier were removed, and our dinner was brought in. A little lacquer table, about 6 inches high, on which were arranged a pair of chopsticks, a basin of soup, a bowl for rice, a sake cup, and a basin of hot water, was placed before each person, whilst the 4 Japanese maidens sat in our midst, with fires to keep the sake hot, and to light the tiny pipes with which they were provided, and from which they wished us to take a whiff after each dish. Sake is a sort of spirit, distilled from rice, always drunk hot out of small cups. In this state it is not disagreeable, but we found it exceedingly nasty when cold. Everything was well cooked and served, though the ingredients of some of the dishes, as will be seen from the following bill of fare, were rather strange to our ideas. Still, they were all eatable, and most of them really palatable. Soup, shrimps and seaweed, prawns, egg omelette, and preserved grapes, fried fish, spinach, young rushes, and young ginger, raw fish, mustard and cress, horseradish and soy, thick soup of eggs, fish, mushrooms and spinach, grilled fish, fried chicken and bamboo shoots, turnip tops and root pickled, rice ad libitum in a large bowl, hot sake, pipes, and tea. The meal concluded with an enormous lacquer box of rice, from which all our bowls were filled, the rice being thence conveyed to our mouths by means of chopsticks. We managed very well with these substitutes for spoons and forks, the knack of using which, to a certain extent, is soon acquired. The long intervals between the dishes were beguiled with songs, music, and dancing, performed by professional singing and dancing girls. The music was somewhat harsh and monotonous, but the songs sounded harmonious, and the dancing was graceful, though it was rather posturing than dancing, great use being made of the fan and the long trailing skirts. The girls, who were pretty, wore peculiar dresses to indicate their calling, and seemed of an entirely different stamp from the quiet, simply dressed waitresses whom we found so attentive to our wants. Still, they all looked cheery, light-hearted, simple creatures, and appeared to enjoy immensely the little childish games they played amongst themselves between whiles. After dinner we had some real Japanese tea, tasting exactly like a little hot water poured on a very fragrant new-mown hay. Then, after a brief visit to the kitchen, which, though small, was beautifully clean, we received our boots and were bowed out by our pleasant hostess and her attentive handmaidens. On our return we had considerable difficulty in procuring a boat, our own boats being all ashore under repair. It was a beautiful moonlit night, but bitterly cold. The harbour being so full of shipping, our boatmen were at first puzzled how to find the yacht, till we pointed to the lights in the deck house, always a good beacon at night in a crowded harbour. Wednesday, January 31st. We left the yacht soon after 8 o'clock, and started by the 9:34 a.m. train for the city formerly called Yedo, but latterly, since the Mikado has resided there, Tokyo, or eastern capital of Japan. The ground was covered with snow, and there were several degrees of frost, but the sun felt hot, and all the people were sunning themselves in the doorways or wide verandahs of their houses. Yokohama has been so completely Europeanized that it was not until we had left it that we caught our first glimpse of Japanese life, and the whole landscape and the many villages looked very like a set of living fans or tea trays, though somehow the snow did not seem to harmonize with it. We crossed several rivers and reached Tokyo in about an hour, when we at once emerged into the midst of a clattering, chattering crowd, amongst whom there did not seem to be a single European. The reverberation, under the glass roof of the station, of the hundreds of pairs of wooden clogs pattering along was something extraordinary. Giving up our tickets and following the stream, we found ourselves surrounded by a still more animated scene outside the station. We were just deliberating what to do next, when a smart little Japanese, with a mail bag over his shoulder, stepped forward and said something about Sir Harry Parkes. He then popped us all into several double and treble man jinrikishas, and started off himself ahead at a tremendous pace, shouting and clearing the way for us. Tokyo is a genuinely Japanese town. Not a single foreigner resides within its limits, with the exception of the foreign ministers. There is no hotel nor any place of the kind to stay at, so that, unless you have friends at any of the legations, you must return to Yokohama the same day, which makes a visit rather a fatiguing affair. Footnote: I have since heard that there are 2 hotels at Tokyo, such as they are. End footnote. Our first halting place was at the Temple of Shiba, not far from the station, where most of the tycoons have been buried. It is a large enclosure, many acres in extent, in the centre of the city, with walls overgrown with creepers and shadowed by evergreen trees, amid whose branches rooks call, ravens croak, and pigeons coo, as undisturbedly as if in the midst of the deepest woodland solitude. I had no idea there was anything so beautiful in Japanese architecture as this temple. The primary idea in the architecture of Japan is evidently that of a tent among trees. The lines of the high, overhanging, richly decorated roofs, with pointed gable ends, are not straight, but delicately curved, like the suspended cloth of a tent. In the same way, the pillars have neither capital nor base, but seem to run through the building perpendicularly, without beginning or end. The principal temple was burnt down a few years ago, but there are many smaller ones remaining, built in exactly the same style, and all the tombs are perfect. Some people say the bodies are enclosed in coffins, filled with vermilion, but I need hardly say we had no opportunity of ascertaining the correctness of this statement. We entered several of the temples, which are perfect marvels of carving, gilding, painting, and lacquer work. Their style of decoration may be somewhat barbaric, but what a study they would form for an artist. Outside, where no colour is used, the overhanging roofs and the walls are carved with a depth and boldness, and yet a delicacy, I have seldom seen equalled, the doors and railings being of massive bronze, brought from the Corea. Within, a dim religious light illumes and harmonizes a dazzling mass of lacquer, gold, and painting. It is the grandest burial place imaginable, too good for the long line of men who have tyrannized over Japan and its lawful sovereigns for so many centuries past. The streets of Tokyo were crowded with a motley throng up to the very gates of the citadel, where, within the first moat, stand all the yashikis, or residences of the daimios. Each yashiki is surrounded by a blank wall, loopholed, and with a tower at each of the four corners. Within this outer wall is the court of the retainers, all of them two-sworded men. Then comes a second wall, also loopholed, inside which dwell distant relations of the daimyo. And then again a third enclosure, guarding the daimyo himself, with his immediate belongings. After crossing the third moat, we reached the Mikado's gardens and palace, the public offices, and the residences of the foreign ministers, all of which were formerly occupied by the Tycoon, or Shogun, and his ministers. On the waters of the inner moat were thousands of wild ducks and geese. Nobody is allowed to harm them, and the birds seem to be perfectly aware of this fact, for they disport themselves with the greatest confidence. The English Embassy is a nice red brick house, built in the centre of a garden, so as to be as secure as possible from fire or attack. After a most pleasant luncheon, we looked over the nucleus of a second collection which Lady Parkes is beginning to form. Her former beautiful collection was burnt a few years ago, a most disheartening misfortune, especially as the opportunities for obtaining really old and good things in Japan are diminishing day by day. A little later we started in great force, some in carriages and some on horseback, attended by running grooms, to see something more of the city. These men think nothing of running by the side of a horse and carriage some 40 miles a day. They form a distinct class, and when working on their own account wear little clothing. When in the service of private individuals, they are dressed in tight-fitting dark blue garments, with short capes fastened to their arms, and large hats. Just outside the embassy we passed two of the finest of the still existing yashikis, the larger one being used as the Home Office, the other as the Foreign Office. There is always a festival going on in some part of Tokyo. To-day there had been a great wrestling match, and we met all the people coming away. Such crowds of jinrikiskas, full of gaily dressed and painted women and children, with their hair plastered into all sorts of inconceivable shapes, and decorated with artificial flowers and glittering pins. We met 6 of the wrestlers themselves, riding in jinrikishas, big men, prodigiously fat, and not at all according to our ideas in fighting or wrestling condition. One of their jinrikisha men stumbled and fell just as they passed us, and the wrestler shot out head over heels and lay, a helpless ball of fat, in the middle of the road, till somebody came and picked him up. He was not in the least hurt, and as soon as he was set on his feet again, began to belabour the poor jinrikisha man most unmercifully. After a long and delightful drive we arrived at the station just in time to catch the train. The return journey to Yokohama, in the omnibus-like railway carriages, was very cold, and the jinrikisha drive to the Grand Hotel colder still, but a roaring fire and a capital dinner soon warmed and comforted us. After dinner we looked over a fine collection of photographs of Japanese scenery and costumes, and then returned to the yacht in the houseboat belonging to the hotel, which was prettily decorated with bright coloured lanterns, and which afforded a welcome shelter from the biting wind. Thursday, February 1st. Careful arrangements have been made for our excursion to the island of Inoshima, to see the great figure of Daibutz. By 8 o'clock we had landed, and packed ourselves into a funny little shaky carriage, drawn by 4 horses. We drove quickly through the town, past the station, along the Tokaido or Imperial Road, running from one end of the island of Niphon to the other, and on which so many foreigners have been murdered even within the last 10 years. Now, however, it is perfectly safe. The houses are 1 story high, and their walls are made of the screens I have already described. These screens were all thrown back to admit the morning air, cold as it was. We could consequently see all that was going on within in the sitting room in front, and even in the bedrooms and kitchen. At the back of the house there was invariably a little garden to be seen, with a miniature rookery, a tree, and a lake, possibly also a bridge and a temple. Even in the gardens of the poorest houses an attempt at something of the sort had been made. The domestic occupations of the inhabitants being conducted in this public manner, a very good idea might be obtained, even at the end of a few miles' drive, of how the lower class of Japanese wash and dress themselves and their children, how very elaborate the process of hair dressing is, to say nothing of a bird's-eye view of the ground plan of the houses, the method of cooking food, etc. As we emerged into the open country, the landscape became very pretty, and the numerous villages, nestling in the valleys at the foot of the various small hills, had a most picturesque appearance. At a stone quarry that we passed on the side of a mountain, there were about 70 men at work, without any clothing, though the thermometer was far below freezing point. The Japanese are a sensitive nation, and finding that foreigners were astonished and shocked at the habits of the people in going about without clothes, and in bathing in public and at their house doors, they passed a law prohibiting these customs in towns. In the country, however, the more primitive customs are still in force, and every dwelling has its half-open bath-house, whilst the people do as they like in the matter of clothing. After stopping twice on the road to drink the inevitable tea, we changed from our carriage to jinrikisha, each drawn and pushed by 4 strong men, bowling along at a merry pace. The sun was very warm in the sheltered valleys, and the abundance of evergreens of all kinds quite deluded one into the belief that it was summer time, especially as camellias grew like forest trees, covered with red and white bloom amidst a dense tangle of bamboos and half-hardy palms. There were many strange things upside down to be seen on either hand: horses and cows with bells on their tails instead of on their necks, the quadrupeds well clothed, their masters without a scrap of covering, tailors sewing from them instead of to them, a carpenter reversing the action of his saw and plane. It looked just as if they had originally learned the various processes in Alice's Looking-Glass world, in some former stage of their existence. We had not long left the town before our men began to undress each other, for their clothes were so tight that it required no inconsiderable effort to remove them. Some of them were beautifully tattooed. My wheeler had the root of a tree depicted on one foot, from which sprang the trunk and branches, spreading gradually, until on his back and chest they bore fruit and flowers, amongst which birds were perched. On his other leg was a large stork, supposed, I imagine, to be standing under the shadow of the same tree. Another man had human figures tattooed all over him, in various attitudes. In less than an hour we reached the narrow strip of land which at low water connects the island or peninsula of Inoshima with the mainland. The isthmus was covered with natives gathering shells and seaweed, casting their nets, and pushing off or dragging up their boats, whilst an island rose fresh and green from the sea, with a background of snowy mountains, stretching across the bay, above which Fujiyama towered grandly. This name signifies not 2 but 1 mountain, the Japanese thinking it impossible that there can be another like it in the world. The lovely little island is called Inoshima, and is conical in shape, and covered with evergreens and Buddhist temples, with a few small fishing villages scattered on its shores. We walked right across it in about an hour, so you may imagine it is not very large. The sea teems with curiously shaped fish and beautiful shells. The staple food of the inhabitants seems to be those lovely Venus's ears, Haliotis, as they are called, a flattish univalve about as big as your hand, with a row of holes along the edge and a lining of brilliant black mother of pearl. These were lying about in heaps, mixed with white mother of pearl shells as big as your 2 fists, and shaped like a snail shell. Our jinrikisha men deposited us at the bottom of the main street of the principal village, to enter which we passed through a simple square arch of a temple. The street was steep and dirty, and consisted principally of shellfish and seaweed shops. An old priest took us in hand, and, providing us with stout sticks, marched us up to the top of the hill to see various temples and splendid views in many directions. The camellias and evergreens on the hillside made a lovely framework for each little picture, as we turned and twisted along the narrow path. I know not how many steps on the other side of the island had to be descended before the sea beach was reached. Here is a cavern stretching 500 feet straight below high water mark, with a shrine to Benten Sama, the Lucina of Japan, and having been provided with candles, we proceeded a few hundred feet through another cave, running at right angles to the first. As it would have been a long, steep walk back, and I was very tired, we called to one of the numerous fishing boats near the shore, and were quickly conveyed round to our original starting place. Before we said good-bye, one of the old priests implored to be allowed to dive into the water for $50. His request was complied with, and he caught the coin most successfully. We lunched at a tea-house, our meal consisting of fish of all kinds, deliciously cooked and served fresh from the fire, in a style worthy of Greenwich. And as we had taken the precaution to bring some bread and wine with us, we were independent of the usual rice and sake. After this we proceeded on our way toward the Daibutz, or Great Buddha, situated within the limits of what was once the large city of Kamakura, now only a collection of small hamlets. As all Japanese cities are built of wood, it is not wonderful that they should in time entirely disappear and leave no trace behind them. But there still remain some of the columns of the temple which once existed in the gardens surrounding the idol. Now he is quite alone, and for centuries has this grand old figure sat, exposed to the elements, serenely smiling on the varying scene beneath him. The figure is of bronze, and is supposed to have been cast about the year 1250 or 1260. It is some 50 feet high, with golden eyes and a silver spiral horn on the forehead. It is possible to sit or stand on the thumb, and within the hollow body an altar is erected, at which the priests officiate. Sitting there amidst a grove of enormous cryptomerias and bamboos, there is an air of ineffable silent strength about that solitary figure, which affords a clue to the tenacity with which the poorer classes cling to Buddhism. The very calmness of these figures must be more suggestive of relief and repose to the poor weary worshippers than the glitter of the looking-glass and crystal ball to be found in the Shinto temples. The looking-glass is intended to remind believers that the Supreme Being can see their innermost thoughts as clearly as they can perceive their own reflection, while the crystal ball is an emblem of purity. Great store is set by the latter, especially if of large size and without flaw, but to my mind the imperfect ones are the best, as they refract the light and do not look so much like glass. In another village close by, also part of the ancient Kamakura, there is a fine temple, dedicated to the god of war, but we were pressed for time and hurried back to the little carriages. The homeward drive was long and cold, but the Tokaido looked very pretty lighted up, the shadows of the inmates being plainly visible on the paper walls, reminding one of a scene in a pantomime. On our way down a very steep hill we met the men carrying a kango. It is a most uncomfortable-looking basket-work contrivance, in which it is impossible to sit or lie with ease. These kangos used formerly to be the ordinary conveyance of Japan, but they are now replaced by the jinrikishas, and they are seldom met with, except in the mountains or in out-of-the-way places. Friday, February 2nd. I was called at 5 o'clock, and at 6:30 Mabel and I started for the market. It was blowing a gale, and our 4 oarsmen found it as much as they could do to reach the shore. The Shanghai mail boat was just in, and I pitied the poor passengers, who were in all the misery of being turned out into the cold of the early morning, with the spray breaking over them as they sat in the small boats. The market at Yokohama is one of the sights of the place. There were large quantities of birds and game of all kinds, pheasants with tails 6 feet long, of a rare copper-coloured variety, ducks, pigeons, small birds, hares, deer, rabbits. The fish market was well supplied, especially with cuttlefish. They are not inviting looking, but are considered a delicacy here. A real octopus in a basket, with its hideous body in the centre, and its 8 arms, covered with suckers, arranged in the form of a star, is worth from $1 to $1.50 according to its size. I was not tempted, however, to make any purchases. From the market we went to 1 or 2 small shops in back streets, and thence over the bluffs, in the teeth of a bitterly cold wind, to a nursery garden, to examine the results of the Japanese art of dwarfing and distorting trees. Some of the specimens were very curious, and some beautiful, but most were simply hideous. We saw tiny old gnarled fruit trees, covered with blossom, and Scotch firs and other forest trees 8 inches high, besides diminutive ferns and creepers. It now being 9:30, we went to the hotel to meet the rest of the party for breakfast, and at 1:00 we returned to the yacht. At 1:30, Lady Parkes and several other friends from Tokyo came on board to luncheon. They told of 3 disastrous fires that had taken place in Tokyo yesterday, by which the Home Office, one of the finest old Tartar yashikis, and several smaller edifices had been destroyed. After the departure of our guests, we paid another visit to the shore, and saw the foxhounds. They are a nice pack, and have good kennels outside the foreign settlement. They were out this morning at 6:30, but unfortunately we did not know of it. There are plenty of foxes, and some very fair country not far from here, so they expect to have good sport. We weighed anchor at 8:30 p.m. and proceeded under steam. At 11:30, when off to Ryosaki, we set some of the head canvas. It was a cold night with sleet and snow, though it was not blowing as hard as during the day. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. Kioto, late Miaco. Manners with fortunes, humours change with climes, tenants with books, and principles with times. Saturday, February 3rd. The occasional glimpses of the coast scenery through the sleet and snow were very fine. We passed Rocky Island, Lady Inglis Rocks, and Matoya. But Mabel and I spent most of the day in bed, she suffering from a blow from the boom, which had produced slight concussion of the brain, and I having a wretched cold, which has been gradually getting worse the last few days, and which has quite taken away my voice. Sunday, February 4th. It was blowing hard all day, raining, snowing, and sleeting. The scenery appeared to be pretty, and we passed through crowds of picturesque junks. At 4:25 we rounded Tomamgai Smya, and at 9 p.m. anchored off the town of Kobe, or Hiago. These constant changes of names are very puzzling. Miaco and Yedo, which we did know something about, are quite cut out and replaced by Kyoto and Tokyo. Oddly enough, the same syllables reversed mean capital of the Western Empire and capital of the Eastern Empire, respectively. Monday, February 5th. By 7:00 a boat was alongside with letters from the consul and Sir Harry Parkes, who had kindly made all the necessary arrangements for us to see the opening of the railway from Kobe to Kioto, and for the presentation of the gentlemen to the Mikado. It certainly was a great opportunity for seeing a Japanese holiday crowd, all dressed in their best. Thousands and thousands of people were in the streets, who, though naturally anxious to see as much as possible, behaved in the most quiet and orderly manner. The station was beautifully decorated with evergreens, camellias, and red berries. Outside there was a most marvellous pavilion, the woodwork of which had been entirely covered with evergreens, and ornamented with life-size dragons and phoenixes, the imperial insignia of Japan, all made in flowers. The roof was studded with large chrysanthemums, the private device of the Mikado, that of the Tycoon being 3 hollyhock leaves. The sides of the pavilion were quite open, the roof being simply supported on pillars, so that we could see everything that went on, both inside and out. The floor was covered with red cloth, the dais with an extremely ugly Brussels carpet with a large pattern. On this the Mikado's throne was placed, with a second canopy above it. Tom, in R&R uniform, the other gentlemen in evening dress, accompanied the consul on to the platform to receive the Mikado, while the children and I went with Mrs. Ainslie to seats reserved for the foreign representatives. There were not many Europeans present, but the platform was densely crowded with Japanese, sitting on their heels and patiently waiting to see the extraordinary sight of their hitherto invisible spiritual emperor brought to them by a steam engine on an iron road. The men had all had their heads fresh shaven, and their funny little pigtails rearranged for the occasion. The women's hair was elaborately and stiffly done up with light tortoiseshell combs and a large pin, and decorated with artificial flowers. Some of the children were gaily dressed in red and gold undergarments, the prevailing color of the costumes being dark blue, turned up with red. They also wore gay embroidered obis, or large sashes, which are put on in a peculiar fashion. They are of great width and are fastened tightly round the waist, while an enormous bow behind reaches from between the shoulders to far below the hips. The garments fit tightly in front, while at the back they form a sort of huge bunch. On their high-heeled clogs the women walk with precisely the same gait as ladies in high-heeled boots. In fact, so exactly do the Japanese women — you never see Japanese ladies walking about in the streets — caricature the present fashionable style of dress in Europe, that I have formed a theory of my own on the subject, and this is it. Some 3 or 4 years ago, among other proposed reforms in Japan, the ministers wished the Empress and her court to be dressed in European fashion. Accordingly, a French milliner and dressmaker, with her assistants, was sent for from Paris, and in due time arrived. The Empress and her ladies, however, would not change their style of dress. They knew better what suited them, and in my opinion they were very sensible. This is what I hear. Now, what I think is, that the Parisienne, being of an enterprising turn of mind, thought that she would not take so long a journey for nothing, that if the Japanese ladies would not follow European fashions, at least European ladies should adopt the Japanese style. On her return to Paris, I am convinced that she promulgated this idea and gradually gave it effect. Hence the fashions of the last 2 years. Watching the crowd occupied the time in a most interesting manner till the firing of guns and the playing of bands announced the arrival of the imperial train. The Mikado was received on the platform, and after a very short delay he headed the procession along the covered way on to the dais. He is a young, not very good-looking man, with a rather sullen expression, and legs that look as though they did not belong to him, I suppose from using them so little and sitting so much on his heels, for until the last few years the Mikado has always been considered far too sacred a being to be allowed to set foot on the earth. He was followed by his highest minister, the foreign ministers, and a crowd of Japanese dignitaries, all, with 1 or 2 exceptions, in European official dress, glittering with gold lace. I believe it was the first time that many of them had ever worn it. At any rate, they certainly had never learned to put it on properly. It would have driven to distraction the tailor who had made them, to see tight-fitting uniforms either left unbuttoned altogether, or hooked askew from top to bottom, and to behold the trousers turned up and disfigured by the projecting tags of immense side-spring boots, generally put on the wrong feet. Some of the visitors had no gloves, while others wore them with fingers at least 3 inches too long. Certainly a court dresser as well as a court tailor ought to be appointed to the Mikado's establishment before the European costume becomes generally adopted. I could not help thinking that the 2 or 3 old conservative ministers who had stuck to their native dress must have congratulated themselves on their firmness when they saw the effect of the unaccustomed garments upon their confrère. The old court dress of the daimios is very handsome, consisting of rich silks and brocades, with enormously long loose trousers trailing 2 or 3 feet on the ground, and with sleeves like butterfly wings of corresponding dimensions. A small high-peaked black cap is worn on the head to accommodate the curious little cut-off pigtail set up like a coxcomb, which appears to be one of the insignia of a daimyo's rank in Japan. As soon as the people had arranged themselves into 3 sides of a square, Sir Harry Parkes read an address and presented his 5 compatriots to the Mikado, who replied in inaudible but no doubt suitable terms. Then the governor of Kobe had to read an address, and I pitied the poor man from the bottom of my heart. His knees shook, his hands trembled, and his whole body vibrated to such an extent that his cocked hat fell and rolled on the floor of the dais, and finally hopped down the steps, while the address nearly followed its example. How thankful he must have felt when it was over! The proceedings in the pavilion being now at an end, the Mikado walked down the middle of the assembly, followed by all his ministers in single file, on his way to the luncheon tent. After they had gone, we inspected the imperial railway carriage, the soldiers, guns, etc. And just as we were leaving the station yard to look at the daylight fireworks they were letting off in honor of the occasion, a salute announced the departure of the Mikado for Kioto. We lunched at the consulate, our gentlemen changed to more comfortable attire, and then we went to see a Buddhist temple, supposed to be a rather fine specimen of woodwork. It is specially curious on account of some monkeys and a white horse, each kept in a sort of side shrine. Every worshipper at the temple stopped before these shrines, and for a small coin bought rice or beans to feed them with, through the priest. Whether it was an act of worship, or simply of kindness, I could not discover, though I paid several visits to the spot during our stay at Kobe. From the temple we went to the shops in the main street of Miaco, and full of interest and temptation we found them. The town itself is quite Japanese, and consists, as usual, of wooden houses, narrow streets, and quaint shops. Today all was en fait in preparation for the illuminations tonight. Kobe, the foreign settlement, is, on the contrary, brand new, spick and span, with a handsome parade and grass and trees planted boulevard fashion along the edge of the sea. It is all remarkably clean, but quite uninteresting. Tonight, however, it looked very well, illuminated by thousands and thousands of coloured paper lanterns, arranged in all sorts of fanciful devices. It was dark and clear, and there was no wind, so that everything went off well. Tuesday, February 6th. My cold still being bad, Maybelle by no means well yet, and Tom very busy, we at first thought of keeping quiet today. But our time is so short that we could not afford to waste it. So half our party started early for Kioto, it being arranged that Tom and Maybelle should follow us by an early train tomorrow. It was a wet, cheerless day, and the country did not look its best. Still, the novelty of the scenes around could not fail to make them interesting. The Japanese have an intense horror of rain, and it was ludicrous to see the peasants walking along with scarcely any clothes on except a pair of high clogs, a large hat, and a paper umbrella. We crossed several large bridges, stopped at a great many stations where heaps of native travellers got in and out, and finally reached Kioto at 2:30. It was still raining, and all the jinrikisha men wore their large rain hats and rain cloaks, made either of reeds or of oiled paper. Most of the jinrikishas, too, had oiled paper hoods and aprons. The drive to our hotel, through long, narrow, crowded, picturesque streets, seemed long and wearisome. It was still a holiday, and remains of the previous night's illuminations were to be seen on all sides. The large paper lanterns still remained fastened to the high poles, with an open umbrella at the top to afford protection from the rain. Kioto is a thoroughly Japanese town. I do not suppose it contains a single European resident, so that the manners and customs of the natives may be seen in perfection. Its theatres and jugglers are famous throughout Japan. In the suburb, where the 2 hotels are situated, stand numberless tea-houses and other places of entertainment. Our hotel is situated halfway up the hill called Maruyama. After about 3/4 of an hour's ride in the jinrikisha, we were deposited at the bottom of a flight of steps, which appeared to lead to a temple, but by which we reached the hotel in about 5 minutes. We were received by servants, who bowed to the ground, but who did not speak a word which we could understand. The rooms looked clean and comfortable, and the dining-room boasted a table and 6 chairs, besides several screens and hibachis. The bedrooms, too, had beds, screens, and washstands, quite an unexpected luxury. Still more so was a strip of glass about halfway up the screens, through which we could admire the fine prospect. Anything in the shape of a transparent window is a complete novelty in a Japanese house, where, in winter, you feel as if you were imprisoned. The view from the verandah of the hotel over the pretty fantastic garden, the temple grounds, the town of Kioto, and the mountains in the distance, was an endless source of delight to me. The servants soon produced a luncheon, excellently well cooked, and directly we had finished it we sallied forth again to see what we could before dark. First we went to the Temple of Gion, a fine building, standing in extensive grounds and surrounded by smaller temples and houses for the priests. The Dutch envoys used to stay here when they were brought through the country, like prisoners, to pay their annual tribute for being allowed to trade with Japan. They were subjected to all kinds of indignities, and used to be made to dance and sing, pretend to be drunk, and play all sorts of pranks for the amusement of the whole court, as well as for the Mikado and the Empress, hidden behind a grating. From Gion we went to see other temples, and wandered about under the large conifers of all kinds, trying to find out the quarters of the British legation for some time, until Sir Harry Parkes returned. The rooms at his residence were comfortable but cold-looking, for mats and paper screens do not look nice in a frost. There were tables and chairs and paraffin lamps, but no bedsteads, only about a dozen cotton and silk quilts, some of which were supposed to serve as a couch, while others were to be used as coverings. Sir Harry has had, I fear, a great deal of trouble about the yacht. She is the first vessel of the kind ever seen in Japan, with the exception of the one sent out in 1858 as a present from the Queen to the then Tycoon, and now used by the Mikado. The officials, it seems, cannot make the Sunbeam out. Is she a man of war? We know what that is. No. Is she a merchant ship? No, she is a yacht. But what can be the object of a vessel without guns is quite beyond their comprehension. At last it has been settled that, in order to be like other nations, the Japanese officials will not force us to enter at the custom house, or to pay a fine of $60 a day for not doing so. As a matter of precedent, it was important that the point should be settled, though I hardly imagine that many yachts will follow our example, and come out to Japan through the Straits of Magellan and across the Pacific. As it was now growing late, we returned to the hotel for dinner. The night was cold, and the hibachis and lamps alike failed to warm the thinly walled and paper-screened room. Sir Harry Parkes came and spent the evening with us, and taught us more about Japan in 2 or 3 hours than we could have learned by much study of many books. The fact is that in this fast-changing country, guide-books get out of date in 2 or 3 years. Besides which, Sir Harry has been one of the chief actors in many of the most prominent events we have recently been reading about. To hear him describe graphically the wars of 1868 and the Christian persecutions in 1870, with the causes that led to the Revolution and the effect it has had on the country, was indeed interesting. Still more so was his account of his journey hither to force the newly emerged Mikado and his ministers to sign the treaty, which had already received the assent, of course valueless, of the deposed Tycoon. Wednesday, February 7th. A misty but much warmer morning succeeded a wet night. At 8:30 Sir Harry Parkes and 2 other gentlemen arrived, and we all started at once in jinrikishas to see what could be seen in the limited time at our disposal. We went first to the Temple of Gion Shiosu, described elaborately in books by other travellers. It is specially interesting to Europeans, as it was the temple assigned to the foreign envoys when they paid their first visit to the Mikado in 1868. Sir Harry Parkes showed us all their apartments, and the large though subsidiary temple once used as a hospital, and we afterwards went to see the service performed in the temple. A dozen bonzes, or priests, were sitting round in a circle, chanting monotonously from ponderous volumes, with an occasional accompaniment from a gong or drum. Incense was being burned, vestments worn, processions formed, and prayers offered to Buddha to intercede with the Supreme Being. The accessories and surroundings were of course different, but the ceremonial struck me as being much the same as that in use at Roman Catholic places of worship. Mr. Simpson, however, thinks differently. He says, "I was only a month in Japan, and that is far too short a time for anything like serious study, but I was much struck by the temples, and I find I have some notes in my book comparing them with the Jewish. How any direct connection could possibly exist is far beyond my powers of conjecture, but I will state the points of resemblance and leave others to inquire further and collect additional information. Wood and bronze to this day furnish the material of which temples are constructed in Japan, with stone as a base. Such also were the materials of Solomon's temple. There are enclosures round each court or shrine, and sometimes these courts are 3 in number. Hills or groves are usually sites for a temple, the ascent to which is by a long flight of steps. Usually 2 flights give access to the shrine. One is long, straight, and steep for the men; the other, less steep but curved, is for the women. It will be remembered that it was the great stairs at Solomon's temple that so impressed the Queen of Sheba. Small shrines or miniature temples, called Tenno-sama, or Heaven's Lord, are carried on staves, like the Ark of the Covenant, at their religious ceremonies. The inner shrine, or Holy of Holies, is small and a cube, or nearly so in proportion. It is usually detached behind the other portions of the temple, the door being closed, so that it cannot be seen into, and it generally contains, not an image, but a tablet, or what the Japanese call a gohei, or piece of paper, cut so that it hangs down in folds on each side. In the early days of writing, a tablet was a book, a stylus the pen. The stone on which the law was inscribed was only a form of the book, and the Chinese ancestral tablet, or other tablet, in a temple, is only a variety of this book form. These goheis are so common in Japan, and occupy so important a place in all their temples, that I had a great desire to know what they originally meant; but as on so many questions of this kind I could get no information, the only suggestion which presented itself to me was, that it might be some form of the book, for the book was a very sacred thing in past time, and that which is yet called the Ark, in a Jewish synagogue, contains now nothing but a book. There is a distinct priesthood, who wear vestments, and they use incense, music, and bells. There are 2 religions in Japan, Buddhism and Shintoism, the latter being the primitive faith, and the former an importation from China. The forms of the 2 have become slightly mixed, both in the construction of their temples and in the ceremonial, but the remarks I have just made apply particularly to the Shinto religion. One of the late acts of the government has been to declare the Shinto, as the old religion of the country, to be the only state faith. This is the disestablishment of Buddhism, but it does not imply its suppression. The Buddhist priests complain very much, saying that their temples are not now so popular, and many are being closed. Speculators are buying up their fine bronze bells, and sending them home to be coined into English pennies and halfpennies. Changes in faith present many strange aspects, and this is certainly a curious one. We strolled about the temple grounds, and ascended the hill to see the famous bell, which is the second biggest in Japan. The immense beam which strikes it was unlashed from the platform for our edification, and the bell sent forth a magnificent sound, pealing over the city and through the woods. At one of the gates there is a curious staircase, leading up to the top, and there over the gate is seated a figure of Buddha, surrounded by 12 disciples, all carved in wood and coloured. They are quite worth a scramble up to see. From Chiyosu we went right across the city to the temple of Nishni Hongangi. On our way we were more than once stopped and turned off the direct road, which was kept by soldiers for the passage of the Mikado, to worship at the tombstone of his innumerable ancestors, real or imaginary. Being a spiritual emperor, he has to be well kept up to his religious duties, and is always being sent off to worship at some shrine or another, in order to maintain his popularity with the people, his ministers meanwhile managing the affairs of state. Tanjo and Ikawara went off in haste today to Tokyo, as there are rumours of a rebellion in the south. Nishni Hongangi is one of the largest and finest temples we have yet seen, even in spite of a large portion having been destroyed by the disastrous fire of 1864. The gates are splendidly ornamented with carved chrysanthemum flowers. The centre temple is very fine, and is surrounded by smaller rooms, all decorated by the best Japanese artists of about 200 years ago. Notice had been sent that the English minister was coming with a party of friends, and everything had accordingly been prepared for our reception. In some places they had even put down carpets, to obviate the necessity of our having to take off our boots. The abbot was out, which I much regretted, for he belongs to the Montos, the most advanced sect of Buddhism, and has more than once remarked to English visitors that he thought their own principles were so enlightened that they were paving the way for a higher form of religion in the shape of Christianity, rather a startling confession to come from the lips of a Buddhist priest. After spending a long time among the paintings, wood carvings, lacquers, bronzes, and gardens, we left the temple and crossed several courtyards before the main street was reached. Then, after a short walk, we came to another beautiful garden, laid out like a miniature park, with lakes, bridges, rocks, streams, canals, pavilions, etc. All these surround a house built by the celebrated tycoon Tako-sama in the 15th century. Here, again, everything was prepared for our reception. Fires were lighted, flowers arranged, carpets laid down, and fruit and cakes placed in readiness, with hibachis to warm each and all of us. We went all over the house, which differs little from a Japanese house of the present day, except that a higher style of art was employed in its construction and decoration. From here we went to quite another quarter of the city to see what was formerly the tycoon's palace, now used as a sort of police office. It is built on the same plan of 3 enclosures as all the yashikis, though on a very different scale from the one at Tokyo. There the tycoon reigns in undisturbed sovereignty. Here he appears as a humble servant of his rightful master, really his prisoner. The late tycoon, after the last battle fought at this place, fled to his castle at Osaka, where, though he might have held out for an indefinite period, he preferred to surrender. 2 of his ministers came to him and represented that he must not only think of himself, but of the party who supported the shogunate, and that as he had betrayed them by false hopes, he had no choice but to perform harakiru. This he refused to do, although they set him the example, and he is now living as a private individual on an estate in the country not far from Tokyo, where he amuses himself with hunting, shooting, and fishing. It is said that it is possible he may one day join the ministry of the present Mikado. From the tycoon's palace we drove to the Toshio, or court quarter of the town, where the Mikado and all his relatives live, in palaces surrounded by large gardens, enclosed in whitewashed walls. We saw the whole of Tako-sama's household furniture and wearing apparel, the celebrated swords of Yoritomi, called the knee cutter and the beard cutter, from their wonderful sharpness, and many other interesting objects. Here we said good-bye to Sir Harry Parkes, and returned across the town by another route to our hotel to lunch, after which we made another expedition to 1 or 2 more temples, and then to a pawnbroker's shop in the heart of the city, which had been strongly recommended to us. The exterior did not look promising, the shop itself was small and dirty, and they had to take some very filthy garments out of the way before we could enter. Once inside, however, it was a very different story. They showed us splendid old embroideries and quantities of second-hand court dresses embroidered in gold, silver, and colours with exquisite designs. The Empress has 13 ladies of honour, who wear their best dresses only twice and then sell them, hence the pawnbroker's abundant stock. Wherever we went, a large but perfectly civil crowd followed us, and people ran on before to tell others to come to their doors and look at us, though we were under the charge of an officer and 2 men. It was now getting dark, and we were very tired, so we at last turned back, and once more climbed those weary steps to our hotel. To-night there is some fête going on in this suburb, and the whole place is alive with lights, dancing, music, and tum-tums. After dinner all our purchases arrived, each accompanied by at least 4 or 5 men. Other people had heard of our visit, and had brought more things for us to look at, so that the room soon resembled a bazaar. At last we got rid of them, having settled that they should pack our things and take them down to Kobe, where they would be paid for. The Japanese shopkeepers, though difficult to deal with, are incorruptible when once the bargain is made. They pack most carefully, frequently adding boxes, bags, and baskets, not originally included in the purchase, in order that the articles may travel more safely. The smallest article is sure to be put in, and the greatest care is taken of everything, even if they know you do not mean to open the cases for months. If it were only warmer, how delightful it would all be. The cold spoils everything to a certain extent. At night we have to choose whether to be half frozen in our beds or stifled with the fumes of charcoal from the hibachis. Thursday, February 8th. The sunrise over the city, with the river and mountains beyond, was superb. We breakfasted at 8, but even by that hour the courtyard and passage were crowded with vendors of curiosities of all sorts, and no doubt great bargains might have been picked up. But we had no time to lose, for our train started at 9:30, and we had a delightfully rapid drive to the station through the sunny streets of Kioto. Arrived at Kobe, we went first to lunch with some friends, and immediately after hastened on board to receive the foreign ministers and other friends, and did not land again that evening. Friday, February 9th. We left by 10 o'clock train for Osaka, which has been called the Venice of Japan. It is intersected by innumerable rivers and canals, and boats were continually making their appearance at points where they were least expected, as our jinrikisha men hurried us along the narrow and not very sweet-smelling streets. We went so fast that, more than once before we reached the Mint, I thought we should have been tipped into one of the canals as we turned a sharp corner. Our men upset the baskets and stalls that encroached on the road in the most unceremonious manner, but their proprietors did not seem to mind, many of them quietly moving their wares out of the way as they heard the shouts that announced our approach. The smell in the fish market was disgusting, and enough to poison the air for miles around, but the people did not seem to mind it in the least. At last we left the river and town, and, climbing a slight eminence, crossed the first moat by a stone bridge, and reached the guard-house on the other side. There was some hesitation at first about admitting us, but it was soon overcome. This castle, the last stronghold of the Tycoon, is built on exactly the same plan as the yashikis we had already visited, but much stronger, being composed of enormous blocks of stone. One wonders how human labour could ever have transported them from their quarry to this place, for some measured 40 feet long by 20 feet high. We crossed the 3 moats and the 3 enclosures, now all full of barracks and soldiers. In the very centre, the old well and a little square tower are still standing, part of the Tycoon's original residence, which was destroyed by fire. The view from the top over the town and surrounding country is very fine. You can see countless streams coming from the mountains and flowing into Odawara, on which Osaka is situated. The course of the river itself could be traced to the bay, and the line of the coast to Kobe, and the far-off mountains in the inland sea, were plainly visible. On returning to the Mint, we found luncheon awaiting us, and afterwards spent a pleasant time looking at a wonderful collection of curios. The Imperial Mint of Japan is a large handsome building, in great force just now, for the whole of the old money is being called in and replaced by the government. The contrast between the two moneys is very great. The ancient coinage consisted of long, thin, oval obangs and shobangs, worth from $2 to £18 each, square silver itsubus, and square copper pieces with a hole in the centre, while that which is taking its place is similar to European coinage, and is marked in English characters and ornamented with Japanese devices, such as the phoenix and the dragon. It did not seem worth while to go minutely over the mint, as it is arranged on exactly the same principle as the one in London, and the processes are carried out in the same manner. Osaka used to be the emporium of all the inland commerce, and was considered the pearl of Japanese cities. After the Revolution, and when the mint was built, there was some intention of making it the capital of the empire. That idea was, however, abandoned, and the inconvenience of having the mint so far away from the seat of government is greatly felt, all the bullion having to be sent backwards and forwards at great expense by sea. Commerce has now almost deserted Osaka, owing to the difficulty experienced by large ships in anchoring near the town, and the impossibility of their crossing the bar. The foreign consuls and representatives have all left the place for the newly established settlement at Kobe, where they feel safer, with men of war at anchor just under their windows. There was just time to go round some of the old streets, and to some of the shops, before the hour by which we were due at the station. Osaka is famous for its waxworks and theatres. 5 of the best of these have, however, been burnt down within the last 18 months, with terrible loss of life. We heard that a short time ago there was nearly being serious trouble in consequence of one of the managers having produced on the stage, in a most objectionable manner, a representation of the cruel and unprovoked assassination of an officer and 2 men, part of a boat's crew of a French ship. The English and French consuls went to the governor of the town, who promised that the piece should be stopped, and the obnoxious placards announcing the performance removed at once. But his instructions were not complied with, for the next day the piece was again performed, and the placards were still there. Some French sailors, luckily accompanied by their officers, saw the latter and wanted to tear them down, but they were persuaded to wait while the consuls were telegraphed for. They came at once, and again saw the governor, who sent some soldiers to stop the play and remove the bills, and so the affair ended peaceably. We reached Kobe about 7 o'clock, and went on board at once to dinner. Saturday, February 10th. We were to have gone early this morning to Arima, a village in the mountains, situated among groves of bamboos, where there are mineral springs and a hot water bath, in which people bathe in the old style. But the weather was impossibly bad for our intended expedition, with showers of snow and sleet. We waited till 11:30, and then landed and talked of going to Osaka again by train, but finally decided that even this was not practicable, and that we had better stay and potter about at Kobe and Hiago. The children set out to buy toys, whilst I went with a lady to pay another visit to the white horse and monkeys at the temple, and then walked on to a waterfall, prettily situated in a ravine a little way behind the town. We afterwards visited several pawnbrokers' shops, at all of which there was something interesting to be seen. Many are perfect museums, but their proprietors never seem to care much to show you what they have, unless you are accompanied by a resident or some one they know. Then they invite you into the iron fireproof godwan, or store, at the back, and out of funny little boxes and bags and parcels produce all sorts of rare and curious things which have been sent to them to be sold, or which they may possibly have bought themselves. It is not of the slightest use to go to the large shops full of things if you want anything really good, for you will only find there articles specially prepared for the European and American market. I am very glad to hear that Dr. Dresser is here, collecting, lecturing, and trying to persuade the Japanese to adhere to their own forms and taste in art and decoration. It is a great pity to observe the decadence of native art, and at the same time to see how much better the old things are than the new. A true Japanese artist never repeats himself, and consequently never makes an exact pair of anything. His designs agree generally, and his faces are more or less alike, without being a precise match. He throws in a spray of flowers, a bird, or a fan, as the fancy strikes him, and the same objects are therefore never placed in exactly the same relative position. Modern articles are made precisely alike, not only in pairs, but by the dozen and the 100. There are beautiful bantams to be seen in some of the shops here, but they cannot be bought as they are private pets. They seem generally very small, and one I saw to day had his head far behind his tail, which divided in the middle outwards and fell forward on either side of his neck in the most extraordinary way. How he picked up his food and got through life I am sure I don't know. There are plenty of little Japanese dogs, but they are not seen to advantage this cold weather, and there would be great difficulty in getting them home. I bought some fine bantams at Yokohama, and a whole cage full of rice birds. They are the dearest little things, and spend most of the day bathing and twittering, occasionally getting all together in one nest, with their 25 heads peeping out. They are exactly like a magnified grain of rice, with legs and a bill. I hope I shall take them home alive, as they have borne the cold very well so far. We have also some mandarin ducks on board, and some gold and silver fish with 2 tails. Our sailors have over 100 birds of their own, which never appear on deck except on very sunny days. I don't know where they keep them, unless they stow them away in their Japanese cabinets. We went on board about dark, and a few friends came to dinner. Sunday, February 11th. About 7 a.m. 2 Japanese officers came on board with a message which nobody could understand. When we went on deck we saw that all the ships were dressed, and concluded that we had been asked to do the same, but we thought it better to send ashore to ascertain positively.
The next difficulty was to get a Japanese flag. Tom went on board the Thabor, a Japanese ship, to borrow one, and found everything was in bustle and confusion, news having arrived from Kyushu that the rebels were mustering in great force, and that they had seized some ships. The Thabor, Mihumaru, and 3 others are therefore to go through the inland sea to Nagasaki this afternoon. The Japanese admiral sent word early this morning that he would come on board at 2 o'clock with some of his captains, and the French admiral also expressed a hope that it would be convenient to receive him and his captains at 3. Their visits occupied nearly all the afternoon. We afterwards landed with the French admiral, paid some farewell visits, and went to look at a collection of old lacquer and Satsuma china before we returned to the yacht. End of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. The Inland Sea. Dipped in the lines of sunset, wreathed in zones, the clouds are resting on their mountain thrones. One peak alone exalts its glacier crest, a golden paradise above the rest. Thither the day with lingering steps retires, and in its own blue element expires. Monday, February 12th. Fires were lighted at 4 a.m., and by 6 we were steaming slowly out of the beautiful bay of Kobe. It was a cold, bright morning, with a strong headwind, increasing every moment as we proceeded, until, in the Straits of Akashi, it became almost impossible to make any way against it. There was not much sea, but the wind impeded our progress so much that it was at last reduced to 1 mile instead of 9 an hour. The straits are very fine, and the old castle presents an admirable specimen of the architecture of a daimyo's residence. We proceeded across the Harima Nada, where we were more or less exposed to the open sea, and where we took more water on board than we had done in the gale before arriving at Yokohama. There were no big waves, but we rolled tremendously, and the spray came over us, though the mere force of wind seemed to keep the sea down. After struggling until 12 o'clock, and having done but little good for the last 3 hours, Tom determined to run back, and in a short time we found ourselves once more at anchor in the harbour of Kobe. It was a work of considerable difficulty, owing to the strong wind and tide, to steer safely among the numerous vessels, and for a few minutes we thought we were aground, as we did not make the slightest progress, though the engines were working ahead full speed. The proveedor's boat came out to us as soon as we were perceived, and we landed in her, but it was as much as the 6 stout oarsmen could do to make way against the wind. We went for a walk, or rather a scramble, to the waterfall, half-way up to the Temple of the Moon. Much of the ground was covered with snow, the streams were frozen at the sides, and there were hanging icicles to be seen, 6 feet in length, and yet on either side were camellias and tea trees covered with red and white blossoms, orange trees laden with fruit, goldfish swimming about in ponds overhung with maidenhair fern, besides pteris and hothouse ferns, shaded by bamboos, palms, and castor oil plants. The order of vegetation seems to be as much reversed as everything else in this strange country. In England, all those plants would require conservatories, or at least sheltered spots, and the greatest care, instead of being exposed to frost and snow. Getting on board again was even a more difficult business than landing had been, but we arrived at last without mishap. Tuesday, February 13th. The wind dropped at sunset, and as it continued calm all night, Tom ordered fires to be lighted at 4 a.m. By 6 o'clock, however, it was blowing harder than ever, and we therefore decided to make an excursion to Arima instead of attempting another start. We went ashore to make the necessary arrangements, and it was settled that we should start at 10 o'clock, which we did, with the consulate constable as our guide. We had 3 men to each jinrikisha, and went along at a merry pace through the long straggling towns of Kobe and Hiogo.
The cold was intense, and before we started our poor jinrikisha men were shivering until they nearly shook us out of the vehicles. Soon they were streaming with perspiration, and at our first halting place they took off almost all their garments, though it was as much as we could do to keep warm in our furs and wraps. We waited while they partook copiously of hot tea and bowls of rice, and bought new straw shoes, or rather sandals, for less than a farthing a pair. Today being the Japanese New Year's Day, all the little shrines in the houses and along the road were prettily decorated, and had offerings of rice, sake, and fruit deposited upon them. The spirits of the departed are supposed to come down and partake, not of the things themselves, but of the subtle, invisible essence that rises from them. The road now became very pretty, winding through the valleys, climbing up and dipping down the various hills, and passing through picturesque villages, where all the people, leaving their meals or their games, came out to look at us, while some of the children scampered on to secure a good view of the foreigners, and others ran away frightened and screaming. They were all dressed in dark blue clothes, turned up with red, with bright embroidered obis and flowers in their elaborately dressed hair. I have managed to get some dolls' wigs, which give a good idea of the various styles of hairdressing. In rather more than 3 hours we reached Arima, a village far more beautifully situated than any we had seen, in the very centre of the mountains, where a dozen valleys converge into one centre. On one side are mineral springs, on the other a river. Bamboos grow luxuriantly on all sides, and the inhabitants of the various valleys obtain their livelihood by manufacturing from them all sorts of articles, boxes for every conceivable purpose, baskets, fine and coarse, large and small, useful and ornamental, coloured and plain, brushes, pipes, battledores and shuttlecocks, sticks, spoons, knives and forks, sauce ladles, boats, lamps, cradles, etc. The first glimpse of the village is lovely. That from the bridge that crosses the river is still more so. We clambered up narrow streets with quaint carved houses and overhanging balconies, till we reached a tea-house kept by a closely shaven bonze, or priest. He seemed very pleased to see us, and bowed and shook hands over and over again. He placed his whole house at our disposal, and a very clean, pretty, and well-arranged house it was, with lovely little formal garden, ornamented with mimic temples and bridges of ice, fashioned by the hard frost, with but little assistance from the hand of man. Bits of wood and stone, a few graceful fern leaves and sprays of bamboo, and a trickling stream of water produced the most fairy-like crystalline effects imaginable. If only some good fairy could, with a touch of her wand, preserve it all intact until a few months hence, what a delight it would be in the hot summer weather. To-day the paper house was indeed cold, but even so slight a shelter from the bitter wind was acceptable, though we regretted the screens could not be opened to enable us to admire the prospect on all sides. The luncheon basket being quickly unpacked, the good priest warmed our food, and produced a bottle of port wine, which he mulled for our benefit. Cheered and refreshed, we proceeded on our way, leaving him much delighted with what seemed to us but a small recompense for his courtesy. Every house and shop in those narrow picturesque streets was a study in itself, and so were the quaint groups of people we met, and who gazed eagerly at us. We looked into the public baths, 2 oblong tanks into which the mineral springs came bubbling up, thick and yellow and strongly impregnated with iron, at a temperature of 112 degrees. They are covered in, and there is a rough passage round them. Here, in the bathing season, people of both sexes stand in rows, packed as tight as herrings in a barrel, and there are just as many outside, waiting their turn to enter. To-day there were only 2 bathers, immersed up to their chins in the steaming water. They had left all their clothes at home, and would shortly have to pass through the streets without any covering, notwithstanding the cold. From the baths we went to some of the best basket shops, where the beauty and cheapness of the articles exposed for sale offered great temptations. We had to disturb our jinrikishka men, who were enjoying their frugal meal at a separate tea-house. It was beautifully served, and as clean and nicely cooked as possible, though consisting of viands which we might not have fancied, such as various kinds of fish, seaweed, sea snails, bêche de mer, and rice. Each man had his own little table and 8 or 10 separate dishes, a bottle of sake, tea pipe, and hibachi, arranged exactly as ours had been at the tea house at Yokohama. How well they managed their chopsticks, how quickly they shoveled the food down, and how clean they left each dish. Habit is everything. We were anxious to make the best of our way home, and starting at 4, with but a short stop at the halfway tea house, we reached the hotel soon after 7, having taken less than an hour to come 5 miles over a very bad road, an inch deep in mud. So much for a man-power carriage, the literal translation of the word jinrikisha. Footnote, or pullman car, as it is sometimes called. End footnote. Soon after an excellent dinner, we returned on board, so as to be ready for an early start tomorrow morning. Wednesday, February 14th. We were called at 4 a.m. Fires were lighted, but before steam was up the wind had risen, so our start was once more postponed to the afternoon. We steamed out to the buoy from among the shipping in order to be able to get away more easily at night. The wind generally goes down at sunset, and Tom hoped that, by taking our departure then, we should get through the worst part of the inland sea before the wind again rose with the sun. After breakfast we went ashore and dispersed in different directions to meet again at the hotel for luncheon. Then we all again separated, the children going to the circus, whilst I took a drive, with a pair of black and white Hakodate ponies, to the foot of the hills behind the town. It was a pleasant circuit by pretty valleys, and brought us back to the town by a different road. I went to pick up the children at the circus, and found them just coming out with delighted faces, having most thoroughly enjoyed themselves. They went on board to tea, but Mabel and I went with the consul and jinrikishas to a Japanese theatre at Hiago. The streets were crowded with holiday makers, for today is the first of the Chinese New Year, as yesterday was the first of the Japanese New Year. The floor of the theatre was crowded with people, all squatting on their heels, each with his or her chow-chow box and hibachi, or brazier of burning charcoal, to keep themselves warm. The performance frequently goes on for 10 or 12 hours, with short intervals, and whole families come and take up their abode at the theatre for 12 hours at a time. The acting was not at all bad, and the performers were beautifully dressed. We did not stay very long at the theatre, but were soon tearing back again through the streets to the consulate. These quick rides in a jinrikisha, especially at night, are very amusing. You have the pleasure of going at a high speed, and yet being on a level with the people. You can see much more of them and of their manners than would be possible in a carriage. When we reached the consulate, we found the chief of the police of the foreign settlement waiting for the consul, to inform him that Japanese soldiers were patrolling the town with fixed bayonets, alleging that information had been sent to the governor that some of the rebels were in the hills at the back of the town and might appear at any moment. The ships of war were to be communicated with at once for the protection of the inhabitants. They do not expect a general attack here, but seem to think the rebels' plan is to creep up by degrees to Osaka, where the Mikado is shortly expected to stay, and take possession of his person and the imperial treasure at one blow. When I got on board the Sunbeam again, I found that steam was up and all was ready for starting, but the wind was still strong against us, and it was evidently necessary again to wait until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. We were rolling a good deal, and, coming along the engine-room passage, my foot slipped, a door banged to, and my thumb was caught in the hinge and terribly crushed. Dressing it was a very painful affair, as the doctor had to ascertain whether the bone was broken, and I fainted during the operation. At last I was carried to my cabin and put to bed, after taking a strong dose of chloral to soothe the agonizing pain. Thursday, February 15th. I wonder if anybody who has not experienced it can realize the stupefying, helpless sensation of being roused up from a sound sleep in the middle of the night on board ship by the cry of "Fire!" and finding oneself enveloped in a smoke so dense as to render everything invisible. At 2:30 a.m. I was awakened by a great noise and a loud cry of "The ship is on fire!" followed by Mr. Bingham rushing into our cabin to arouse us. At first I could hardly realize where we were or what was happening, as I was half stupid with chloral, pain, and smoke, which was issuing from each side of the staircase in dense volumes. My first thought was for the children, but I found they had not been forgotten. Rolled up in blankets, they were already in transit to the deck-house. In the meantime, Mr. Bingham had drenched the flames with every available jug of water, and Tom had roused the crew and made them screw the hose on to the pump. They were afraid to open the hatches to discover where the fire was until the hose and extincteurs were ready to work, as they did not know whether or not the hold was on fire, and the whole ship might burst into a blaze the moment air was admitted. Allen soon appeared with an extincteur on his back, and the mate with the hose. Then the cupboard in Mr. Bingham's room was opened, and burning cloaks, dresses, boxes of curios, portmanteaus, etc., were hauled out, and, by a chain of men, sent on deck, where they were drenched with sea-water or thrown overboard. Moving these things caused the flames to increase in vigour, and the extincteur was used freely, and with the greatest success. It is an invaluable invention, especially for a yacht, where there are so many holes and corners where it would be impossible to reach by ordinary means. All this time the smoke was pouring in volumes from the cupboard on the other side, and from under the nursery fireplace. The floors were pulled up, and the partitions were pulled down, until at last the flames were got under. The holds were next examined. No damage had been done there, but the cabin floor was completely burnt through, and the lead from the nursery fireplace was running about, melted by the heat. The explanation of the cause of the fire is very simple. Being a bitterly cold night, a roaring fire had been made up in the nursery, but about 10:30 the servants thought it looked rather dangerous, and raked it out. The ash-pan was not large enough, however, to hold the hot embers, which soon made the tiles red hot. The woodwork caught fire, and had been smouldering for hours, when the nurse fortunately woke and discovered the state of affairs. She tried to rouse the other maids, but they were stupefied with the smoke, and so she rushed off at once to the doctor and Mr. Bingham. The former seized a child under each arm, wrapped them in blankets, and carried them off to the deck-house, Mabel and the maids following, with more blankets and rugs, hastily snatched up. The children were as good as possible. They never cried nor made the least fuss, but composed themselves in the deck-house to sleep for the remainder of the night, as if it were all a matter of course. When I went to see them, little Muriel remarked, "If the yacht is on fire, mamma, had not baby and I better get our ulsters and go with Emma in the boat to the hotel, to be out of the way?" It is the third time in their short lives that they have been picked out of bed in the middle of the night and carried off in blankets away from a fire, so I suppose they are getting quite used to it. There can be no doubt that the preservation of the yacht from very serious damage, if not from complete destruction, was due to the prompt and efficient manner in which the extincteurs were used. It was not our first experience of the value of this invention, for, not very long before we undertook our present expedition, a fire broke out in our house in London, on which occasion the extincteurs we fortunately had at hand rendered most excellent service in subduing the flames. By 3:30 all danger was past, and we began to settle down again, though it took a long time to get rid of the smoke. At 4 o'clock we weighed anchor, and once more made a start from Kobe, and passed through the Straits of Akashi. The wind was dead ahead, but not so strong as when we made our previous attempts. It was bitterly cold, the thermometer in a sheltered place being only 1 degree above freezing, and the breeze from the snowy mountains cutting like a knife. We were all disappointed with our sail to-day, perhaps because we had heard so much of the extreme beauty of the scenery, and this is not the best time of year for seeing it. The hills are all brown instead of being covered with luxuriant vegetation, and all looked bleak and barren, though the outlines of the mountain ranges were very fine. We were reminded of the west coast of Scotland, the Lofoden Islands in the Arctic Circle, and the tamer portions of the scenery of the Straits of Magellan. After passing through the straits, we crossed the Harima Nada, rather a wider portion of the sea, and then entered the intricate channels among the islands once more. There are 3,000 of them altogether, so one may take it for granted that the navigation is by no means easy. The currents and tides are strong, sunken rocks are frequent, and the greatest care is requisite. Indeed, many people at Yokohama urged Tom to take a pilot. We had one lovely view in the afternoon of the island of Yokan-san, with its snowy mountain at the back, and a pretty little village with a few picturesque junks in the foreground. The yacht passed between Okisama and Leisama, steering straight for the cone-shaped little island of Odutsi. Towards dusk we made the light of Nabe Sinayan Yosina, and, steering past it, had to take several sharp and awkward turns to avoid 2 reefs off Miaco and Usisuria. Thus we threaded the St. Vincent's Channel, and, avoiding the Conqueror Bank by another sharp turn, dropped anchor at Imo-ura in Hiroshima precisely at 8:30 p.m. Tom had been on the lookout since 5 a.m., and we were all more or less worn out with the fatigue and excitement of last night.
Friday, February 16th. Off again at 4 a.m. The scenery was much finer than yesterday, and the wind not quite so bitterly cold. About 11 a.m. I heard a hurrying to and fro, and once more the cry of "Fire!" This time it was in the storeroom that it broke out. The iron plates on which the saloon and galley grates are fixed had become red hot, and the wooden deck below had consequently caught fire. The boxes on both sides, containing the stores, were in flames, but they were quickly removed, water was poured down, and the second and third fires were thus soon extinguished. Saturday, February 17th. At 3:15 a.m. we began to slow. At 3:45 the anchor was dropped near the lighthouse of Isaki, and we waited until daylight before proceeding through the straits of Shimonoseki. About 9 o'clock a fresh start was made under steam, but before long the wind freshened, and as soon as the anchorage near the town was reached, we let go once more near 2 men of war, who had preceded us from Kobe, but who were now wind-bound, like ourselves. To our astonishment, we also saw a large ship from Nova Scotia at anchor, the Mary Fraser, although this is not a free port, nor within treaty limits. The gig was lowered at once, and we rowed alongside to gain what intelligence could be learned, as well as to ascertain what likelihood there might be of our obtaining fresh supplies here. The captain was very civil and kind, and volunteered to go on shore with us and act as our interpreter. We landed opposite a large tea-house, where we were immediately surrounded by a crowd of Japanese, who stared at us eagerly and even touched us, only through curiosity. They pursued us wherever we went, and when we entered a tea-house or shop, the whole crowd immediately stopped, and if we retired to the back they surged all over the front premises, and penetrated into the interior as far as they could. A most amusing scene took place at one of the tea-houses, where we went to order some provisions for the yacht. It was a rather tedious process, and when we came out of the back room, we found the whole of the front of the place filled by a gaping, curious crowd. The proprietor suggested that they should retire at once, and an abrupt retreat immediately took place, the difficulties of which were greatly augmented by the fact that everyone had left his high wooden shoes outside along the front of the house. The street was ankle-deep in mud and half-melted snow, into which they did not like to venture in their stockings, but how the owners of 200 or 300 pairs of clogs, almost exactly alike, ever found their own property again, I do not understand, though they managed to clear out very quickly. I believe Muriel and I were the chief objects of attraction. They told us that no European lady or child had ever been at Shimonoseki before. It is not a treaty port, so no one is allowed to land, except from a man of war, without special permission, which is not often given. It is, besides, the key to the inland sea, and the authorities are very jealous about any one seeing the forts. There is only one European resident here, connected with the telegraph, and a dull time he must have of it. The wire crosses the straits a few miles higher up. The streets appeared to be full of soldiers, patrolling singly and in pairs, with fixed bayonets. The temples were being used as barracks, and the principal buildings seemed to be strongly guarded, but otherwise everything appeared to go on as usual. We waded through the mud and snow to the proverbial end of all things, always followed by the same crowd, and stared at by all the inhabitants of the houses we passed. They seemed very timid, and inclined to run away directly we turned round. Still, their curiosity, especially respecting my sealskin jacket and serge dress, was insatiable, and I constantly felt myself being gently stroked and touched. We returned to the yacht, and whilst we were at lunch some officers came on board to say that, This not being a treaty port, we could not purchase any provisions except through them and with special permission. This was soon arranged, and our visitors were rewarded for their trouble by being shown over the yacht. Sunday, February 18th. We were awakened in the night by a heavy gale, with snow and sleet beating furiously on the deck. In the morning the land was covered with snow, the water froze as it was pumped on deck, and the bitter wind howled and whistled through the rigging. In the afternoon the wind even increased in violence, the snowstorms became more frequent, and the sky was dark and overcast. We had service at 11 and again at 4. The sun set cold and stormy, promising a wild night. At times the shore was quite hidden by the snowstorms, though only a few cables' lengths off. Monday, February 19th. The wind and weather became worse than ever, and, as time was precious, Tom decided to retrace our steps for a short distance and go through the Bungo Channel between the islands of Sikok and Kyushu, instead of going out to sea through the Shimonoseki Straits. As in the latter case, the gale would be right in our teeth, and we should make but little progress. Now we shall be under the shelter of Kyushu and the Linshtokten and Luchu Islands for at least 2 days, and so make a fair wind of it. Steering due south, too, we may hope to be soon out of this horrid weather. The only drawback to this plan is that we shall miss seeing Nagasaki, which I much regret. There are no great sights there, but the scenery is pretty and the place is interesting, owing to the fact that it was the first and for many years the only port open to foreigners, and also the scene of the cruel murders of Christians, and the site of the beautiful island of Papenburg. Shanghai I do not think I regret so much, though Tom would have been interested to talk with the merchants about their commerce, and to see their houses, many of which are, I am told, perfect palaces. It would be very cold there, too, at this time of year, and I do so long to lose my cough and feel warm once more. At 8:30 p.m. we weighed and proceeded under steam. The views of the mountains between the snowstorms were lovely, with the fresh fallen snow shining in an occasional gleam of sunshine. We soon passed the Isaki Light, with wind and tide in our favour, and at sunset found ourselves in the open waters of the North Pacific. Tuesday, February 20th. A lovely day, the thermometer already 20 degrees higher than it was yesterday. The wind had dropped, and at 10 a.m. it had become so calm that fires were lighted. It was delightful to see everybody and everything on board, people, children, animals, and birds, all and each sunning themselves and trying to get thawed after the freezing they have had. We have unfortunately lost one of the Hawaiian geese, which I much regret, as it is irreplaceable. None have, I believe, ever been exported before. The pig from Harp Island is very well. We have not seen him all the cold weather, as he has been buried in straw in a box, but they say that the cold has stopped his growth. We were continually passing islands throughout the day, sometimes 6 or 7 being in sight at one time, some with active and more with extinct volcanoes. We saw smoke issuing from 3 of the cones, but by night we were too far off to notice the flames. Wednesday, February 21st. The calm still continues. The sun is bright, the sky blue, and the atmosphere warm. During the night we passed Suwashima, Ikushima, and Yokohama. In the afternoon a light breeze sprang up. We stopped steaming, and before nightfall were bowling along smoothly at the rate of 10 knots. Thursday, February 22nd. The same delightful breeze continued throughout the night and most of the day. By noon we had done 220 miles. Everybody had on summer clothes, and we all felt ourselves gradually expanding after being shriveled up by the cold of the last month. I should never recommend anybody to come to Japan in the winter. You do not see it at its best, I am sure, and the scanty protection afforded by houses and carriages makes travelling a penance rather than a pleasure. Travellers, however, who wish to see Japan should do so at once, for the country is changing every day, and in 3 years more will be so Europeanized that little will be left worth seeing, or a violent anti-foreign revulsion of feeling may have taken place, and then the ports will be closed more strictly than they were even before the execution of the first treaty. Nothing that we can give them do what they really want. Their exports are not large, and they have learned nearly all they care to know from the foreigner.
We have seen many of the European engineers of Japanese vessels, and they all agree in declaring that the natives learn to imitate anything they see done with wonderful quickness. These men also averred that in a few years there will not be a single foreigner employed in Japan, as the Japanese will be quite in a position to dispense with such aid, and although the government pay foreigners in a high position exceedingly well, their service offers no career to a young man. His engagement is for so many years, and when his subordinates have learned to do the work, he may go where he likes. I am bound to add that I have heard the contrary opinion equally strongly expressed, but the facts I have mentioned make me lean rather to the former than to the latter side of the story. Friday, February 23rd. Another pleasant day. The wind dropped, fires were lighted, and at 4:30 p.m. we proceeded under steam. Soon after 7, whilst we were at dinner, the table gave a sudden lurch, which was followed by the sound of rain on the deck above. We found that a breeze had sprung up all at once, and had carried away some of our head sails before they could possibly be taken in. Even under close-reefed canvas we had a most uneasy night, racing along at from 10 to 12 knots an hour. Saturday, February 24th. We were rushing along, literally through the water all day, for there was plenty of it on deck. Not really any great quantity, but sufficient to make everything wet and uncomfortable. At 1:35 we made the island of Aksu, a capital landfall, and very satisfactory in every way, for the sky was too much overcast to get an observation, and the currents hereabouts are strong and variable. During the night the wind fell light, but we maintained a speed of from 9 to 10 knots. Sunday, February 25th. A much finer day. At 8 a.m. we had run 299 knots since the same time yesterday. We met a large steamer and passed a brigantine, also several Chinese junks. About 12 o'clock we saw a flag being waved frantically from a junk not far from us. At first we thought something was wrong with them, but soon a small boat put off with 3 men, and we found on its arrival alongside that it contained a pilot anxious for a job. He was very disappointed that we would not let him come on board, but Tom always likes doing the pilotage himself. The boat was a rough wash-tub kind of affair, not much better than those used by the inhabitants of Tierra del Fuego and Patagonia. About 2 o'clock we entered the tropics, but the weather is now colder again, and not nearly so pleasant as it was 2 days ago. I suppose it is owing to the northeast monsoon. In the course of the afternoon we received several more offers of pilotage, all of which were declined, and at 7:45 we got up steam and lay to all night, ready to go into Hong Kong harbour at daylight. Monday, February 26th. At 4 a.m. we found ourselves close under the light on the eastern end of the island of Hong Kong. We were surrounded by islands, and the morning was dark and thick, so we waited till 5:30 and then steamed on through the Kowloon Passage up to the city of Victoria, as it is really named, though it is generally called Hong Kong. The channel is long and in some places so narrow that it is like going through a mountain pass, with barren hills and rocks on either hand, but the combined effect of the blue waters and red, brown, and yellow hills is very fine. Off the town of Victoria the crowd of shipping is immense, and it became a difficult task to thread our way between the fleets of sampans and junks. The latter are the most extraordinary-looking craft I ever saw, with high overhanging sterns and roll, or rather draw, up sails, sometimes actually made of silk, and puffed like a lady's net ball dress. Then their decks are so crowded with lumber, live and dead, that you wonder how the boats can be navigated at all. But still they are much more picturesque than the Japanese junks, and better sea boats. The sampans are long boats, pointed at both ends and provided with a small awning. They have deep keels, and underneath the floor there is one place for a cooking fire, another for an altar, and a third where the children are stowed to be out of the way. In these sampans whole families, sometimes 5 generations, live and move and have their being. I shall never forget my astonishment when, going ashore very early one morning in one of these strange craft, the proprietor lifted up what I had thought was the bottom of the boat, and disclosed 3 or 4 children packed away as tight as herrings, while under the seats were half a dozen people of larger growth. The young mother of the small family generally rows with the smallest baby strapped onto her back, and the next size one in her arms, whom she is also teaching to row. The children begin to row by themselves when they are about 2 years old. The boys have a gourd, intended for a life preserver, tied round their necks as soon as they are born. The girls are left to their fate, a Chinaman thinking it rather an advantage to lose a daughter or two occasionally. Many of these sampan people have never set foot on shore in their lives, and this water life of China is one of the most extraordinary features of the country. It is what strikes all travellers, and so has tempted me to a digression. A lieutenant from the flagship came on board and piloted us into a snug berth, among the men of war and close to the shore, where we were immediately surrounded by sampans, and pestered by pertinacious Chinese clambering on board. The donkey engine, with well-rigged hose, soon, however, cleared the decks, bulwarks, and gangways, and we were not bothered any more. After breakfast we landed on the Praia, a fine quay, extending the whole length of the town. On it are situated many of the large stores, offices, and markets of the city. The streets are wide and handsome, and the buildings in European style, with deep verandahs and arcades, all built of stone. The town is built on the side of a hill, with ferny, moss-covered banks, overhung by tropical trees, close to some of the principal offices. At the back are the mountains, the peak overhead, with the signal station on the top, always busily at work, making and answering signals with flags as ships and junks enter or leave the harbour. Soldiers and sailors abound in the streets, and if it were not for the sedan chairs and palanquins, in which everybody is carried about by Chinese coolies with enormous hats, one might easily fancy oneself at dear old Gib, so much do these dependencies of the Crown in foreign countries resemble one another, even in such opposite quarters of the globe. We were very anxious to leave the yacht here and go up to Canton, but we find there is no possible hotel at the latter place. This is rather unfortunate, as after our long residence on board and all the knocking about at sea, the yacht requires repairing and refitting. She looks very well painted white, and the change is a great comfort in hot weather; but white paint does not wear well, and in order to maintain her good looks she ought to receive a fresh coat at every port. We can only go up the Pearl River at the very top of the tide, for in several places there are not 14 feet of water over the shoals. It will, therefore, take us 2 or 3 days to accomplish what the steamers do in 6 hours, and a great waste of time will be involved. To-day, for the first time, we have heard pidgin English seriously spoken. It is very trying to one's composure to hear grave merchants in their counting-houses giving important orders to clerks and compradors in what sounds, until one gets accustomed to it, like the silliest of baby talk. The term really means business English, and certain it is that most Chinamen you meet understand it perfectly, though you might just as well talk Greek as ordinary English to them. Take PC Miss Issy, 1 PC bag topside, seems quite as difficult to understand as take the lady's bag upstairs would be, but it is easier to a Chinaman's intellect. From the Praia we went up the hill to write our names in the governor's book. It was a beautiful road all the way, running between lovely gardens and beneath shady trees. Government House is a fine building, situated on a high point of land, commanding extensive views in every direction. After a pleasant chat, we descended the hill again, and proceeded to the Hong Kong Hotel for tiffin. It does not seem a very desirable abode, being large, dirty, and ill-kept. At 1 o'clock a bell rang, and the visitors all rushed in and took their places at various little tables, and were served with a scrambly sort of meal by Chinese boys. After this a carriage was sent for us, and we drove to the racecourse. This is the 4th and last day of the races, and there is to be a ball to-night to wind up with, to which everybody seems to be going. The drive was a very pleasant one, the road presenting a most animated appearance, with crowds of soldiers, sailors, Chinamen, Parsees, Jews, all hurrying along by the side of the numerous sedan chairs and carriages. We were puzzled to imagine where, on this rocky, hilly island, there could possibly be found a piece of ground flat enough for a race course. But the mystery was solved when we reached a lovely little valley about 2 miles from the town, where we found a very fair course, about the size of that at Chester, but not so dangerous. The grand stand is a picturesque object, with its thatched roof, verandas, and sunblinds. The interior, too, looks comfortably arranged, and certainly contains the most luxurious basket chairs one could possibly desire. There are a lawn and a paddock attached, and very good temporary stables, over many of which are private stands and tiffin rooms. Hong Kong races are a great event, and people come down from Canton, Shanghai, Macao, and all sorts of places for them. Everybody knows everybody, and it seems to be altogether a most pleasant social meeting. Many ladies were present. Some of the races were capital, the little Chinese ponies scuttling along at a great pace under their big riders, whose feet seemed almost to touch the ground. There was also a race for Australian horses. But the most amusing event of all was the last scramble for Chinese ponies ridden by Chinese boys, in which horses and riders seemed to be exactly suited to one another. The sun went down, and it grew cold and dark before all was over. The gentlemen walked back to the town, and I went down to the landing place in solitary state, in a carriage driven by an Indian coachman, attended by a Chinese footman. I was immediately surrounded by a vociferating crowd, each individual member of which was anxious to extol the merits of his own sampan. The carriage having driven off, I was quite alone, and had some difficulty in dispersing them, and being allowed to enter the sampan I had selected. However, I did succeed at last, and making my boatmen understand that they were to take me to the White Ship, as the yacht is generally called, returned on board to rest. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. To Canton up the Pearl River. Sails of silk and ropes of sandal, such as gleam in ancient lore, and the singing of the sailors, and the answer from the shore. Tuesday, February 27th. Until 10:30 we were occupied in the pleasant task of reading news from home. All good this time, I am happy to say. At 10:30 we landed, and went up the hill to breakfast with Sir Arthur and Miss Kennedy, and heard a good deal about the colony. It is wonderful to think that 30 years ago it scarcely existed, and now it is a large and flourishing place, with splendid houses, institutions, roads, and gardens. We were also most agreeably surprised by the beauty of the scenery. It is really lovely, and though the hills around are barren, whenever cultivation has been attempted, vegetation appears to flourish luxuriantly. The climate cannot be very bad, judging by the healthy look of the residents and troops. Typhoons seem to be the greatest drawback. They come without any warning, and it is impossible to guard against them and their disastrous effects. Thousands of lives and millions of pounds worth of property are destroyed in a few hours. We have been shown some of the effects of a very severe typhoon that occurred in 1874. It seems almost incredible that the mere force of the wind can snap iron posts in two, break granite columns, and blow off heavy roofs. After breakfast, the ceremony of presenting the departing governor with a state umbrella took place. It was a token of respect from 10,000 Chinese inhabitants of Hong Kong, and is the greatest compliment that can be paid to any official. It arrived in a large camphor wood box, and the address, beautifully embroidered in gold thread and silk, was enclosed in a magnificent sandalwood box, about 4 feet long, covered with the richest carving. Precisely at 12, some 40 vermilion-coloured visiting cards were handed in, with the name of each member of the deputation written in Chinese and English characters. The visitors were all received in a large drawing-room, whilst we ladies observed the proceedings through the doors leading from a smaller room. It is not considered etiquette by the Chinese for ladies to appear at these public ceremonies. After it was all over, a stroll through the town and a look at the shops filled up the rest of the time in the morning,
until we went on board to fetch the children for an expedition up the peak to the signal station. As usual, many visitors came on board the yacht, and it was later than we had intended before we could make a start. I had to be carried up the steep ascent in a chair, but the children and dogs thoroughly enjoyed themselves scampering about. The little ones picked heaps of flowers and ferns. The dogs had not been allowed to land before, as everybody told me they would be sure to be stolen directly. We returned on board before sunset and had time for a little rest before some friends arrived to dinner. We have shipped 2 Chinese boys here to work in the pantry and kitchen. They are excellent servants as a rule, but how they will get on with the others, and how they will like the sea life, remains to be proved. Wednesday, February 28th. I was up and off at 6:30 to the market, and returned to a late breakfast on board, after which a large party of China merchants came as a deputation to invite Tom to fix a day to dine with them. I think they proposed to pay him what is for them an unusual compliment, partly because they were pleased with some remarks he made yesterday at Government House, and partly because they think so much of his enterprise in making a voyage round the world in a yacht with his wife and family. They examined everything on board, and seemed to be specially interested in Tom's Board of Trade certificate, which one of their number translated in full for the benefit of the rest. The Chinese part of the town stands quite away from the foreign settlement. It is dirty and crowded in spite of its wide streets, and the large, gaily coloured houses have the names and advertisements of their proprietors painted all across them. The theatre is in the middle of the city, and was densely crowded. A box had been reserved for us, for the ordinary seats are like a carpenter's bench. On the floor of the house men and women sat together, but in the galleries the men sat apart, and there were separate boxes for the women. The acting was rough, and accompanied by the most discordant music. The scenery seemed of an excessively rudimentary description, as you may imagine when I tell you that a steep hill, up which the hero and heroine climbed with great difficulty, was composed of 5 kitchen chairs arranged in a pyramid on the top of 3 kitchen tables, held in position by men in their ordinary dress. The fugitives were supposed to be a Tartar general and his wife, escaping from their enemies after a great battle. The fighting was renewed at intervals with great noise and spirit. Some of the costumes were very fine, and cost from £30 to £40 apiece. From the theatre we drove to the Chinese hospital, and thence to the Chinese recreation ground, where we saw sundry itinerant quacks and vendors of all sorts of rubbish. As we were walking along, having left our chairs for a few minutes to look at the Chinese shops, a man picked my pocket of a $1 note. Mr. Freer and the doctor saw, pursued, and caught him. He vehemently protested his innocence, but to no avail. They proceeded to strip him, found the note, gave him a good shaking, and told him to go. Thursday, March 1st. A most lovely morning ushered in the new month, which having come in like the most peaceable of lambs, will, we hope, not end like a roaring lion, just as we expect to be in the middle of the Bay of Bengal. We left the yacht at 7:30 and went on board the Kin-shan, which is a regular American river steamer with beam engines and many deck houses, which are painted white. The lower deck is crowded with the most inferior class of Chinese, some 800 of them being on board. It gave us rather a turn to see them all padlocked in under the hatchways and iron gratings. At each opening is posted an armed sentinel, ready to fire among the crowd in case of any disturbance. In the saloon also is a stand of pistols, and rifles with fixed bayonets ready for the European passengers to defend themselves with, in case of emergency. These are very necessary precautions, on account of the numerous pirates who occasionally ship in disguise among the crowd, murder the passengers and crew, and take possession of the steamer. Not quite 2 years ago a vessel belonging to this same company was assailed in that way. Every one on board was murdered, and the ship taken to Macao. Footnote: I have since been told that only the captain and 1 or 2 passengers were killed, and the vessel run ashore near, not at, Macao. End footnote. But this voyage was more prosperous, the captain was most kind and polite, and the boat clean and comfortable. An excellent breakfast and an elaborate tiffin were served at noon, all for the sum of $4 a head, including wine, beer, and spirits ad libitum.
On first leaving Hankow, the course lies between islands and through fine mountain passes. Later on, the country becomes flat and uninteresting till the Bogue forts are reached. Here are to be seen the remains of the old forts knocked down by the French and English guns. About 1 o'clock we reached Whampoa, the leading port of Canton. The Pearl River is too shallow for large steamers to go up any higher, so we stopped here only a few minutes to disembark some of the Chinese passengers, and from this point the interesting part of the voyage began. The river, as well as all the little supplementary creeks, was alive with junks and sampans, masts and sails stuck up in every direction, gliding about among the flat paddy fields. Such masts and sails as they are! The mandarins' boats, especially, are so beautifully carved, painted, and decorated, that they look more as if they were floating about for ornament than for use. Just about 2 o'clock our large steamer was brought up close alongside the wooden pier as easily as a skiff, but it must require some skill to navigate this crowded river without accident. On the shore was an excited, vociferating crowd, but no one came to meet us, and we had begun to wonder what was to become of us, what we should do, and whither should we go in a strange city, where we did not know a soul, when we were relieved from our embarrassment by the appearance of the vice-consul, who came on board to meet a friend. He told us that, owing to an unexpected ball, all the houses were unusually full, and that not one of the people who had been written to could take us in. This was rather bad news, but we felt sure that something would turn up. We landed and, after proceeding a short distance along the dirty street, came to a bridge with iron gates, which were thrown open by the sentry. After crossing a dirty stream, we found ourselves in the foreign settlement, Shameen it is called, walking on nice turf under the shade of fine trees. The houses of the merchants which line this promenade are all fine, handsome stone buildings with deep verandas. At the back there are compounds with kitchen gardens, and under the trees dairy cows are grazing. Every household appears to supply itself with garden and farm produce, and the whole scene has a most English, home-like appearance. We went first to the vice-consul, and then to the Jardin Hong. All the business houses retain the names of the firms to which they originally belonged, even when they have passed into entirely different hands. After a little chat we went on to the Deacon Hong, where we found they had just done tiffin, and where we met some old friends. By the kindness of various people to whom we were introduced, we all found ourselves gradually installed in luxurious quarters. As for us, we had a large room, comfortably furnished in English fashion, with a bathroom attached. All the houses are very much alike, and are fitted up in an equally comfortable style. About 3 o'clock we started in 5 chairs, with Manluk Chin for our guide. Tom vigorously protested against not being allowed to use his own legs, but everybody assured him that it was impossible in the crowded streets of the city, so he had to submit to being carried. No Chinaman, except those employed by foreigners, is allowed to cross any of the bridges over the stream, which completely surrounds the foreign settlement, and makes the suburb of Shameen a perfect island. There are iron gates on each bridge, guarded by sentries. The contrast in the state of things presented by the two sides of the bridge is most marvellous. From the quiet country park, full of large villas and pretty gardens, you emerge into a filthy city, full of a seething, dirty population, and where smells and sights of the most disgusting description meet you at every turn. People who have seen many Chinese cities say that Canton is the cleanest of them all. What the dirtiest must be like is therefore beyond my imagination. The suburbs of the city, where all sorts of cheap eating shops abound, where the butchers and fishmongers expose the most untempting-looking morsels for sale, and where there are hampers of all sorts of nasty-looking compounds done up ready for the buyer of the smallest portion to take home, are especially revolting. The Chinese, however poor, like several courses to their meals, which are served in little bowls on a small table to each person, and eaten with chopsticks as in Japan. It is to gratify this taste that what we should think a very minute fish, or a tiny chicken, is cut up into 6 pieces and sold to several purchasers. The Chinese are very fond of fish, and are most ingenious in propagating, rearing, and keeping them. The dried fish and seaweed shops are not at all picturesque or sweet-smelling, especially as all the refuse is thrown into the streets in front. Men go about the streets carrying pails of manure, suspended on bamboo poles across their shoulders, and clear away the rubbish as they go. I was very glad when we got through all this to the better part of the town, and found ourselves in a large shop where it was cool and dark and quiet. The streets of the city are so narrow that 2 chairs can scarcely pass one another except at certain points. The roofs of the houses nearly meet across the roadway, and, in addition, the inhabitants frequently spread mats overhead, rendering the light below dim and mysterious. Every shop has a large vermilion-coloured board, with the name of its occupant written in Chinese characters, together with a list of the articles which he sells, hung out in front of it, so that the view down the narrow streets is very bright and peculiar. These highways and byways are not unlike the bazaars at Constantinople and Cairo, and different wares are also sold in different localities after the Eastern fashion. This is, in some respects, a great advantage, as, if you are in search of any particular article, you have almost an unlimited choice of whatever the town has to offer. But, on the other hand, if you want a variety of articles, it is an inconvenient arrangement, as you have to go all over the place to find them, and probably have to visit the most opposite quarters. We saw thousands of china vases and bowls and tea and dinner services, some very handsome, but many extremely poor. There were a few specially made for the French exhibition next year, which were exceedingly handsome. We visited an ivory shop and saw some splendid specimens of carving. One man had been for 15 months employed in carving on one side of an enormous elephant's tusk the representation of a battle scene, and on the other that of a Thanksgiving procession. It will take him at least another year to finish the job. It is for the Paris exhibition. It will be quite interesting to look for our old Japanese and Chinese friends and their products on that occasion. From ivory carving we went to a blackwood furniture shop, where we saw some very handsome things, by no means dear considering the amount of time and labour bestowed upon them. We finished up with the temple of the 500 genii, whose 500 carved wooden statues, thickly gilt, all very ugly, and all in different attitudes, stand round the statue of a European in sailor's costume, said to be meant for Marco Polo, but, whoever it may be, evidently considered an object at least of veneration, if not of worship. We now returned through the dirty city to Shameen, and the relief after crossing the bridge into an open space where one could breathe freely and see the blue sky was indescribable. Friday, March 2nd. Before we had finished breakfast, the other gentlemen strolled in from their various quarters, and the drivers and guides arrived from the vice-consuls. A long morning's work had been mapped out for us. 13 sights before luncheon, then a visit to the French consulate, followed by 8 more objects of interest to be seen before we finally crossed the Pearl River to visit the Honan Temple. Quitting the pretty cool suburb by another bridge, we passed through streets quite as dirty as those of yesterday, until the heart of the city had been reached. We went first to the wedding chair shop, where they keep sedan chairs of 4 qualities for hire whenever a wedding occurs. Even the commonest are made gorgeous by silver gilding and lacquer, while the best are really marvels of decorative art, completely covered with the blue lustrous feathers of a kind of kingfisher. In shape they are like a square pagoda, and round each tier are groups of figures. The dresses are also made of expensive feathers, but then they last for generations. There are no windows to these strange conveyances, in which the bride is carried to her future home, closely shut up, with joss sticks burning in front of her. Recently there have been 2 sad accidents. In one case the journey was long, there was no outlet for the smoke of the joss sticks, and when they arrived and opened the chair, the bride was found dead from suffocation. The other accident occurred through the chair catching fire while it was passing through some narrow street under an archway. The bearers became frightened, put down their burden, and ran away, leaving the poor bride locked up inside to be burnt to death. From the chair shop we went to the embroiderers to see them at work. Their productions are exquisite, and it is a pity that better specimens are not seen in England. The process of lacquer making, too, is very interesting. We had, however, to go from house to house to witness it, as only one portion of the process is carried on at each, from the gradual coating of the roughest wood with 3 coatings of varnish until it is finally ornamented with delicate designs and polished ready for sale. In appearance, price, and length of wear there is a vast difference. The next thing to see was the weaving of silk, which is done in the most primitive manner. One man throws the shuttle, while another forms the pattern by jumping on the top of the loom and raising a certain number of threads in order to allow the shuttle to pass beneath them. Then came a visit to the Temple of Longevity, a large Buddhist temple with a monastic establishment of about 90 priests attached to it. It contains 3 shrines with large figures, but nothing specially interesting. There is a large pond in the midst of the garden covered with duckweed, and full of beautiful gold and silver fish of many kinds. The Chinese certainly excel in producing gold and silver and red fish. They are the pets of every household, and are of all colours, some being striped and spotted, and boasting any number of tails from 1 to 5. Outside the temple stands the Jadestone Market, where incredible quantities of this valuable stone change hands before 10 o'clock every morning, both in its rough and its polished state. The stalls are the simplest wooden stands, and the appearance of the vendors is poor in the extreme. The contents of the stalls, however, are worth from £500 to £1,000, not dollars, and there are hundreds of these stalls, besides an entire Jadestone street, which we afterwards visited. We saw several of the shops and asked the prices, as we wished to take home a small specimen, but they had no good carved cups, which were what we wanted, and for what they had they asked an enormous price. Jadestone is a material very difficult to work, and in many cases the result attained is not worth the labour expended upon it. It is more a tour de force than a work of art. For a good stone, green as glass, as it ought to be, they ask from $2,500 to $3,000. For a necklace of beads, $5,000. A set of mandarin's buttons, one large and one small, $50 to $150. After looking at the gold beaters at work, we next made our way to the Temple of the 5 Genii, who are supposed to have founded the city of Canton. Being a Tartar temple, all the gods have a totally different cast of features, and are represented as Tartars with long beards. It is much frequented by women of all classes, and up and down the numerous flights of steps leading from one shrine to another, poor little women tottered and tumbled on their crippled feet, holding on to one another, or leaning on a stick. This temple is interesting as having been the headquarters of the Allied forces during their occupation of Canton from 1858 to 1861. The great bell in front of its principal shrine has been broken by a shot. We then went to see the Flowery Pagoda, built A.D. 512, but now deprived of many of its decorations. The brilliant pagoda, too, so called from having once been covered with snow-white porcelain, is now only a tall brick-pointed tower 9 stories high. By this time we all felt hungry, and began to wend our way towards the yamun. On the outskirts may be seen prisoners in chains, or wearing the cangue, imprisoned in a cage, or else suffering one of the numerous tortures inflicted in this country. I did not go to see any of these horrors, neither did I visit the execution ground, but some of the party did, and described it as a most horrible sight. Skulls were lying about in all directions, one of which had been quite recently severed from its trunk, the ground still being moist and red. Whilst luncheon was being prepared, we were taken over many of the rooms, and through several of the enclosures within the fortified gate. The meal was excellently served by Chinese servants in a charmingly picturesque Tartar room, and after it we wandered about the park, looked at the deer, and admired the Nagasaki bantams. Then it was time to start on a fresh sightseeing expedition, armed with fresh directions. We set out first to the Temple of the Sleeping Buddha, where there is a large, fat, reclining figure, then to the Temple of Horrors, most rightly named, for in a suite of rooms built round 3 sides of a large yard are represented all the tortures of the Buddhist faith, such as boiling in oil, sawing in pieces, and other horrible devices. The yard itself is crowded with fortune-tellers, charm-sellers, deputy prayer-sayers, beggars, and all sorts of natural horrors, exhibiting various deformities. Altogether it is a most unpleasant place, but still it is one of the characteristic sights of Canton. We saw the hotel to-day for the first time. It certainly looks very hopeless. We were anxious to get in there if possible, as we were such a large party, but everybody assured us it was quite out of the question. One gentleman told me he never could fancy using his portmanteau again after even laying it down on the floor for a few minutes. The absence of a decent hotel renders Canton an inconvenient place to visit. The European inhabitants are so very kind, however, that you are sure to find somebody who knows somebody else who will hospitably take you in. From the Temple of the Sleeping Buddha, we went up the height to breathe a little fresh air and to see the 5-storied pagoda at the spot where the Allied forces had encamped, the Chinese groves and the White Cloud Mountains beyond, and to gain a general view of the densely crowded city beneath. It is all too flat, however, to be picturesque. The 3 yamens at our feet, with their quaint towers, grand old trees, flags, and the broad Pearl River on the other side of the city, are the only elements of positive beauty in the landscape. We soon descended the heights again, and passing the Cantonese Viceroy's yamens, paid our promised visit to the French consul. His residence is, if possible, more quaint and beautiful than that of the English representative. The trees are finer, especially one grand avenue leading from the outer gates to the private apartments. We were most kindly received and shown a wonderful collection of embroideries in China. It was a delightful visit, but we could not remain so long as we wished, for we had to see the water clock. The tower in which it stands is approached by a flight of steps, and was built between the years A.D. 624 and 907, but it has been repaired, destroyed, and repaired again several times, having suffered in the bombardment of the town by the Allied fleets in 1857. In the next street, Treasury Street, said to be the finest in Canton, you can buy burning sticks measured to mark the time. They are extremely cheap, but perfectly accurate, and there seems little doubt that they have been used by the Chinese for thousands of years before the Christian era. Here, too, were the large spectacles so much worn, opium pipes with all the paraphernalia for cleaning and smoking them, water pipes in pretty little shagreen cases, and many other curious articles in common use, of which we purchased specimens. In the Feather Street are innumerable shops containing nothing but feathers of all kinds, for mandarins, actors, and ordinary mortals, but the great ambition of every Chinaman is to have a feather from the Emperor. They are all called peacock's feathers, 1-eyed, 2-eyed, or 3-eyed. But in reality many are pheasant's feathers. Some of these are from 6 to 8 feet in length, beautifully marked. I bought 2 pairs over 7 feet long. They are rather rare, as each bird has only 2 long feathers, and these are in perfection for but 1 month in the year. In this part of the town stands a Chinese restaurant, where only cats' and dogs' flesh is served. We passed through innumerable streets, and at last reached the site of the old factories, now only occupied by a large and comfortable house. We were to have embarked in the consul's boat to visit the Temple of Honan across the river, but it was getting late, and every one felt tired, so we went back through more crowded streets to rest a while, before dressing to go out to dinner at 8 o'clock. The dinner was quite English in its style, and the table looked bright with tea roses, heliotrope, and mignonette. The tables had been charmingly decorated by the Chinese servants, and even the menu had been arranged by them. They seemed to save their employer all trouble, even that of thinking, provided the services of really good ones can be secured. We have had one for only a few days, and he does everything for Tom and me. He appears to know exactly what we want to do or to wear, and to foresee all our requirements. But to return to this famous repast, it began with mandarin bird's nest soup, with plover's eggs floating about in it. This is a most delicious and dainty dish and is invariably given to strangers on their first arrival. I had no idea how expensive the nests were, $54 a piece, weighing something under a pound, and it takes 2 or 3 ounces to make enough soup for 10 people. We had a very pleasant evening, talking over our experiences and exchanging news as to our mutual friends. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. Canton and Macao to Singapore. I remember the black wharves and the slips, and the sea tides tossing free, and Spanish sailors with bearded lips, and the beauty and mystery of the ship, and the magic of the sea. Saturday, March 3rd. After our long day yesterday, I did not feel capable of acceding to our guide's proposition of being ready at 6:30 for further explorations before breakfast. Besides, I wanted to see Tom off by the 9 o'clock boat to Hong Kong, whither he is obliged to return in order to keep various engagements. The rest of our party have been persuaded to stay and see a little more of Canton, and to go with some friends to a picnic in the White Cloud Mountains. A man brought home to-day some carved tortoiseshell brushes Tom has given me, with my name carved on them in Chinese. It was no good writing it down for the engraver's guidance, and after hearing it several times, he wrote down 2 characters, but, as the R is always a great difficulty with the Chinese, I much doubt whether the name is really spelt rightly. It was a most lovely day, and after some little delay, we started about 11 o'clock, a party of 17 in chairs. There were 5 ladies and 12 gentlemen, a most unusual proportion for Canton. A few weeks ago they wanted to get up a fancy ball, but there were only 5 available ladies to be found in the city. At present 1 or 2 more are staying here on a visit, and it is hoped that another ball may be arranged during this week, which may boast of at least 10 ladies. We made quite a procession, with all the servants, bearers, etc., and excited much commotion in the narrow streets, where everybody had to make room and squeeze up to the side as best they could. Men ran before to clear the way for us, shouting, yet we were more than an hour going right across the city. On our way we passed through the egg market, saw the pork fat market, and the poulterers' and fowlers' shops. We managed to visit several shops for the sale of real Chinese furniture. It is very handsome but curious in form, and, unless it is specially ordered, is made only for native use. Every Chinese reception room is furnished in precisely the same manner, with very stiff, high armchairs arranged in 2 rows. A small 4-legged square table stands between every 2 chairs, a larger table in the centre, and at the end an enormous sofa, big enough for 6 or 8 people to lie full length across. The sofa and all the chairs have marble seats and backs, and the tops of the tables are also made of marble, or a sort of soapstone, on which may be distinguished natural landscapes, slightly assisted by art. In the bird market I saw numbers of little birds for sale, for the Chinese are very fond of pets, and often take their birds out in a cage with them when they go for a walk, just as we should be accompanied by a dog. They manage to tame them thoroughly, and when they meet a friend they will put the cage down, let the bird out, and give him something to eat while they have their chat. I saw this done several times. Our road next led us through part of the butcher's quarter, where rats were hung up by their tails, and what looked very like skinned cats and dogs dangled beside them. Whole cages full of these animals were exposed for sale alive. Some travellers deny that the Chinese eat cats and dogs and rats, but there can be no question that they do so, though they may be the food only of the lower classes. Nor do puppy dogs appear on the tables of the rich, except on one particular day in the year, when to eat them is supposed to bring good luck. We passed a restaurant where I was shown the bill of fare in Chinese, of which this is a translation. Bill of fare for the day: 1 tael of black dog's flesh, 8 cash. 1 tael weight of black dog's fat, 3 kandareems of silver. 1 large basin of black cat's flesh, 100 cash. 1 small basin of black cat's flesh, 50 cash. 1 large bottle of common wine, 32 cash. 1 small bottle of common wine, 16 cash. 1 large bottle of dark rice wine, 68 cash. 1 small basin of cat's flesh, 34 cash. 1 large bottle of plum wine, 68 cash. 1 small bottle of plum wine, 34 cash. 1 large basin of dog's flesh, 68 cash. 1 small bottle of pear wine, 34 cash. 1 large bottle of Timpson wine, 96 cash. 1 small bottle of Timpson wine, 48 cash. 1 basin of congee, 3 cash. 1 small plate of pickles, 3 cash. 1 small saucer of ketchup or vinegar, 3 cash. 1 pair of black cat's eyes, 3 kandareems of silver. The fish here, as at Hong Kong, are almost always kept alive in large tubs of water with a fountain playing over them. They even keep some sea fish alive in salt water. But it is in the north of China that they excel in rearing fish in large quantities. At Fu Chau, cormorant fishing may be seen to great perfection, and it is said to be a very amusing sight. At last the city gates were reached, and we once more found ourselves outside the walls and able to breathe again. Here a halt was made, and several of the party got out of their chairs and walked, and we were able to chat whilst we wended our way by a narrow path through nursery gardens and graveyards. In fact, the whole of the White Cloud Mountain is one vast cemetery. It is the Chinese Holy of Holies, whither their bodies are sent, not only from all parts of China, but from all parts of the world. Frequently a shipload of 1,500 or 1,600 bodies arrives in one day. The steamboat company charges $40 for the passage of a really live Chinaman, as against $160 for the carriage of a dead Celestial. The friends of the deceased often keep the bodies in coffins above ground for several years, until the priests announce that they have discovered a lucky day and a lucky spot for the interment. This does not generally happen until he, the priest, finds he can extract no more money by divination, and that no more funeral feasts will be given by the friends. We pass through what they call the City of the Dead, where thousands of coffins waiting for interment were lying above the ground. The coffins are large and massive, but very plain, resembling the hollowed-out trunk of a tree. The greatest compliment a Chinese can pay his older relatives is to make them a present of 4 handsome longevity boards for their coffins. Outside the City of the Dead were the usual adjuncts of a large burying place, coffin makers and stone carvers, all living in dirty little cottages, surrounded by pigs, ducks, and young children. Leaving the cemetery and cottages behind, a 2 short drive brought us to a lovely valley, where we were to lunch at the temple of San Chu in one of its fairest gorges. The meal was spread in a large hall in a most luxurious manner, and, as the wind changed almost immediately, and it came on to rain, we felt ourselves fortunate indeed in having reached shelter. We had plenty of wraps, and the bearers ran us down the hill again very quickly, so that we suffered no discomfort. By the time the city walls were reached, the rain had ceased, and a glorious red sunset glowed over the roofs, glinting through the holes in the mats and lighting up all the vermilion boards and gold characters with which the houses and shops are decorated. The shadowy streets were now full of incense, or rather joss stick smoke, for every house and every shop has a large altar inside and a small one without, before which joss sticks are burnt more or less all day long. The streets seemed more crowded even than usual. Each of our bearers struck out a line of his own, and it was not until we reached Shameen that we all met again. Some of the ladies had been rather frightened at finding themselves alone in the dark, crowded city. We were only just in time to dress and go to dinner, after which we examined an interesting collection, chiefly of coins, in process of formation for the French exhibition. They are carefully arranged, and will be most valuable and interesting when complete. The knife and fork coins are particularly curious and rare, some of them being worth as much as $5,000 each as curiosities. All the coins have holes in the centre for convenience of carriage. Sunday, March 4th. There is a fine cathedral at Shameen, in which the services are beautifully performed. A lady kindly lent us her houseboat, and after service we rowed across to Fa Ti to see the gardens of Canton. They are laid out on an island a very short way up the river. The gardens are very wonderful and contain plants cut into all sorts of shapes, such as men, birds, beasts, fishes, boats, houses, furniture, etc. Some are full-sized, others only in miniature. But almost all must have required considerable time and patience to reach their present growth, for their ages vary from 10 to 150 years. There are other plants not so elaborately trained, but the effect of the whole is rather too formal to be pretty. I managed to bring home some euphorbias, cut into the form of junks, and some banyan trees, one 100 and one 50 years old. I believe they are the first that have ever reached England alive and have flourished. Not far from Fa Ti are the duck hatching establishments, and still further up the river are the duck sampans, where the crowds of ducks are reared. They are sent out every morning to get their own living and return at night. Until they learn to obey their keeper's call quickly, the last duck is always whipped. I am told it is most ridiculous to see the hurry of the last half-dozen birds of a flock of some thousands of ducks. I was most anxious to see them, but it is not the right time of year now. The young ducks are only just beginning to hatch, and the old ones are not numerous, and are mostly laying. There was no time to go and see the Temple of Honan, for we were more anxious to avail ourselves of a chance of visiting some interesting places in the Chinese city. We went through a street consisting entirely of fruiterers' shops, to which the name of Kowloon, or fruit market, is applied. In this market, which is of great extent, there is for sale at all seasons of the year an almost countless variety of fruit. A silkworm establishment was pointed out to us in the distance, but we did not go over it, as we had seen many before, and it is not the best season of the year. The silkworms are most carefully tended, the people who look after them being obliged to change their clothes before entering the rooms where they are kept, and to perform all sorts of superstitious ceremonies at every stage of the insect's growth. No one at all ailing or deformed is allowed to approach a building where they are kept. The worms are supposed to be very nervous, and are guarded from everything that can possibly frighten them, as well as from all changes of temperature or disturbances of the atmosphere. Thunder and lightning they are supposed specially to dread, and great pains are taken to shelter them by artificial means, and keep them from all knowledge of the storm. The next place we visited was a bird's nest soup shop street, where we went into one of the best and most extensive establishments. There were 3 or 4 well-dressed assistants behind the counter, all busily occupied in sorting and packing birds' nests. Some of the best were as white as snow, and were worth $2 each, while a light brown one was worth only $1, and the black dirty ones, full of feathers and moss, could be purchased at the rate of $0.25. Certainly the Chinese seem an exception to the rule laid down by some writers, that no people can flourish who do not rest every 7th day. In many ways they are an abnormal people, one striking point in their condition being the state of dirt and filth in which they not only exist, but increase and multiply. The children look healthy and happy too, in spite of these apparent drawbacks, and notwithstanding the fact that in many cases their poor little feet must be cruelly tortured by the practice of bandaging them tightly to make them small. When we got back to Shameen, there was time for a stroll along the Bund. It is very pleasant, for the river runs close under the parapet, and its surface is always covered with junks, sampans, and boats and ships, going swiftly up or down with the strong tide. The walk is shaded with trees, and seats stand at intervals all along it. An agreeable saunter was followed by a quiet, pleasant little dinner, and though we have been here only a few days, we feel quite sorry that this is to be our last night in Canton, so kind has everybody been to us. Monday, March 5th. I was awake and writing from 4:30 this morning, but before I got up, a woman who comes here every day to work brought me some small ordinary shoes which I had purchased as curiosities, and took the opportunity of showing me her feet. It really made me shudder to look at them, so deformed and cramped up were they, and, as far as I could make out, she must have suffered greatly in the process of reducing them to their present diminutive size. She took off her own shoes and tottered about the room in those she had brought, and then asked me to show her one of mine. Having most minutely examined it, she observed, with a melancholy shake of the head, "Miss Issy foot much more good, do much walkie. Mine much bad, no good for walkie." Having said farewell to our kind hostess, we went off in the houseboat to the steamer. There was a great crowd on the lower deck, at least 900 Chinamen, to struggle through in order to reach the European quarters. We found other friends on board who had come to see us off. A few minutes before 9 o'clock the bell rang as a signal for our friends' departure, and we steamed ahead, among such a crowd of sampans and junks that it was more like moving through a town than along a river. No accident, however, occurred, though one junk and one sampan had the very narrowest escape. The voyage down took much longer than our voyage up, on account of the tide being against us, and in consequence we did not reach Hong Kong until 3:30 p.m., when the gig with the children was soon alongside. We got off as soon as we could, for we expected some friends to afternoon tea on board the yacht. There was just time to dress before the visitors arrived, and by 6:30 at least 200 had come. At one time quite a flotilla of boats lay around us, looking very pretty with all their flags flying. I think the people enjoyed it very much as something new, and we only wanted a band to enliven the proceedings. Tuesday, March 6th. The little girls and I went ashore at 7:30 to collect all our purchases with the help of a friend. We glanced at the museum, too, which contains some curious specimens of Chinese and Japanese arms and armour, and the various productions of the two countries, besides many strange things from the Philippine and other islands. I was specially interested in the corals and shells. There were splendid conch shells from Manila, and a magnificent group of Venus flower baskets, dredged from some enormous depth near Manila. There were also good specimens of reptiles of all sorts, and of the carved birds' heads for which Canton is famous. They look very like amber, and are quite as transparent, being carved to a great depth. I believe the bird is a kind of toucan or hornbill, but the people here call it a crane. It was now time to say good-bye to Hong Kong and our kind friends, for we had to go on board the Flying Cloud, which starts for Macao at 2 o'clock precisely, and our passages had been taken in her. Tom could not go with us, as he had fixed to-night for the dinner at which the Chinese gentleman proposed to entertain him, but he came to see us off. We went out of the harbour by a different way, and passed along a different side of the island of Hong Kong, but the scenery was not particularly interesting. Off Chulong, a heavy ground swell, called Pong Chow Hai, made us roll about most unpleasantly. In bad weather, or with a top-heavy ship, this passage could not be attempted. Sometimes there are very heavy fogs, and always strong currents, so that the short voyage of 42 miles is not absolutely free from danger. The town of Macao is situated on a peninsula at the end of the island of the same name. It was the first foreign settlement in China belonging to the Portuguese, and was once a fine, handsome town with splendid buildings. Unfortunately, Macao lies in the track of the typhoons, which at times sweep over it with a resistless force, shattering and smashing everything in their career. These constantly recurring storms,
and the establishment of other ports have resulted in driving many people away from the place, and the abolition of the coolie traffic has also tended to diminish the number of traders. Now the town has a desolate, deserted appearance, and the principal revenue of the government is derived from the numerous gambling houses. We landed at the pier soon after 5 o'clock, and were carried across the peninsula through the town to the praia on the other side. Here we found a large unoccupied mansion situated in a garden overlooking the sea, and, having delivered our Chinese letters, were received with the greatest civility and attention by the comprador and the servants who had been left in charge of our friend's house. The rooms upstairs, to which we were at once shown, were lofty and spacious, opening into a big verandah. Each room had a mosquito room inside it, made of wire gauze and wood like a gigantic meat safe, and capable of containing, besides a large double bed, a chair and a table, so that its occupant is in a position to read and write in peace, even after dark. This was the first time we had seen one of these contrivances. By the direction of the comprador, the house chairs were prepared, and coolies were provided to take us for an expedition round the town, while our things were being unpacked and the necessary arrangements made for our comfort. Macao is a thoroughly Portuguese-looking town, the houses being painted blue, green, red, yellow, and all sorts of colours. It is well garrisoned, and one meets soldiers in every direction. We passed the fort and went up to the lighthouse, which commands a fine view over land and sea, returning home by a different way through the town again, which we entered just as the cathedral bell and the bells of all the churches were pealing the Ave Maria. On our return we found a fire lighted and everything illuminated, and by 8:30 we had a capital impromptu dinner served. Chinese Tommy, who waited on us, had decorated the table most tastefully with flowers. Macao is a favourite resort for the European residents of Hong Kong, who are addicted to gambling. The gentlemen of our party went to observe the proceedings, but to-night there were only a few natives playing at fan-tan, a game which, though a great favourite with the natives, appears very stupid to a European. The croupier takes a handful of copper cash and throws it upon the table. He then with chopsticks counts the coins by fours, the betting being upon the possible number of the remainder. It takes a long time to count a big handful, and you only have 1, 2, 3, or 4 to back. No colours or combinations as at rouge et noir or tren à quaran. At Macao the sleep-disturbing watchmen, unlike those of Canton, come round every hour and beat 2 sharp taps on a drum at intervals of half a minute, compelling you to listen against your will, until the sound dies away in the distance for a brief interval. Wednesday, March 7th. We started soon after 10 o'clock on another exploring expedition, going first in chairs through the town and across the peninsula to where we left the steamer yesterday. Here we embarked, chairs, bearers, and all, in a junk, evidently cleaned up for the occasion, for it was in beautiful order, and mats were spread under an awning upon deck. All along beneath the deck was a cabin, between 2 and 3 feet high, which contained the altar, the kitchen, and the sleeping and living apartments of the family. There was also a dear little baby, 2 months old, which seemed to take life very quietly, while its mother assisted its grandfather to row. We soon reached the island of Chok Sing Toon, and disembarked at a small pier near a village, which looked more like sampans pulled up on the shore than huts or cottages. The children and I rode in chairs, while the gentlemen walked, first over a plain covered with scrubby palms, then through miles of well-cultivated plots of vegetable ground, till we reached a temple, built at the entrance to the valley for which we were bound. Thence the path wound beside the stream flowing from the mountains above, and the vegetation became extremely luxuriant and beautiful. Presently we came to a spot where a stone bridge spanned the torrent, with a temple on one side and a joss house on the other. It was apparently a particularly holy place, for our men had all brought quantities of joss sticks and sacred paper with them to burn. There was a sort of eating house close by, where they remained whilst we climbed higher up to get a view. The path was well made and evidently much used,
judging from the large number of natural temples we found adapted and decorated among the rocks. As usual, our descent was a comparatively quick affair, and we soon found ourselves on board the junk on our way back to Macao, beating across the harbor. Just before tiffin, the yacht made her appearance, causing great excitement in the minds of the natives. The gig was soon lowered and came as close as she could. There was not water enough for her to come within 4 miles of the shore, but we went out to meet her occupants. Tom, who was one of them, looked so ill and miserable that I felt quite alarmed for a few minutes, till the doctor comforted me by assurances that it was only the effect of the Chinese dinner last night, an explanation I had no difficulty in accepting as the correct one after perusing the bill of fare. In their desire to do him honour and to give him pleasure, his hosts had provided the rarest delicacies, and of course he felt obliged to taste them all. Some of the dishes were excellent, but many of them were rather trying to a European digestion, especially the fungus and lichen. One sort had been grown on ice in the Antarctic Sea. The whale's sinews came from the Arctic Ocean, the shark's fins from the South Sea Islands, and the birds' nests were of a quality to be found only in one particular cave in one particular island. To drink they had champagne in English glasses and Iraq in Chinese glasses. The whole dinner was eaten with chopsticks, though spoons were allowed for the soup. After dinner there were some good speeches, the chief host expressing his deep regret that their manners and customs did not permit them to ask ladies, as they were particularly anxious to invite me, and had only abandoned the idea of doing so after considerable discussion. I append the bill of fare. March 6th, 1877. Bill of fare. 4 courses of small bowls, 1 to each guest, viz. Bird's nest soup, pigeon's eggs, ice fungus, said to grow in ice, shark's fins, chopped. 8 large bowls, viz. Stewed shark's fins, fine shellfish, mandarin bird's nest, Canton fish maw, fish brain, meatballs with rock fungus, pigeon stewed with wai shan, a strengthening herb, stewed mushroom. 4 dishes, viz. Sliced ham, roast mutton, fowls, roast sucking pig, 1 large dish, viz. Boiled rockfish, 8 small bowls, viz. Stewed pig's palate, minced quails, stewed fungus, another description, sinews of the whalefish, rolled roast fowl, sliced teals, stewed duck's paw, peas stewed. We went all round the town and then to see the ruins of the cathedral and the traces of the destruction caused by the typhoon in 1874. Next we paid a visit to the garden of Camoens, where he wrote his poems in exile. Footnote. Luís de Camoens, a celebrated Portuguese poet, born about 1520, fought against the Moors and in India, but was often in trouble and was frequently banished or imprisoned. During his exile in Macao, he wrote his great poem, The Lusiads, in which he celebrates the principal events in Portuguese history. End footnote. The garden now belongs to a most courteous old Portuguese, with whom I managed, by the aid of a mixture of Spanish and French, to hold a conversation. The place where Camoens' monument is erected commands, however, an extensive prospect, but we had already seen it, and as Tom was anxious to get clear of the islands before dark, we were obliged to hasten away. On reaching the yacht, after some delay in embarking, we slipped our anchor as quickly as possible, and soon found ourselves in a nasty rolling sea, which sent me to bed at once. Poor Tom, though he felt so ill that he could hardly hold his head up, was, however, obliged to remain on deck, watching until nearly daylight, for rocks and islands abound in these seas, and no one on board could undertake the pilotage except himself. Thursday, March 8th. When I went on deck at 6:30, there was nothing to be seen but a leaden sky, a cold grey rolling sea, and 2 fishing junks in the far distance, nor did the weather improve all day. Friday, March 9th. Everybody began to settle down to the usual sea occupations. There was a general haircutting all round, one of the sailors being a capital barber, and there is never time to attend to this matter when ashore. The wind was high and baffling all day. At night the Great Bear and the Southern Cross shone out with rivalling brilliancy, on either hand an old friend and a new. Saturday, March 10th. A fine day with a light fair breeze. Passed the island of Hainan, belonging to China, situated at the entrance of the Gulf of Tonquin, which, though very barren looking, supports a population of 150,000. Repacked the curiosities and purchases from Canton and Hong Kong, and made up our accounts. About noon we passed a tall bamboo sticking straight up out of the water, and wondered if it were the topmast of some unfortunate junk sunk on the Paranella Shoal. There were many flying fish about, and the sunset was lovely. Sunday, March 11th. We feel that we are going south rapidly, for the heat increases day by day. The services were held on deck at 11 and 4. About 5 o'clock I heard cries of, "A turtle on the starboard bow! A wreck on the starboard bow!" I rushed out to see what it was, and the men climbed into the rigging to obtain a better view of the object. It proved to be a large piece of wood, partially submerged, apparently about 20 or 30 feet long. The exposed part was covered with barnacles and seaweed, and there was a large iron ring attached to one end. We were sailing too fast to stop, or I should have liked to have sent a boat to examine this relic of the sea more closely. These waifs and strays always set me thinking and wondering, and speculating as to what they were originally, whence they came, and all about them, till Tom declares I weave a complete legend for every bit of wood we meet floating about. Tuesday, March 13th. About 2:30 a.m. the main peak halyards were carried away. Soon after we jibbed, and for 2 or 3 hours knocked about in the most unpleasant manner. At daybreak we made the island of Pula Lapata, or Shoe Island, situated on the coast of Cochin China, looking snowy white in the early morning light. The day was certainly warm, though we were gliding on steadily and pleasantly before the northeast monsoon. Wednesday, March 14th. The monsoon sends us along at the rate of from 6 to 7 knots an hour, without the slightest trouble or inconvenience. There is an unexpected current, though, which sets us about 25 miles daily to the westward, notwithstanding the fact that a southerly current is marked on the chart. March 16th. There was a general scribble going on all over the ship in preparation for the post tomorrow, as we hope to make Singapore tonight or very early in the morning. About noon, Pulo Aur was seen on our starboard bow. In the afternoon, being so near the straits, the funnel was raised and steam got up. At midnight we made the Hamburg Light, and shortly afterwards passed a large steamer steering north. It was a glorious night, though very hot below, and I spent most of it on deck with Tom, observing the land as we slowly steamed ahead, half speed. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. Singapore. Betwixt them lawns or level downs and flocks, grazing the tender herb, were interposed, or palmy hillock, or the flowery lap of some irriguous valley spread her store, flowers of all hues, and without thorn the rose. Saturday, March 17th. We were off Singapore during the night. At 5 a.m. the pilot came on board and took us into Tanjong Pagar to coal alongside the wharf. We left the ship as soon as possible, and in about an hour we had taken 43 tons of coal on board and nearly 20 tons of water. The work was rapidly performed by coolies. It was a great disappointment to be told by the harbour master that the governor of the Straits Settlement and Lady Jervois were to leave at 11 o'clock for Johore. We determined to go straight to the Government House and make a morning call at the unearthly hour of 8 a.m.
The drive from the wharf was full of beauty, novelty, and interest. We had not landed so near the line before, and the most tropical of tropical plants, trees, flowers, and ferns were here to be seen, growing by the roadside on every bank and dust heap. The natives, Malays, are a fine-looking copper-coloured race, wearing bright-coloured sarongs and turbans. There are many Indians, too, from Madras, almost black, and swathed in the most graceful white muslin garments, when they are not too hard at work to wear anything at all. The young women are very good-looking. They wear not only one, but several rings and metal ornaments in their noses, and a profusion of metal bangles on their arms and legs, which jingle and jangle as they move. The town of Singapore itself is not imposing, its streets, or rather roads, of wooden huts and stone houses being mixed together indiscriminately. Government House is on the outskirts of the city, in the midst of a beautiful park, which is kept in excellent order, the green turf being closely mown and dotted with tropical trees and bushes. The house itself is large and handsome, and contains splendid suites of lofty rooms, shaded by wide verandas, full of ferns and palms, looking deliciously green and cool. We found the governor and his family did not start until 11:30, and they kindly begged us to return to breakfast at 9:30, which we did. Before finally leaving, Sir William Jervois sent for the colonial secretary and asked him to look after us in his absence. He turned out to be an old schoolfellow and college friend of Tom's at Rugby and Oxford, so the meeting was a very pleasant one. As soon as the governor and his suite had set off for Johore, we went down into the hot, dusty town to get our letters, parcels, and papers, and to look at the shops. There are not many Malay specialties to be bought here. Most of the curiosities come from India, China, and Japan, with the exception of birds of paradise from New Guinea, and beautiful bright birds of all colours and sizes from the various islands in the Malay archipelago. The northeast monsoon still blows fresh and strong, but it was nevertheless terribly hot in the streets, and we were very glad to return to the cool, shady rooms at Government House, where we thoroughly appreciated the delights of the punkah. There are very few European servants here, and they all have their own peons to wait on them, and carry an umbrella over them when they drive the carriage or go for a walk on their own account. Even the private soldier in Singapore has a punkah pulled over his bed at night. It is quite a sight to meet all the coolies leaving barracks at 5 a.m. when they have done punkah pulling. At 4 o'clock, Mr. Douglas called to take us for a drive. We went first to the botanical gardens and saw sago palms and all sorts of tropical produce flourishing in perfection. There were many beautiful birds and beasts, Argus pheasants, lyre birds, cuckoos, doves, and pigeons, more like parrots than doves in the gorgeous metallic lustre of their plumage. The cages were large, and the enclosures in front full of Cape jasmine bushes, covered with buds, for the birds to peck at and eat. From the gardens we went for a drive through the pretty villas that surround Singapore in every direction. Every house outside the town is built on a separate little hill in order to catch every breath of fresh air. There is generally rather a long drive up to the houses, and the public roads run along the valleys between them. It was now dark, and we returned to dine at Government House. Sunday, March 18th. At 6 o'clock this morning, Mabel and I went ashore with the steward and the comprador to the market. It is a nice, clean, octagonal building, well supplied with vegetables and curious fruits. The latter are mostly brought from the other islands, as this is the worst season of the year in Singapore for fruit. I do not quite understand why this should be, for, as it is only a degree above the line, there is very little variation in the seasons here. The sun always rises and sets at 6 o'clock all the year round. For months they have a northeast monsoon, and then for months together a southwest monsoon. We tasted many fruits new to us, delicious mangosteens, lacas, and other fruits whose names I could not ascertain. Lastly, we tried a durian, the fruit of the East, as it is called by people who live here, and having got over the first horror of the onion-like odour, we found it by no means bad.
The fish market is the cleanest and best arranged and sweetest smelling that I ever went through. It is situated on a sort of open platform under a thick thatched roof, built out over the sea, so that all the refuse is easily disposed of and washed away by the tide. From the platform on which it stands, 2 long jetties run some distance out into the sea, so that large fishing boats can come alongside and discharge their cargoes from the deep at the door of the market with scarcely any exposure to the rays of the tropical sun. The poultry market is a curious place. On account of the intense heat, everything is brought alive to the market, and the quacking, cackling, gobbling, and crowing that go on are really marvelous. The whole street is alive with birds in baskets, cages, and coops, or tied by the leg and thrown down anyhow. There were curious pheasants and jungle fowl from Perak, doves, pigeons, quails, besides cockatoos, parrots, parakeets, and lories. They are all very tame and very cheap, and some of the scarlet lories, looking like a flame of fire, chatter in the most amusing way. I have a cage full of tiny parrots not bigger than bullfinches, of a dark green colour, with dark red throats and blue heads, yellow marks on the back, and red and yellow tails. Having bought these, everybody seemed to think that I wanted an unlimited supply of birds, and soon we were surrounded by a chattering crowd, all with parrots in their hands and on their shoulders. It was a very amusing sight, though rather noisy, and the competition reduced the prices very much. Parakeets ranged from 12 to 30 cents apiece, talking parrots and cockatoos from $1 to $5. At last the vendors became so energetic that I was glad to get into the gharry again and drive away to a flower shop, where we bought some gardenias for 1 penny a dozen, beautifully fresh and fragrant, but with painfully short stalks. Towards the end of the southwest monsoon, little native open boats arrive from the islands, 1,500 to 3,000 miles to the southward of Singapore. Each has 1 little tripod mast. The whole family live on board. The sides of the boat cannot be seen for the multitudes of cockatoos, parrots, parakeets, and birds of all sorts, fastened on little perches with very short strings attached to them. The decks are covered with sandalwood. The holds are full of spice, shells, feathers, and South Sea pearl shells. With this cargo they creep from island to island and from creek to creek before the monsoon till they reach their destination. They stay a month or 6 weeks, change their goods for iron, nails, a certain amount of pale green or Indian red thread for weaving, and some pieces of Manchester cotton. They then go back with the northeast monsoon, selling their goods at the various islands on their homeward route. There are many Dutch ports nearer than Singapore, but they are over-regulated, and preference is given to the free English port, where the simple natives can do as they like so long as they do not transgress the laws. As we were going on board, we met the Maharaja of Johore's servant, just going off with invitations to dinner, lunch, and breakfast for the next 2 days for all our party, and with all sorts of kind propositions for shooting and other amusements. Some of our friends came off before luncheon to see the yacht, and we returned with them to tiffin at Government House. At 4 o'clock the carriage came round to take us to Johore. We wished good-bye to Singapore and all our kind friends, and started on a lovely drive through the tropical scenery. There is a capital road 15 miles in length across the island, and our little ponies rattled along at a good pace. There was a pleasant breeze and not much dust, no sun, and a stream ran the whole way by the side of the road. The acacia flamboyant, that splendid tree, which came originally from Rangoon and Sumatra, was planted alongside the road, and produced a most charming effect. It is a large tree, with large leaves of the most delicate green. On its topmost boughs grow gorgeous clusters of scarlet flowers with yellow centres, and the effect of these scarlet plumes tossing in the air is truly beautiful. As we were driving along, we espied a splendid butterfly with wings about 10 inches long. Mr. Bingham jumped out of the carriage and knocked it down with his hat, but it was so like the colour of leaves in grass that in the twilight nobody could distinguish it, and, to our great disappointment, we could not find it. We were equally unsuccessful in our attempted capture of a water snake a couple of feet long. We threw sticks and stones, and our sai waded into the stream, but all to no purpose. It glided away into some safe little hole under the bank. We reached the seashore about 6 o'clock and found the Maharaja's steam launch waiting to convey us across the straits to the mainland. These straits used to be the old route to Singapore and are somewhat intricate. Tom engaged a very good pilot to bring the yacht round, but at the last moment thought that he should like to bring her himself, the result being that he arrived rather late for dinner. The Maharaja and most of the party were out shooting when we arrived, but Sir William Jervois met us and showed us round the place, and also arranged about rooms for us to dress in. Johore is a charming place. The straits are so narrow and full of bends that they look more like a peaceful river or inland lake in the heart of a tropical forest than an arm of the mighty ocean. As we approached, we had observed a good deal of smoke rising from the jungle, and, as the shades of evening closed over the scene, we could see the lurid glare of 2 extensive fires. We sat down 30 to dinner at 8 o'clock. There were the Maharaja's brothers, the Prime Minister, Hakim, or Judge, and several other Malay chiefs, the Governor of the Straits Settlements, his family and suite, and 1 or 2 people from Singapore. The dinner was cooked and served in European style, the table decorated with gold and silver epergnes, full of flowers, on velvet stands, and with heaps of small cut-flower glasses full of jasmine. We were waited on by the Malay servants of the establishment, dressed in grey and yellow, and by the Governor's Madras servants in white and scarlet. The Maharaja and his native guests were all in English evening dress with white waistcoats, bright turbans, and sarongs. The room was large and open on all sides, and the fresh evening breeze, in addition to the numerous punkahs, made it delightfully cool. The Maharaja is a strict Mohammedan himself, and drinks nothing but water. I spent the 3 hours during which the dinner lasted in very pleasant conversation with my 2 neighbours. We returned on board soon after 11 o'clock. Monday, March 19th. Mabel and I went ashore at 6 o'clock for a drive. It was a glorious morning, with a delightfully cool breeze, and the excursion was most enjoyable. We drove first through the old town of Johore, once of considerable importance, and still a place of trade for opium, indigo, pepper, and other tropical products. Nutmeg and maize used to be the great articles of export, but latterly the growth has failed, and, instead of the groves we had expected to see, there were only solitary trees. After leaving the town, we went along a good road for some distance, with cottages and clearings on either side, until we came to a pepper and gambir plantation. The 2 crops are cultivated together, and both are grown on the edge of the jungle, for the sake of the wood, which is burned in the preparation of the gambir. I confess that I had never heard of the latter substance before, but I find that it is largely exported to Europe, where it is occasionally employed for giving weight to silks, and for tanning purposes. The pepper garden we saw was many acres in extent. Some of the trees in the forest close by are very fine, especially the camphor wood, and the great red, purple, and copper-coloured oleanders, which grow in clumps 20 and 30 feet in height. The orchids with which all the trees were covered, hanging down in long tassels of lovely colours, or spread out like great spotted butterflies and insects, were most lovely of all. By far the most abundant was the white phalaenopsis, with great drooping sprays of pure white waxy blossoms, some delicately streaked with crimson, others with yellow. It was a genuine jungle, and we were told that it is the resort of numerous tigers and elephants, and that snakes abound. On our way back through the town, we stopped to see the process of opium making. This drug is brought from India in an almost raw state, rolled up in balls about the size of billiard balls, and wrapped in its own leaves. Here it is boiled down, several times refined, and prepared for smoking. The traffic in it forms a very profitable monopoly, which is shared in Singapore between the English government and the Maharaja of Johore. We also saw indigo growing. The dye is prepared very much in the same way as the gambir. That grown here is not so good as that which comes from India, and it is therefore not much exported, though it is used by the innumerable Chinese in the Malay Peninsula to dye all their clothes, which are invariably of some deep shade of blue. We saw sago palms growing, but the mill was not working, so that we could not see the process of manufacture, but it seems to be very similar to the preparation of tapioca, which we had seen in Brazil. On our passage through the town, we went to look at a large gambling establishment. Of course, no one was playing so early in the morning, but in the evening it is always densely crowded, and is a great source of profit to the proprietor. I could not manage to make out exactly from the description what the game they play is like, but it was not fan-tan. We now left the carriage and strolled to see the people, the shops, and the market. I bought all sorts of common curiosities, little articles of everyday life, some of which will be sure to amuse and interest my English friends. Among my purchases were a wooden pillow, some joss candles, a 2-stringed fiddle, and a few preserved eggs, which they say are over 100 years old. The eggs are certainly nasty enough for anything. Still, it seems strange that so thrifty a people as the Chinese should allow so much capital to lie dormant, literally buried in the earth. At 9:30, the Maharaja, with the governor and all his guests, came on board. His Highness inspected the yacht with the utmost minuteness and interest, though his Mohammedan ideas about women were considerably troubled when he was told that I had had a great deal to do with the designing and arrangement of the interior. At 11:30 the party left, and an hour afterwards we went to make our adieu to the Maharaja. On our departure, the Maharaja ordered 20 coolies to accompany us, laden with fragrant tropical plants. He also gave me some splendid Malay silk sarongs, grown, made, and woven in his kingdom, a pair of tusks of an elephant shot within a mile of the house, besides a live little beast, not an alligator and not an armadillo or a lizard. In fact, I do not know what it is. It clings round my arm just like a bracelet, and it was sent as a present by the ex-Sultan of Johore. Having said farewell to our kind host and other friends, we pushed off from the shore and embarked on board the yacht. The anchor was up, and by 5 o'clock a bend in the straits hid hospitable and pleasant Johore from our view, and all we could see was the special steamer on her way back to Singapore with the Maharaja's guests on board. At Tanjore we dropped our funny little pilot and proceeded on our course towards Penang. The straits are quite lovely, and fully repaid the trouble and time involved in the detour made to visit them. The sun set, and the young moon arose over as lovely a tropical scene as you can possibly imagine. Tuesday, March 20th. At 5:30, when we were called, the doctor came and announced that he had something very important to communicate to us. This proved to be that one of our men was suffering from smallpox, and not from rheumatic fever, as had been supposed. My first thought was that Muriel had been with the doctor to see him yesterday evening, my next, that many men had been sleeping in the same part of the vessel with him, my third, that, for his greater comfort, he had been each day in our part of the ship, and my fourth, what was to be done now? After a short consultation, Tom decided to alter our course for Malacca, where we arrived at 9:30. The doctor at once went on shore in a native prahu to make the best arrangements he could under the circumstances. He was fortunate enough to find Dr. Simon, nephew of the celebrated surgeon of the same name, installed as head physician at the civil hospital here. He came off at once with the hospital boat, and having visited the invalid, declared his illness to be a very mild case of smallpox. He had brought off some lymph with him, and recommended us all to be revaccinated. He had also brought sundry disinfectants, and gave instructions about fumigating and disinfecting the yacht. All the men were called upon the quarter-deck, and addressed by Tom, and we were surprised to find what a large proportion of them objected to the operation of vaccination. At last, however, the prejudices of all of them, except 2, were overcome. One of the latter had promised his grandfather that he would never be vaccinated under any circumstances, while another would consent to be inoculated, but would not be vaccinated. We had consulted our own medical man before leaving England, and knew that for ourselves the operation was not necessary, but we nevertheless underwent it,
pour encourager les autres. While the doctor was on shore, we had been surrounded by boats bringing monkeys, birds, rattan, and malacca canes, fruit, rice, etc. to sell, and as I did not care to go ashore, thinking there might be some bother about quarantine, we made bargains over the side of the yacht with the traders, the result being that 7 monkeys, about 50 birds of sorts, and innumerable bundles of canes were added to the stock on board. In the meantime, Dr. Simon had removed our invalid to the hospital. Malacca looks exceedingly pretty from the sea. It is a regular Malay village, consisting of huts built on piles close to the water, overshadowed by cocoa palms and other forms of tropical vegetation. Mount Ophia rises in the distance behind. There are many green islands, too, in the harbour. By 1 o'clock we were again under way, and once more en route for Penang. Wednesday, March 21st. During the night we had heavy thunderstorms. About 11 a.m. we passed a piece of driftwood with a bird perched on top, presenting a most curious effect. Several of the men on board mistook it for the back fin of a large shark. About 5 p.m. we made the island of Penang. After sunset it became very hazy, and we crept slowly up, afraid of injuring the numerous stake nets that are set about the strait most promiscuously, and without any lights to mark their position. Before midnight we had dropped our anchor. Thursday, March 22nd. At 5 a.m. when we were called, the whole sky was overcast with a lurid glare, and the atmosphere was thick, as if with the fumes of some vast conflagration. As the sun rose in raging fierceness, the sky cleared, and became of a deep, clear, transparent blue. The island of Penang is very beautiful, especially in the early morning light. It was fortunate we did not try to come in last night, as we could now see that we must inevitably have run through some of the innumerable stake nets I mentioned. As we approached Georgetown, the capital of the province, we passed many steamers and sailing ships at anchor in the roads. A pilot offered his services, but Tom declined them with thanks, and soon afterwards skilfully brought us up close inshore in the crowded roadstead. The harbour master sent off, as did also the mail master, but no board of health officials appeared, so, after some delay, the doctor went on shore to find the local medical man, promising shortly to return. He did not, however, reappear, and, after waiting a couple of hours, we landed without opposition. We packed off all the servants for a run on shore, and had all the fires put out in order to cool the ship. Our first inquiry was for an hotel where we could breakfast, and we were recommended to go to the Hôtel de l'Europe. Our demands for breakfast were met at first with the reply that it was too late, and that we must wait till 1 o'clock tiffin, but a little persuasion induced the manager to find some cold meat, eggs, and lemonade. We afterwards drove out to 1 or 2 shops, but anything so hopeless as the stores here I never saw. Not a single curiosity could we find, not even a bird. We drove round the town and out to the governor's house. He was away, but we were most kindly received by Mrs. Anson and his daughter, and strongly recommended by them to make an expedition to the bungalow at the top of the hill. In about an hour and a half, always ascending, we reached the governor's bungalow, situated in a charming spot, where the difference of 10 degrees in the temperature, caused by being 1,500 feet higher up, is a great boon. After tiffin and a rest at the hotel, a carriage came to take us to the foot of the hill, about 4 miles from the town. We went first to a large Jesuit establishment, where some most benevolent old priests were teaching a large number of Malay boys reading, writing, and geography. Then we went a little further, and in a small wooden house under the cocoa trees, at last found some of the little hummingbirds for which the Malay archipelago is famous. They glisten with a marvellous metallic lustre all over their bodies, instead of only in patches, as one sees upon those in South America and the West Indies. The drive was intensely tropical in character until we reached the waterfall, where we left the carriage and got into chairs, each carried by 6 coolies. The scenery all about the waterfall is lovely, and a large stream of sparkling, cool, clear water, tumbling over the rocks, was most refreshing to look at. Many people who have business in Penang live up here, riding up and down morning and evening for the sake of the cool, refreshing night air. One of the most curious things in vegetation which strikes our English eyes is the extraordinary abundance of the sensitive plant. It is interwoven with all the grass and grows thickly in all the hedgerows. In the neatly kept turf round the government bungalow, its long, creeping, prickly stems, acacia-like leaves, and little fluffy mauve balls of flowers are so numerous that, walking up and down the croquet lawn, it appears to be bowing before you, for the delicate plants are sensible of even an approaching footstep, and shut up and hide their tiny leaves among the grass long before you really reach them. From the top of the hill you can see 90 miles in the clear atmosphere, far away across the Straits of Perak to the mainland. We could not stay long, and were carried down the hill backwards, as our bearers were afraid of our tumbling out of the chairs if we travelled forwards. The tropical vegetation is even more striking here, but alas, it is already losing its novelty to us. Those were indeed pleasant days when everything was new and strange. It seems now almost as if years, not months, had gone past since we first entered these latitudes. We found the carriage waiting for us when we arrived at the bottom of the hill about 7 o'clock, and it was not long before we reached the town. The glowworms and fireflies were numerous. The natives were cooking their evening meal on the ground beneath the tall palm trees as we passed, with the glare of the fires lighting up the picturesque huts, their dark figures relieved by their white and scarlet turbans and waistcloth. The whole scene put us very much in mind of the old familiar pictures of India, the lithe figures of the natives looking like beautiful bronze statues, the rough country carts drawn by buffaloes without harness, but dragging by their hump, and driven by black-skinned natives armed with a long goad. We went straight to the jetty, and found to our surprise that in the roads there was quite a breeze blowing, and a very strong tide running against it, which made the sea almost rough. Mrs. and Miss Anson, Mr. Talbot, and other friends dined with us. At 11 they landed, and we weighed anchor, and were soon gliding through the Straits of Malacca, shaping for Achin Head, en route to Galle. It seems strange that an important English settlement like Penang, where so many large steamers and ships are constantly calling, should be without lights or quarantine laws. We afterwards learned on shore that the local government had already surveyed and fixed a place for 2 leading lights. The reason why no health officers came off to us this morning was probably that, smallpox and cholera both being prevalent in the town, they thought that the fewer questions they asked and the less they saw of incoming vessels, the better. Friday, March 23rd. A broiling day, everybody panting, parrots and parakeets dying. We passed a large barque with every sail set, although it was a flat calm, which made us rejoice in the possession of steam power. Several people on board are very unwell, and the engineer is really ill. It is depressing to speculate what would become of us if anything went wrong in the engine room department, and if we should be reduced to sail power alone in this region of calmness. At last even I know what it is to be too hot, and am quite knocked up with my short experience. Saturday, March 24th. Another flat calm. The after forecastle, having been battened down and fumigated for the last 72 hours, was today opened, and its contents brought up on deck, some to be thrown overboard, and others to be washed with carbolic acid. I never saw such quantities of things as were turned out. They covered the whole deck, and it seemed as if their cubic capacity must be far greater than that of the place in which they had been stowed. Besides the beds and tables of 8 men, there were 48 birds, 4 monkeys, 2 cockatoos, and a tortoise, besides Japanese cabinets and boxes of clothes, books, china, coral, shells, and all sorts of imaginable and unimaginable things. One poor tortoise had been killed and bleached white by the chlorine gas. Sunday, March 25th. Hotter than ever. It was quite impossible to have service either on deck or below. We always observe Sunday by showing a little extra attention to dress, and, as far as the gentlemen are concerned, a little more care in the matter of shaving. On other days I fear our toilettes would hardly pass muster in civilized society. Tom set the example of leaving off collars, coats, and waistcoats, so shirts and trousers are now the order of the day.
The children wear grass-cloth pinafores and very little else, no shoes or stockings, Manila or Chinese slippers being worn by those who dislike bare feet. I find my Tahitian and Hawaiian dresses invaluable. They are really cool, loose, and comfortable, and I scarcely ever wear anything else. We passed a large steamer about 7:30 a.m., and in the afternoon altered our course to speak the Middlesex of London, bound to the Channel for orders. We had quite a long conversation with the captain, and parted with mutual good wishes for a pleasant voyage. It was a lovely moonlit night, but very hot, though we found a delightful sleeping place beneath the awning on deck. Monday, March 26th. The sun appeared to rise even fiercer and hotter than ever this morning. I have been very anxious for the last few days about baby, who has been cutting some teeth and has suffered from a rash. Muriel has been bitten all over by mosquitoes, and Maybelle has also suffered from heat rash. Just now, every little ailment suggests smallpox to our minds. About noon, when in latitude 625 north and in longitude 8825 east, we began to encounter a great deal of driftwood, many large trees, branches, plants, leaves, nautilus shells, backbones of cuttlefish, and, in addition, large quantities of yellow spawn, evidently deposited by some fish of large size. The spawn appeared to be of a very solid, consistent character, like large yellow grapes, connected together in a sort of gelatinous mass. It formed a continuous wide yellow streak, perhaps half a mile in length, and with the bits of wood and branches sticking up in its midst at intervals, it would not have required a very lively imagination to fashion it at a little distance into a sea serpent. "Where does all this debris come from?" was the question asked by everybody. "Out of the Bay of Bengal, probably, judging from the direction of the current." We wondered if it could possibly be the remains of some of the trees uprooted by the last great cyclone. At 1:30 p.m. a man cried out from the rigging, "Boat on the starboard bow!" a cry that produced great excitement immediately. Our course was altered, and telescopes and glasses brought to bear upon the object in question. Every one on board, except our old sailing master, said it was a native boat. Some even said that they could see a man on board waving something. Powell alone declared it to be the root of a palm from the Bay of Bengal, and he proved right. A very large root it was, with one single stem and a few leaves hanging down, which had exactly the appearance of broken masts, tattered sails, and torn rigging. We went close alongside to have a good look at it. The water was as clear as crystal, and beneath the surface were hundreds of beautifully coloured fish, greedily devouring something, I suppose small insects or fish entangled among the roots. Tuesday, March 27th. It requires a great effort to do anything, except before sunrise or after sunset, owing to the intense heat, and when one is not feeling well it makes exertion still more difficult. At night the heat below is simply unbearable, the cabins are deserted, and all mattresses are brought up on deck. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam by Anna Brassey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dovie Cross, Taos, New Mexico. Ceylon. Thus was this place a happy rural seat of various views, groves whose rich trees wept odorous gums and balm, others whose fruit, burnished with golden rind, hung amiable, Hesperian fables true. Wednesday, March 28th. At midnight the wind was slightly ahead, and we could distinctly smell the fragrant breezes and spicy odors of Ceylon. We made the eastern side of the island at daylight, and coasted along its palm-fringed shores all day. I had been very unwell for some days past, but this delightful indication of our near approach to the land seemed to do me good at once. If only the interior is as beautiful as what we can see from the deck of the yacht, my expectations will be fully realized, brilliant as they are. As the sun set, the beauty of the scene from the deck of the yacht seemed to increase. We proceeded slowly, and at about 9 o'clock were in the roads of Galle and could see the ships at anchor. Tom did not like to venture further in the dark without a pilot, and accordingly told the signalman to make signals for one, but being impatient he sent up a rocket besides burning blue lights, a mistake which had the effect of bringing the first officer of the P&O steamship Puna on board, who thought perhaps we had got aground or were in trouble of some sort. He also informed us that pilots never came off after dark, and kindly offered to show us a good anchorage for the night. Thursday, March 29th. The pilot came off early, and soon after 6 we dropped anchor in Galle Harbor. The entrance is fine, and the bay one of the most beautiful in the world. The picturesque town, with its old buildings and the white surf dashing in among the splendid cocoa trees, which grow down to the water's edge, combined to make up a charming picture. We went on board the Puna to breakfast as arranged, and afterwards all over the ship, which is in splendid order. Thence we went ashore to the Oriental Company's Hotel, a most comfortable building with a large shady veranda, which today was crowded by passengers from the Puna. At tiffin there was a great crowd, and we met some old friends. At 3 o'clock we returned to the yacht to show her to the captain of the Puna and some of his friends, and an hour later we started in 2 carriages for a drive to Wakwala, a hill commanding a splendid view. The drive was delightful, and the vegetation more beautiful than any we have seen since leaving Tahiti, but it would have been more enjoyable if we had not been so pestered by boys selling flowers and bunches of mace in various stages of development. It certainly is very pretty when the peach-like fruit is half open and shows the network of scarlet mace surrounding the brown nutmeg within. From Wakwala the view is lovely, over paddy fields, jungle, and virgin forest, up to the hills close by and to the mountains beyond. There is a small refreshment room at the top of the hill, kept by a nice little mulatto woman and her husband. Here we drank lemonade, ate mangoes, and watched the sun gradually declining, but we were obliged to leave before it had set, as we wanted to visit the cinnamon gardens on our way back. The prettiest thing in the whole scene was the river running through the middle of the landscape, and the white-winged, scarlet-bodied cranes disporting themselves along the banks among the dark green foliage and light green shoots of the crimson-tipped cinnamon trees. We had a glorious drive home along the seashore, under coconut trees, among which the fireflies flitted, and through which we could see the red and purple afterglow of the sunset. Ceylon is, as everyone knows, celebrated for its real gems, and almost as much for the wonderful imitations offered for sale by the natives. Some are made in Birmingham and exported, but many are made here and in India, and are far better in appearance than ours, or even those of Paris. More than once in the course of our drive, half-naked Indians produced from their waistcloths rubies, sapphires, and emeralds, for which they asked from 1 to 4,000 rupees, and gratefully took 4d, after a long run with the carriage and much vociferation and gesticulation. After a table d'hôte dinner at the hotel, we went off to the yacht in a pilot boat. The buoys were all illuminated, and boats with 4 or 5 men in them, provided with torches, were in readiness to show us the right way out. By 10 o'clock we were outside the harbor and on our way to Colombo. Friday, March 30th. It rained heavily during the night, and we were obliged to sleep in the deck-house instead of on deck. At daylight all was again bright and beautiful, and the coconut-clad coast of Ceylon looked most fascinating in the early morning light. About 10 o'clock we dropped our anchor in the harbor at Colombo, which was crowded with shipping. 175,000 coolies have been landed here within the last 2 or 3 months. Consequently, labor is very cheap this year in the coffee plantations. The instant we anchored, we were, of course, surrounded by boats selling every possible commodity and curiosity, carved ebony, ivory, sandalwood, and models of the curious boats in use here. These boats are very long and narrow, with an enormous outrigger and large sail, and when it is very rough, nearly the whole crew of the boat go out one by one and sit on the outrigger to keep it in the water, from which springs the Singalese saying, 1 man, 2 men, 4 men breeze. The heat was intense, though there was a pleasant breeze under the awning on deck. We therefore amused ourselves by looking over the side and bargaining with the natives, until our letters, which we had sent for, arrived. About 1 o'clock we went ashore, encountering on our way some exceedingly dreadful smells, wafted from ships laden with guano, bones, and other odoriferous cargoes. The inner boat harbor is unsavory and unwholesome to the last degree, and is just now crowded with many natives of various castes from the south of India. Colombo is rather a European-looking town, with fine buildings and many open green spaces, where there were actually soldiers playing cricket with great energy under the fierce rays of the midday sun. We went at once to an hotel and rested, loitering after tiffin in the veranda, which was as usual crowded with sellers of all sorts of Indian things. Most of the day was spent in driving about, and having made our arrangements for an early start tomorrow, we then walked down to the harbor, getting drenched on our way by a tremendous thunderstorm. Saturday, March 31st. Up early, and after rather a scramble, we went ashore at 7 o'clock, just in time to start by the first train to Kandy. There was not much time to spare, and we therefore had to pay sovereigns for our tickets instead of changing them for rupees, thereby receiving only 10 instead of 11.5, the current rate of exchange that day. It seemed rather sharp practice on the part of the railway company, alias the government, to take sovereigns in at the window at 10 rupees and sell them at the door for 11.5, to speculators waiting ready and eager to clutch and sell them again at an infinitesimally small profit. The line to Kandy is always described as one of the most beautiful railways in the world, and it certainly deserves the character. The first part of the journey is across jungle and through plains. Then one goes climbing up and up, looking down on all the beauties of tropical vegetation, to distant mountains shimmering in the glare and haze of the burning sun. The carriages were well ventilated and provided with double roofs, and were really tolerably cool. About 9 o'clock we reached Ambepussa, and the scenery increased in beauty from this point. A couple of hours later we reached Peradeniya, the junction for Gampola. Here most of the passengers got out, bound for Narela Ilia, the Centurium of Ceylon, 7,000 feet above the sea. Soon after leaving the station, we passed the Satinwood Bridge. Here we had a glimpse of the Botanical Garden at Kandy, and soon afterwards reached the station. We were at once rushed at by 2 telegraph boys, each with a telegram of hospitable invitation, whilst a third friend met us with his carriage and asked us to go at once to his house a few miles out of Kandy. We hesitated to avail ourselves of his kind offer, as we were such a large party, but he insisted and at once set off to make things ready for us, whilst we went to breakfast and rest at a noisy, dirty, and uncomfortable hotel. It was too hot to do anything except to sit in the veranda and watch planter after planter come in for an iced drink at the bar. The town is quite full for Easter, partly for the amusements and partly for the church services, for on many of the coffee estates there is no church within a reasonable distance. About 4 o'clock the carriage came round for us, and having dispatched the luggage in a gharry, we drove round the lovely lake, and so out to Peradeniya, where our friend lives, close to the Botanic Gardens. Many of the huts and cottages by the roadside have smallpox written upon them in large letters, in 3 languages, English, Sanskrit, and Sinhalese, a very sensible precaution, for the natives are seldom vaccinated, and this terrible disease is a real scourge amongst them. Having reached the charming bungalow, it was a real luxury to lounge in a comfortable, easy chair in a deep, cool veranda, and to inhale the fragrance of the flowers, whilst lazily watching the setting of the sun. Directly it dipped below the horizon, glowworms and fireflies came out, bright and numerous, as though the stars had come down to tread, or rather fly, a fairy dance, among the branches of the tall palm trees high overhead. Our rooms were most comfortable and the baths delicious. After dinner we all adjourned once more to the veranda to watch the dancing fireflies, the lightning, and the heavy thunderclouds, and enjoy the cool evening breeze. You in England, who have never been in the tropics, cannot appreciate the intense delight of that sensation. Then we went to bed, and passed a most luxurious night of cool and comfortable sleep, not tossing restlessly about as we had been doing for some time past. Sunday, April 1st. I awoke before daylight. Our bed faced the windows, which were wide open, without blinds, curtains, or shutters, and I lay and watched the light gradually creeping over the trees, landscape, and garden, and the sun rising glorious from behind the distant mountains, shining brightly into the garden, drawing out 1,000 fresh fragrances from every leaf and flower. By 7 o'clock we found ourselves enjoying an early tea within the pretty bungalow in the centre of the Botanic Gardens, and thoroughly appreciating delicious fresh butter and cream, the first we have tasted for ages. We went for the most delightful stroll afterwards, and saw for the first time many botanical curiosities, and several familiar old friends growing in greater luxuriance than our eyes are even yet accustomed to. The groups of palms were most beautiful. I never saw anything finer than the talipot palm and the areca, with the beetle vine climbing round it, besides splendid specimens of the ketul or jaggery palm. Then there was the palmyra, which to the inhabitant of the north of Ceylon is what the coconut is to the inhabitant of the south: food, clothing, and lodging. The pitcher plants and the rare scarlet amherstia looked lovely, as did also the great groups of yellow and green-stemmed bamboos. There were magnolias, shaddocks, hibiscus, the almost too fragrant yellow-flowered champak, sacred to Hindu mythology, nutmeg and cinnamon trees, tea and coffee, and every other conceivable plant and tree, growing in the wildest luxuriance. Through the centre of the gardens flows the river Ambanganja, and the whole 140 acres are laid out so like an English park that, were it not for the unfamiliar foliage, you might fancy yourself at home. We drove back to our host's to breakfast, and directly afterwards started in 2 carriages to go to church at Kandy. The church is a fine, large building, lofty and cool, and well ventilated. This being Easter Sunday, the building was lavishly decorated with palms and flowers. The service was well performed, and the singing was excellent. The sparrows flew in and out by the open doors and windows. One of the birds was building a nest in a corner, and during the service she added to it a marabet feather, a scrap of lace, and an end of pink riband. It will be a curious nest when finished, if she adds at this rate to her miscellaneous collection. After church we walked to the Government House. Sir William Gregory is, unfortunately for us, away in Australia, and will not return till just after our departure. The entrance to it was gay with gorgeous scarlet lilies, brought over by some former governor from South America. It is a very fine house, but unfinished. We wandered through the banquet halls deserted, and then sat a little while in the broad, cool, airy veranda, looking into the beautiful garden and on to the mountain beyond. At 11:30 it was time to leave this delightfully cool, retired spot, and to drive to a very pleasant luncheon, served on a polished round walnut-wood table, without any tablecloth, a novel and pretty plan in so hot a climate. As soon as it became sufficiently cool, we went on round the upper lake and to the hills above, whence we looked down upon Kandy, one of the most charmingly placed cities in the world. As we came back, we stopped for a few minutes at the court, a very fair specimen of florid Hindu architecture, where the judges sit and justice of all kinds is administered, and where the Prince of Wales held the installation of the Order of St. Michael and St. George during his visit. We also looked in at some of the bazaars to examine the brass chatties and straw work. Then came another delicious rest in the veranda among the flowers until it was time for dinner. Such flowers as they are! The Cape jessamines are in full beauty just now, and our host breaks off for us great branches laden with the fragrant bloom. Monday, April 2nd. Before breakfast I took a stroll all round the place with our host to look at his numerous pets, which includes spotted deer, monkeys, and all sorts of other creatures. We also went to the stables and saw first the horses and the horse-keepers with their pretty Indian wives and children. Then we wandered down to the bamboo-fringed shores of the river, which rises in the mountains here, and flows right through the island to Trincomalee. At 11 o'clock Tom and I said good-bye to the rest of the party, and went by train to Gampola to take the coach to Narera Ilaya, where we were to stay with an old friend. We went only a dozen miles in the train, and then were turned out into what is called a coach, but is really a very small rough wagonette, capable of holding 6 people with tolerable comfort, but into which 7, 8, and even 9 were crammed. By the time the vehicle was fully laden, we found there was positively no room for even the one box into which Tom's things and my own had all been packed, so we had to take out indispensable necessaries and tie them up in a bundle like true sailors out for a holiday, leaving our box behind, in charge of the station master until our return. The first part of the drive was not very interesting, the road passing only through paddy fields and endless tea and coffee plantations. We reached Pusilaua about 2 o'clock, where we found a rough and ready sort of breakfast awaiting us. Thence we had a steep climb through some of the finest coffee estates in Ceylon, belonging to the Rothschilds, until we reached Rangebodè. Here there was another delay of half an hour, but although we were anxious to get on, to arrive in time for dinner, it was impossible to regret stopping amidst this lovely scenery. The house which serves as a resting place is a wretched affair, but the view from the veranda in front is superb. A large river falls headlong over the steep wall of rock, forming 3 splendid waterfalls, which, uniting and rushing under a fine one-arched bridge, complete this scene of beauty and grandeur. We were due at Narera Ilaya at 6, but we had only 1 pair of horses to drag our heavy load up the steep mountain road, and the poor creatures jibbed, kicked over the traces, broke them 3 times, and more than once were so near going over the edge of the precipice that I jumped out, and the other passengers, all gentlemen, walked the whole of that stage. The next was no better, the fresh pair of horses jibbing and kicking worse than ever. At last one kicked himself free of all the harness and fell on his back in a deep ditch. If it had not been so tiresome, it really would have been very laughable, especially as everybody was more or less afraid of the poor horse's heels and did not in the least know how to extricate him. In this dilemma, our hunting experiences came in usefully, for, with the aid of a trace, instead of a stirrup leather, passed round his neck, 6 men managed to haul the horse onto his legs again, but the pitchy darkness rendered the repair of damages an exceedingly difficult task. The horses, moreover, even when once more in their proper position, declined to move, but the gentlemen pushed and the drivers flogged and shouted, and very slowly and with many stops we ultimately reached the end of that stage. Here we found a young horse, who had no idea at all of harness, so, after a vain attempt to utilize his services, another was sent for, thus causing further delay. It was now 9 o'clock, and we were all utterly exhausted. We managed to procure from a cottage some new-laid eggs and cold spring water, and these, eaten raw, with a little brandy from a hunting flask, seemed to refresh us all. There was again a difficulty in starting, but once fairly under way, the road was not so steep, and the horses went better. I was now so tired, and had grown so accustomed to hairbreadth escapes, that, however near we went to the edge of the precipice, I did not feel capable of jumping out, but sat still and watched listlessly, wondering whether we should really go over or not. After many delays we reached Headquarter House, where the warmth of the welcome our old friend gave us soon made us forget how tired we were. They had waited dinner until 7:30, and had then given us up. There were blazing wood fires both in the drawing-room and in our bedroom, and in 5 minutes a most welcome dinner was put before us. Afterwards we could have stayed and chatted till midnight, but we were promptly sent off to bed and desired to reserve the rest of our news until morning. Tuesday, April 3rd. At 10 o'clock breakfast afforded us ample opportunity for a delicious rest and letter-writing beforehand. Afterwards we strolled round the garden, full of English flowers, roses, carnations, mignonette, and sweet peas. Tom and the gentlemen went for a walk, whilst we ladies rested and chatted and wrote letters. After lunch we all started a large party to go to the athletic sports on the race course, where an impromptu sort of grand stand had been erected, literally a stand, for there were no seats. There were a great many people, and the regimental band played very well. To us it appeared a warm, damp day, although the weather was much cooler than any we have felt lately. This is the week of the year, and everybody is here from all parts of the island. People who have been long resident in the tropics seem to find it very cold, for the men wore greatcoats and ulsters, and many of the ladies velvet and sables or sealskin jackets. On the way back from the sports, we drove round to see something of the settlement. It cannot be called a town, for though there are a good many people and houses, no two are within half a mile of one another. There are 2 packs of hounds kept here, one to hunt the big elk, the other a pack of harriers. The land leeches, which abound in this neighbourhood, are a great plague to horses, men, and hounds. It rained last night, and I was specially cautioned not to go on the grass or to pick flowers, as these horrid creatures fix on one's ankle or arm without the slightest warning. I have only seen one, I am thankful to say, and have escaped a bite, but everybody seems to dread and dislike them. After dinner we went to a very pleasant ball given by the Gincana Club at the barracks. The room was prettily decorated with the racing jackets and caps of the riders in the races, and with scarlet wreaths of geranium and hibiscus mingled with lycopodium ferns and selaginella. We did not remain very late at the ball, as we had to make an early start next morning, but the drive home in the moonlight was almost as pleasant as any part of the entertainment.
Wednesday, April 4th. We were called at 4 o'clock and breakfasted at 5, everybody appearing either in dressing gowns or in habits to see us set off. They all tried to persuade us to stay for the meet of the hounds at the house today. Another ball tonight and more races, and another ball tomorrow. But we are homeward bound and must hurry on. It was a lovely morning, and we waited with great patience at the post house for at least an hour and a half, and watched the hounds come out, meet, find, and hunt a hare up and down and across the valley with merry ringing notes that made us long to be on horseback. We saw all the racehorses returning from their morning gallop, and were enlightened by the size as to their names and respective owners. There were several people, a great deal of luggage, and, though last not least, Her Majesty's mails, all waiting like us for the coach. About 6:45 a message arrived to the effect that the horses would not come up the hill. They had been jibbing for more than an hour, so would we kindly go down to the coach? A swarm of coolies immediately appeared from some mysterious hiding place and conveyed us all, bag and baggage, down the hill and packed us into the coach. Even this concession on our part did not induce the horses to make up their minds to move for at least another quarter of an hour. Then we had to stop at the hotel to pick up somebody else, but at last we had fairly started, 11 people in all, some inside and some perched on a box behind. The horses were worse than ever, tired to death, poor things, and as one lady passenger was very nervous and insisted on walking up all the acclivities, we were obliged to make up our pace down the hills. The pass looked lovely by daylight, and the wildflowers were splendid, especially the white datura and scarlet rhododendron trees, which were literally covered with bloom. By daylight, the appearance of the horses was really pitiable in the extreme. Worn-out, half-starved wretches, covered with wounds and sores from collars and harness, and with traces of injuries they inflict on themselves in their struggles to get free. When once we had seen their shoulders, we no longer wondered at their reluctance to start. It really made one quite sick to think even of the state they were in. If some of the permanent officials were to devote a portion of their time to endeavors to introduce American coaches and to ameliorate the condition of the horses on this road, they would indeed confer a boon on their countrymen. The coachman, who was as black as jet and who wore very little clothing, was a curious specimen of his class and appeared by no means skilled in his craft. He drove the whole way down the steep zigzag road with a loose rein. At every turn the horses went close to the precipice, but were turned in the very nick of time by a little black boy who jumped down from behind and pulled them round by their traces without touching the bridle. We stopped at Rangbody for breakfast and again at Pusilaua. This seemed a bad arrangement, for we were already late. It resulted in the poor horses having to be unmercifully flogged in order to enable us to catch the train at Gampola, failing which the coach proprietors would have had to pay a very heavy penalty. From Gampola we soon arrived at Peradeniya, where we met Mr. Freer, who was going down to Colombo. Tom had decided previously to go straight on, so as to have the yacht quite ready for an early start tomorrow. I, in the meantime, went to our former hosts for one night to pick up Maybelle and the waifs and strays of luggage. On my way from the station to the house, going over the Satinwood Bridge, from which there is a lovely view of the Peacock Mountain, I saw an Englishman whom we had observed before,
washing stones in the bed of the river for gems. He has obtained some rubies and sapphires, though only of small size, and I suppose he will go on washing forever, hoping to find something larger and more valuable. On one part of the coast of the island near Managan, the sands on the side of one of the rivers are formed of rubies, sapphires, garnets, and other precious stones washed down by the current, but they are all ground to pieces in the process, not one being left as big as a pin's head. The effect in the sunlight when this sand is wet with the waves is something dazzling, and proves that the accounts of my favorite Sinbad are not so fabulous as we prosaic mortals try to make out. The island must be rich in gems, for they seem to be picked up with hardly any trouble. At Nura Elia it is a favorite amusement for picnic parties to go out gem hunting, and frequently they meet with very large and valuable stones by the riverside, or near deserted pits, large garnets, cinnamon stone, splendid cat's eyes, amethysts, matura diamonds, moonstone, aquamarine, tourmaline rubies, and sapphires. On my arrival at the house, I found that Mabel had just returned with some friends who had kindly taken charge of her during our absence, and that a very old friend had arrived almost directly we left on Monday, and had departed early this morning to climb Adam's Peak, the ascent of which is a long and tedious affair, but it cannot be difficult, as thousands of aged and infirm pilgrims go every year to worship at the Buddhist or Mohammedan temples at the summit. The giant footprint has been reverenced alike by both religions from the earliest ages. Its existence is differently accounted for, however, by the two sects. The Buddhists say that it is the footprint of Buddha, and that an account of its origin was written 300 or 400 years B.C. The Mohammedans say that it is the first step Adam took when driven out of paradise. They do not quarrel about it, however, but live very happily close beside one another in their respective temples on the very small summit of the mountain. The iron chains, still used by the pilgrims and visitors to assist them up the last weary flight of steps, are said to have been placed there in the time of Alexander the Great, and are mentioned by successive historians. After lunch I went to rest, thoroughly tired out with the hard work of the last 2 days, whilst the gentlemen went into Kandy to see Buddha's tooth and a Brahmin temple. Just before sunset we went to have a last look at those lovely botanical gardens. They were more beautiful than ever in the afternoon light, and I saw many things which had escaped my notice before. I have made acquaintance with the taste of all sorts of new fruits while here, more than in our former journey, but this is to be explained by the proximity of the botanical gardens. I expected to revel in fruit all through the tropics, but, except at Tahiti, we have not done so at all. There is one great merit in tropical fruit, which is, that however hot the sun may be, when plucked from the tree, it is always icy cold. If left for a few minutes, however, it becomes as hot as the surrounding atmosphere, and the charm is gone. On my return, when I went to dress for dinner, I found on my table a nasty-looking black beast about 6 inches long. It looked very formidable in the half-light, like a scorpion or centipede. It turned out, however, to be quite harmless and a sort of millipede, and rather handsome, with jet-black rings and hundreds of orange-colored legs. There are a great many venomous snakes in Ceylon, but they always get out of the way as fast as they can and never bite Europeans. All the roofs of the thatched bungalows swarm with rats, and in every house is kept a rat snake, which kills and eats these rats. I more than once heard a great scuffle going on over my bedroom, which generally ended in a little squeak, indicating that the snake had killed and was about to eat his prey. One of the snakes came out one day in front of my window and hung down 2 or 3 feet from the roof. If I had not been previously assured that he was perfectly harmless, it would have been a rather alarming apparition in the dark, and even as it was, I must confess that for a moment I did feel rather frightened, as I watched him spying about, darting his forked tongue in and out, and looking quite ready for a spring at my face. Thursday, April 5th. Another early start by the 7 o'clock train to Colombo. We were very sorry to say goodbye to our kind host, and when we took our departure, we were quite laden with flowers, good wishes, and messages from mutual friends in England.
It was a rather hot journey down, and the train seemed full, but the scenery was lovely. As we approached Colombo, the heat became greater, and in the town itself it was almost insupportable. We breakfasted at the hotel in the fort, where we were joined by Tom. There is one very curious thing about the hotels here. The sitting rooms are all 2 stories high, with pointed, raftered roofs. The bedrooms are only screened off from each other, and from the central room by partitions 8 or 10 feet high, so that you can hear everything going on from end to end of the building. I am not at all sure that the larger amount of ventilation secured by this plan compensates for the extra amount of noise and want of privacy, especially when, as was the case today, there is a crying baby who refuses to be pacified in one of the rooms, a poor little girl ill with whooping cough in another, and some very noisy people who are making themselves both unhappy and cross over some lost keys in a third. While we were at breakfast, the crows were most amusing and impertinent. Every door and window was open, and they were perched on the top of the punkah, or on the iron crossbars supporting the roof, watching their opportunity to pounce down and carry off the bits left on our plates. They did not seem to mind the waiters a bit, and, with their heads cocked on one side, looked as droll and saucy as possible. People tell you all sorts of funny stories about them, but though they are very entertaining to watch and apparently perfectly tame, it appears to be impossible to capture one alive. By the time breakfast was over, we found that the Sunbeam was already underway and steaming about the anchorage, so it was not long before we were once more on board. Going out of the harbor, we passed a large steamer whose passengers and crew cheered us and waved their handkerchiefs until we were out of sight, and with that pleasant, homely sound ringing in our ears, we bade a last farewell to Colombo and started on another stage of our homeward voyage. The heat was intense, and there was a roll outside which at once made me feel very uncomfortable. There was no wind all the afternoon, and the sun sank into the sea, glorious and golden, as we took our last look at the lovely island of Ceylon, the land of spice and fragrance and beauty. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam, Our Home on the Ocean for 11 Months. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Voyage in the Sunbeam, Our Home on the Ocean for 11 Months by Anna Brassey. Chapter 26 To Aden. Heaven speed the canvas, gallantly unfurled, to furnish and accommodate a world, to give the pole the produce of the sun, and knit the unsocial climates into one. Friday, April the 6th. Our visit to Ceylon has been so delightful that I wish it could have been prolonged for a month, instead of lasting only a week, but in that case I should have preferred to select a cooler season of the year, when travelling is more practicable. A most interesting journey could be made through the centre of the island, to see the ancient cities, temples and tanks, over the road from Macao to Nalandi Senador, to the curious rock temple at Dambool, near which is the fortified rock of Sigiri, and a few miles further are the vast ruins of Topari, or Ponamir, the medieval capital of Ceylon. It is full of wonderful ruins, some of them among the oldest in the world. The Ranho Dagoba, the Yaiti Vanarama, and the Gal Vihara and Rock Temple, carved out of the living rock, are alone worth a long journey to see. Then think of visiting Anajapura, the city of rubies, the sacred capital of the Kingdom of Ruins, on whose splendors even the Chinese travellers of the early ages used to expatiate with fervour. From this point it would be easy to reach the peninsula of Jaffna, which has been peopled with Tamils for more than 2,000 years. It is the country par excellence, of gardens exquisitely kept and skilfully irrigated on the old Moorish system. Here are grown all the ingredients for the making of curry, which are sent to all parts of this island and to southern India. The most important crop of all, however, is tobacco, whose excellence is famed throughout India, and of which the Rajah of Travancore holds the monopoly. Then one night go southward from Jaffna, past Aripo and the Gulf of Calpentine, until the curious reef of Adam's Bridge was reached, which almost connects Ceylon to India. People say it has been separated by some convulsion of nature in former days, and that the passage is gradually deepening, but recent examinations have shown that instead of being a remnant of the original rock by which Ceylon is supposed to have been once connected with the Indian continent, it is in reality a comparatively recent ridge of conglomerate and ironstone, covered with alluvial deposits carried by the current and heaped up at this particular point, whilst the gradual rising of the coast has contributed to give the reef its present altitude. Balchus tells a most improbable story of 15 Portuguese frigates escaping through the passage of Panupam when pursued by some Dutch cruisers in 1557. Formerly, the straits were only 35 yards wide, with a maximum depth of 6 feet of water, but lately they have been widened and deepened by 10 feet, and a little government steamer frequently passes through on a tour round the island. At present, a sailing ship going from Bombay to Madras has to take a curve of 5,000 miles in order to weather the Maldives and Ceylon. It seems a long course for any vessel drawing over 10 feet of water to be obliged to take. In the center of the channel there is a little island where a Dutch establishment for horse breeding formerly stood, the original stud having been imported from Arabia. The horses were all turned into corrals and caught by means of lassos, and then conquered by domidors, exactly as they are at the present day in South America. Now the stud is dispersed, the buildings are in ruins, and all that remains is the Indian pagoda, where religious ceremonies, curious processions, and dances of Nautch girls occasionally take place and are attended by great crowds. To the southward again of Adam's Bridge is the celebrated Gulf of Mannar, from which the best pearls come. This is an exceptionally good year for pearls, and the price of the shells went up many rupees per thousand in the first week. The pearl fishery can be reached in about 8 hours by steam from Colombo, and it would have been delightful to have visited it had time permitted. We were shown an oyster with some beautiful pearls in it, all found in the one shell. When a boat with pearls reaches the shore, the shells are divided into equal heaps, 1/4 going to the boat's crew and 3/4 to the government inspector. They keep whichever heap he chooses to kick, so that, being uncertain which they will get for themselves, the boat's crew are sure to make a fair division. These heaps are then divided and sold by auction in thousands, and then subdivided again and again. Of course, it is always a matter of speculation as to whether you get good pearls, bad pearls, or no pearls at all, though this last misfortune seldom happens. The love of gambling is inherent in every Oriental mind, and the merest beggar with but a few pice in his wallet to buy his daily food will invest them in a small number of oyster shells, hoping to find a pearl of great value, and should he fail to do so, he contents himself with eating the oyster and hoping for better luck next time. The shells are generally left on the sand in carefully guarded heaps till they die and open, when the pearls are extracted and the fish left to decay. Some of the oysters are taken in sealed-up sacks to Colombo, Kandy, and other inland places, in order to enable people to indulge their love of gambling and speculation without the trouble of a journey to Mannar. Though called oysters, they are not the proper oyster, but a sort of avicula, Meleagrina margaritifera being the name given by Samarik, very different from the large mother-of-pearl shells in which the South Sea pearls are found. I have not been able to keep my mind from running incessantly on Sir Emerson Tennant's delightful book on Ceylon, which describes places we have not ourselves visited, but which I wanted very much to see, and I have been so interested reading about them that I cannot help thinking other people will share my feelings. It seems wonderful that so much which is strange, beautiful, and interesting should be so easy of access from England, and yet that so few English travellers know comparatively anything of Ceylon, except Galle and Colombo, and perhaps Kandy and Trincomalee. Saturday, April the 7th. Today we passed close to the island of Minicoy, between the groups of islands called the Laccadives and Maldives, some of which we saw dotting the horizon, and still further to the south stretches the Chagos archipelago. It was very hot all day, with hardly a breath of air, and we have all returned to our former light and airy costumes, the gentlemen to their shirts and trousers, the children to their pinafores and nothing else, and I to my beloved Tahitian dresses. Before we left England, we could not make ourselves believe what we were told about heat in the tropics, so we started with very few windsails and without any punkhas or double awnings. It was all very well in the Atlantic or Pacific, but between Hong Kong and Singapore the state of things became simply unbearable. The carpenter has rigged up a punkah, and the men have improvised some double awnings. At Colombo they made some windsails, so we are no better off than on our last hot voyage. It has been really hotter than ever today, but a pleasant breeze sprang up in the afternoon. Sunday, April the 8th. A delightful fresh morning after a cool night. Everybody looks quite different, and we begin to hope we shall carry the northeast monsoon right across, which would be an exceptional piece of good fortune. We had service in the saloon at 11 o'clock and at 4, and though there was an unusually full attendance, it was cool and pleasant even without the punkah. The thermometer registers nearly the same as it did on Friday, when we were all dead with the heat. The apparently nice cool breeze that refreshes our heated bodies does not produce any corresponding effect on the glassy surface of the ocean, for we find today, as on previous occasions, that the temperature both of the water and of the air registered by the thermometer does not by any means correspond with the effect on the human frame. The 2 Chinese servants we shipped at Hong Kong are a great success, as everyone on board agrees. Even the old sailing master is obliged to confess that the 2 heathen Chinese keep the mess rooms, ship's officers, and servants' berths much cleaner and more comfortable than his own sailors ever succeeded in doing. At Galle we shipped 3 black firemen, 2 from Bombay and 1 from Mozambique, a regular nigger, with his black woolly hair clipped into the shape of Prince of Wales feathers. Their names are Mahomet, Abraham, and Tom Dollar. They live in a little tent we have had pitched for them on deck, cook their own food, and do their work in the engine-room exceedingly well. In the intervals they are highly amused with the children's picture books. The picture of the Durbar at Delhi delighted them, especially as they recognized the figures and learned a little English through them. They can say a few words already, and have told me all about their wives and children at Mozambique and Bombay, and have shown me the presents they are taking home to them. They have been nearly a year on board the P&O steamship Poonah, and appear to have saved nearly all their earnings. I do not suppose our own men could have stood the fearful heat below in the engine-room for many days together, so it was fortunate we met with these amiable salamanders. Monday, April the 9th. No wind. We passed through a large shoal of porpoises, and at dusk we saw the light of a distant ship. At all the places we have recently visited, we have found excellent ice-making machines, and have been able to get a sufficient supply to last us from port to port, which has been a great comfort. The machine at Colombo unfortunately broke down the day before we left, so that in the very hottest part of our voyage we have had to do without our accustomed luxury, and very much we miss it, not only for cooling our drinks, but for keeping provisions, etc. As it is, a sheep killed overnight is not good for dinner next day. Butter is just like oil, and today in opening a drawer my fingers touched a sticky mess. I looked and discovered 6 sticks of sealing wax running slowly about in a state resembling treacle. Wednesday, April the 11th. Hotter than ever. We could see a steamer in the far distance. About sunset we passed through a shoal of flying fish. The night was intensely hot, and everybody slept on deck. Friday, April the 13th. At 6 a.m. we made the island of Socotra, and about 7 o'clock saw the Brothers, 2 islands where large quantities of turtle and ambergris are found. Though generally uninhabited, they are sometimes visited by the natives for the purpose of collecting articles of commerce. One of our large pigs took it into his head to jump overboard today. The helm was put round as quickly as possible, but the most anxious spying could not discover any trace of poor piggy's whereabouts, so we proceeded on our original course for a few minutes, when suddenly, to our great astonishment, we saw him alongside, having been nearly run down, but still gallantly swimming along. The dinghy was lowered and 2 men sent in pursuit. They had, however, no easy task before them, for as soon as they approached, Piggy swam away faster than they could row, and bit and fought most furiously when they tried to get him into the boat. It was a good half-hour's work before he was secured, yet when he arrived he did not appear to be in the least exhausted by his long swim, but bit and barked at everybody so furiously that he was condemned to death to prevent the possibility of further accidents. It is quite clear from the foregoing incident that some pigs can swim, and swim very well too, without cutting their own throats in the process. All the afternoon a large steamer had been gradually gaining on us. We exchanged signals and made out that she was the Calypso of Glasgow. About 5:30 she altered her course and came alongside to speak us. The foredeck was crowded with the crew. On the bridge were many of the officers, and sitting bolt upright on the stool, looking out forward in the most amusing manner, was the captain's little Skye terrier. The stern was crowded with passengers of every shade of colour. To our surprise a voice from among them shouted out, "3 cheers from Mr. Brassey," which was responded to by ringing shouts from all on board, and taken up again by some of our own men. It was a very pleasant and unexpected greeting to hear in the middle of the Indian Ocean. The ship soon drew ahead again, but handkerchiefs and caps were waved till their owners faded away into the distance. Meeting and passing thousands of people as you at home do daily, you can hardly understand the excitement a little incident like this causes on board ship, where even a distant sail in those lonely oceans makes everybody leave his occupation and crowd to look at her. Soon after sunset we saw the island of Abd al-Kuri, with its fantastic peaks melting into orange, gold, and purple tints beneath the gorgeous Arabian afterglow. Saturday, April the 14th. We made Cape Russell here, formerly called Guardafui, about 9 o'clock yesterday evening, and passing it during the night, entered the Gulf of Aden. All today we have been going along the Somali coast. There is a good deal of trade carried on in native boats. Passing all these strange and comparatively unknown and little visited islands and coasts, from which all sorts of things in daily use at home are brought, one dimly realizes what commerce means and how necessary one part of the world is to the other. We found considerable difficulty in making the light, and since our return there have been several wrecks and many lives lost on this dangerous point. Sunday, April the 15th. Still intensely hot. The usual services were held on deck at 11 and 4 o'clock. The land, both in Arabia and in Africa, could be seen the whole day, with precipitous mountains. In the afternoon we could make out the rock of Aden, and at sunset it stood grandly forth, looming in purple darkness against the crimson and blood-red sky, which gradually faded to tenderest tints of yellow and green, before it finally blazed forth into a radiant afterglow. At 8:30 a gun from the fort of Aden summoned us to show our colours, or rather lights. At 9 o'clock we dropped our anchor in the roads. A boat came off with a bag of newspapers, and to ask for orders in the morning. It was sent by the great Brassey merchants here, who undertake to supply us with coals, provisions, water, and everything we want, and spare us all trouble. For the last 3 or 4 days we have had a nice little breeze astern, and if we had not been in a hurry to cross the Indian Ocean before the southwest monsoon set in, we should certainly have been contented with 4 or 5 knots an hour under sail instead of 8½ under steam. We have averaged over 200 miles a day under steam alone, ever since we left Penang, and have burnt only 4 tons of coal for every 50 miles. Monday, April the 16th. At 1:30 a.m. I heard the signal gun fired, and shortly afterwards a great splash of boats and oars, and a vast chattering and shouting of tongues announced the arrival of a P&O steamer. She dropped her anchor just outside us, so we had the benefit of the noise all night. I got up at daylight and found the pilot just coming off. He took us to a buoy a little closer in, and soon the business of coaling and watering commenced. We reached the shore about 7:30, and landing at the pier, had our first near view of the natives, who are most curious-looking creatures. They have very black complexions, and long woolly hair, setting out like a mop all round, and generally dyed bright red or yellow by the application of lime. Mr. Covigi had sent his own private carriage to meet us. It was a comfortable open barouche, with a pair of nice horses, and 2 servants in Eastern liveries, green vests and full trousers, and red and orange turbans. We went first to his store, which seemed to be an emporium for every conceivable article. There was carved sandalwood and embroidered shawls from China, Surat, and Gujarat, work from India, English medicines, French lamps, Swiss clocks, German toys, Russian caviar, Greek lace, Havana cigars, American hides and canned fruits, besides many other things. The feathers did not look very tempting. There was a great deal of feather and very little stem about most of them, and only a few were white, the majority being a pretty sort of brown and drab. But this general store is only a very small part of their business, for about 16,000 tons of coal pass through their hands every year. We went on to the Hotel de l'Europe, which was by no means in first-rate order, but allowances must be made for a new house. A delightful breeze was blowing in through the open windows, and although the thermometer registered 85 degrees in the dining room, it did not seem at all hot. The view over the bay is very pretty, and the scene on shore thoroughly Arabian, with the donkeys and camels patiently carrying their heavy loads, guided by the true Bedouin of the desert, and people of all tinges of complexion, from jet black to pale copper colour. A pair of tame ostriches, at least 7 feet high, were strolling about the roadway, and a gazelle, some monkeys, parrots, and birds lived happily together beneath a broad veranda. After a little while we went for a drive to see the camp and town of Aden, which is 4 or 5 miles from the point where everybody lands. On the way we met trains of heavily laden camels, bringing in wood, water, grain, and fodder, for garrison consumption, and coffee and spices for exportation. After driving for about 4 miles, we reached a gallery pierced through the rock, which admits you into the precincts of the fort. The entrance is very narrow, the sides precipitous, and the place apparently impregnable. We went all through the town, or the towns, past the Arab village, the sepoy barracks, and the European barracks, to the water tanks, stupendous works carved out of the solid rock, but until lately comparatively neglected, the residents depending entirely on distillation for their supply of water. There is a pretty little garden at the foot of the lowest tank, but the heat was intense in the bottom of the deep valley amongst the rocks, where every sun ray seemed to be collected and reflected from the white glaring limestone, and every breath of air to be excluded. We saw a little more of the town and a market crowded with camels, the shops full of lion, leopard, and hyena skins. We went to the officers' mess house, visited the Protestant and Roman Catholic churches, and the Mohammedan mosque, and then, passing through 2 long tunnels, bored and blasted into the solid rock, we looked over the fortifications. Finally, we returned to the point again by way of the isthmus and went to Government House, which gets a fresh breeze from every quarter. They say that today is hotter than usual, but it is never really very oppressive here, unless there is an exceptionally hot wind blowing from the desert, but even that is partially cooled before it arrives. To us it appears delightful after our sultry voyage and the heat at Penang and Singapore. We are all agreeably disappointed with Aden, and find that it is by no means the oven we expected. It is prettier, too, than I thought. The mountains and rocks are so peaked and pointed, and although the general effect is one of bareness, still, if you look closely, every crack and crevice is full of something green. The soil, being of volcanic origin, is readily fertilized by moisture, and at once produces some kind of vegetation. This adds, of course, greatly to the effect of color, which in the rocks themselves is extremely beautiful, especially at sunrise and sunset. The sea, too, is delightfully blue on one side of the peninsula and pale green on the other, according to the wind, and the white surf curls and breaks on the sandy shore beyond the crisp waves. We went back to the hotel a little before 1, and found many friends had called during our absence. After superintending the children's dinner, I went with Tom to luncheon at Government House. It was very pleasant. General and Mrs. Schneider were more than kind, and the house felt deliciously cool and airy. We are told that 30 miles inland the country is sometimes very beautiful. There are exquisitely green valleys, with a stream running through them, amongst peaks and rocky mountains, which one rarely sees in the desert. Here the natives cultivate their crops of corn, such corn as it is too, reaching 6 feet above a man's head. All sorts of useful vegetables grow abundantly, besides roses, fruits, and fragrant flowers, large supplies of which are brought daily into Aden. About 10 miles from the town there are acres of the most fertile garden ground, which is cultivated to supply the garrison with vegetables. Sometimes a party of 70 or 80 men and 10 or 20 Arab guides goes out for 3 weeks or a month at a time surveying. The natives are much more friendly than they used to be a few years ago, when people were afraid even to ride outside the town. Now pleasant excursions lasting a few days may be made, especially as there is very fair shooting to be got. After luncheon I was shown some lovely feathers. The contrast between these and the steamer feathers is ludicrous. The price, too, is proportionately cheaper, for the feathers are infinitely better. Long, white, full, and curly feathers can be bought for much less than you give for them in England. We drove down to the town, finished our business transactions, and then went in the Vestal steam launch on board the Gamma, one of the new Chinese gunboats on her way out to China. After afternoon tea, we all adjourned to the Sunbeam, where we found many other friends already arrived or arriving. We had only just time to look around before the sun set, and the short twilight was succeeded by the swift tropical darkness. All too soon goodbye had to be said, the anchor was raised, and we were actually drifting slowly along under our head canvas before our friends took their departure. It was a lovely evening, with a light fair breeze, and although there appeared hardly any wind, it was wonderful how swiftly we crept out of the harbour, and, as sail after sail was spread, how rapidly we glided past the land. Our visit to Aden has been short but very agreeable. It is not by any means such a dreadful place as we had always fancied. Most of the people we have seen today seem rather to like it. There is good boating, excellent sea fishing, moderate shooting, and many rides and excursions. A vehicle of some sort is an absolute necessity, however, if you want to see anything of your friends. For the 3 divisions of the settlement are at least 4 miles apart, and the heat is far too great for driving or riding in the middle of the day, except on business. I cannot say, however, that we ourselves found it intolerably hot today. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of A Voyage in the Sunbeam, Our Home on the Ocean for 11 Months. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Voyage in the Sunbeam, Our Home on the Ocean for 11 Months by Anna Brassey. Chapter 27 to Suez. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. Tuesday, April the 17th. The breeze still continued and freshened, and we sailed along pleasantly before it, finding it a great relief to be rid of the thud and beat of the engine. There is no vibration, but the noise is unpleasant. About 11 o'clock we passed the island of Perim, a most desolate-looking place. I do not wonder that officers so much dislike being quartered there. It is an important position, though, and is shortly to be strengthened, when water tanks will be built and attempts made to cultivate the soil. At present, there does not appear to be a blade of vegetation, and on the side we passed, between the island and the coast of Arabia, nothing is to be seen but the little white lighthouse and the path leading up to it. On the southern side there is a very fair harbour and a moderate town. On the shore, all round the island, turtles are caught at the season when they land to deposit their eggs. To pass the island of Perim, we sailed through the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, or Gate of Tears, thus called on account of the numerous wrecks which took place there in former years. Once through the straits we were fairly in the Red Sea. The colour of the Red Sea is certainly the bluest of ultramarines. In the afternoon the town of Mocha Yamen, celebrated alike for its breed of Arab horses and its coffee, was visible from the masthead. It is a large white town, full of cupolas and minarets, surrounded with green as far as irrigation extends, and looking like a pearl set in emeralds on the margin of the deep blue sea against a background of red and yellow sand mountains. Later in the afternoon we passed Great and Little Hamish, where the P&O boat Alma was wrecked some 15 years ago, and during the night sailed by Jebel Zibayar and Tukar. Wednesday, April the 18th. In the morning, at daylight, we were off Jebel Tair, Musawa Island, Annesley Bay, lying 60 miles to the west. Our position was about 60 miles to the southwest of Musawa Zulia, where the expedition under Lord Napier of Magdala landed in 1867. At noon we had sailed 221 miles, a most unexpected run in the Red Sea. In the afternoon it fell calm, but the wind freshened again, and we went on sailing until after midnight. Thursday, April the 19th. We commenced steaming at 1 a.m., stopped, however, at 5 a.m., and sailed all day. Yesterday we were surrounded by some beautiful blue birds, who hovered about us and settled at intervals on the masts and yards. During the night 2 were caught napping by the men, and in the course of today 2 more, hotly pursued by a hawk, took refuge on board and were also captured. One was given to me. It appears to be a very beautiful kind of jay, with feathers of the most brilliant shades of blue. The men have killed their birds for the sake of the skins, but I mean to try and keep mine alive. At Colombo, several birds and 2 curiously starred tortoises were added to our collection, and we took on board at Aden a gazelle, a black cockatoo, and a green monkey. We passed Suakim today, the port of Nubia. It is about 275 miles, or 25 days' camel journey from thence to Berber on the Nile. The road passes through Korib, and among fine red granite and black basalt mountains 4,000 feet high. We left one of the firemen, Tom Dollar, behind at Aden by mistake, and only found out yesterday that we had done so. It appears that he has a brother living there, whom he was most anxious to go and see directly the anchor was let go in the morning. Unfortunately, he did not speak to us on the subject. He had never been in anything but a regular steamer before, and could not believe it possible that the Sunbeam could spread her wings and be off without any preliminary fire-worshipping. I am very sorry for the poor man, as he has left all his clothes and the wages he had earned on board the P&O steamer behind him. We must send them back from Suez and telegraph to someone to look out for him. The heat is intense, and we all sleep on deck at night. The sunrises and sunsets are magnificent. Friday, April the 20th. A little hotter still. There is no wind at all, and we are obliged to steam. In the morning we passed to the southward of Jeddo, the port of Mecca. Unfortunately, it was so hazy that we could not distinguish anything whatever of the town or country, only a line of mountains rearing their heads above the clouds. We had hoped to be at Suez early on Sunday, but now I fear we shall not arrive until Monday. Saturday, April the 21st. Hotter and still hotter every day, says the thermometer, and so we say also. Everybody told us these would be our 2 hottest days, and certainly the prediction has been verified. We did not see a single ship all day, but in the afternoon passed Zambo, the port of Medina. A little before midnight we made the light of the Daedalus shoal on the starboard bow. This being Muriel's 5th birthday, Mabel and the doctor and the men have been arranging a surprise for her all day, and none of us were allowed to go on the port side of the deck. But after dinner we were taken to a hastily fitted-up theatre, very prettily decorated with flags and Japanese lanterns. On a throne, covered with the Union Jack, Muriel was seated, the 2 pugs being on footstools on either side of her to represent lions couchant. Some of the men had blackened their faces, and gave us a really very excellent Christie minstrel entertainment, in which undreamed-of talent came to light. It is very odd and interesting how one is perpetually finding out something new about the men. Some of the crew we thought the most unpromising when we started have turned out among our best men, always ready and willing for everything, while others, who at first appeared the best, have not proved so good. Many we knew well beforehand. On the whole, however, we have very little cause to complain of our crew. all pull well together when they are kept up to their work and have plenty to do. Sunday, April the 22nd. Clouds veiled the sunrise this morning, which was a welcome relief. Still, it was too hot for service in the saloon, and it was therefore held on deck. A light breeze sprang up ahead during its performance, which cooled and refreshed us immensely. About 12 o'clock we passed another pair of brothers, a couple of odd-looking rocks or islands, like tables, rising straight out of the sea. There is a beacon on the northernmost one. While we were at lunch, the breeze freshened so much that we were all glad to add some wraps to our light and airy costumes. A little later, a summer gale was blowing ahead, making some of us feel very uncomfortable and long for the halcyon days of the past, even with the accompaniment of the inevitable heat. Such is mankind, and womankind too, for that matter, never blessed but always to be blessed. The gale freshened, the screw was raised, the yacht pitched and rolled, and we were obliged to put her off her course and under sail before night fell. The spray came over the decks, and there was a strong wind dead ahead. We all felt cold and miserable, though the thermometer still registered 75 degrees. The poor monkeys and parrots looked most wretched and unhappy, and had to be packed away as speedily as possible. 9 monkeys in an empty wine case seemed very happy and cuddled together for warmth, but the 2 larger and more aristocratic members of the party required a box to themselves. The gazelle had a little tent pitched for him specially in a sheltered corner, and the birds were all stowed away and battened over in the smoking fiddle. Dinner was rather a lame pretence, and it was not long before we all retired, and certainly no one wished to take his or her mattress on deck tonight. It is the first night I have slept in a bed on board the yacht for many weeks, and a very disturbed night it was, for the waves ran high, and we have lately been sailing so steadily over smooth seas that we did not know what to make of this. Monday, April the 23rd. The gale blew as hard as ever, and quite as dead ahead. About noon we made the island of Shaduan, or Isle of Seals, so named by the ancients, when the sea and gulf abounded with seals. There are still a few occasionally to be seen to the northward by the fishermen, and their skins are brought to Suez for sale. We are making tacks backwards and forwards across the narrow sea, an exciting amusement for a yachtsman, as it requires constant attention. The sailing directions say that this sea is ill surveyed except in the direct channel. There are many coral reefs and sunken rocks. On whichever side you may happen to be wrecked, the natives are ready to rob, ill-treat and kill you, or sell you as slaves in the interior. It was on the 2 projecting coral reefs from the island of Shaduan that the Carnatic was wrecked in 1869. She ran ashore at 4 o'clock in the morning of the 13th of September, soon after having made the light of Ras Garil. We were in Suez in October of the same year, and everybody was then full of the sad particulars of the wreck, the soldiers being especially useful in bringing in the passengers' luggage, which had been recovered from the Arabs. One of our firemen, Abraham, was on board the Carnatic at the time of the disaster, and lost all his worldly goods, not many, I should think, judging by what he has brought on board here. The sea was very rough and disagreeable all day. To us, the temperature appears quite cool, indeed cold, though the thermometer still remains at 75 degrees. Our friends at Aden, who prophesied that I should want my sealskin jacket before leaving the Gulf of Suez, were not so far wrong in their prognostications as I imagined at the time. Tuesday, April the 24th. We are still beating to windward against the head gale, and by noon had made 65 miles to the good, right in the wind's eye, not a bad performance, considering that the gale was blowing with a force of 9 or 10. It has the merit of novelty, too, for I suppose that for years no sailing ships have been seen in the Gulf of Suez. The winds blow so steadily for months together that for 6 months in the year you cannot get into the Red Sea, and for the other 6 months you cannot get out of it. We passed the island of Ras Garil, and soon afterward a steamer went by, altering her course a good deal to inspect us. She evidently thought we were a broken-down steamer and intended to come to our rescue. All yesterday and today we have been making flannel coats for the monkey and covers for bird cages, and improvising shelters and snug corners for our pets. At night especially the wind is quite crisp. If this gale continues, it will be Thursday or Friday before we reach Suez, but it may possibly change tonight, and it looks now as if it were breaking. Wednesday, April the 25th. At last the gale has broken. There was not much wind when I went on deck at 4 a.m., and by 7 o'clock it was so nearly calm that the funnel could be raised and fires lighted, and we were soon steaming straight for our destination. We could not see Mount Sinai on account of the mist, but made out the place where the Israelites are said to have crossed the Red Sea, and by 4 o'clock the town of Suez lay right ahead. The shores are very barren, not a blade of grass nor a scrap of vegetation being visible. Nothing is to be seen save mountain peaks, rocks, stones, and sand. But even this barren scene has a special beauty of its own, particularly at sunrise and sunset. The shapes of mountain and rock are alike striking, the sharp shadows are lovely, and the contrast of reds, yellows, and browns, with the bright blue sea and crisp white waves, are very beautiful. Even when the sun has set and the rich tints have faded away, the full moon adds another charm to the landscape. This afternoon, as we were steaming up towards Suez, I had a chat with Mahomet, one of our Indian firemen, who was fringing a piece of muslin for a turban. I asked him if it was English. "No, missy, no English, Switzerland. English no good, all gum and sticky stuff, makes fingers dirty, all wash out, leave nothing." In the South Sea and Sandwich Islands and the Malay Peninsula, the natives make the same complaints as to the Manchester cottons. At Hong Kong, some of the large shops had 50 expensive English ships' compasses on hand. They were all quite unsaleable, owing to the liquid have gone bad, in consequence of its not having been properly prepared. Some American compasses of the same quality were in good order and not in the least affected by the climate. It will be a bad day when the confidence in England's honesty as a nation throughout the world, and consequently her well-earned supremacy in commerce, have passed away. The burden, unfortunately, will not fall on the heads of the offenders alone, but as usual, the innocent will suffer with and for the guilty. After 4 o'clock we came near 2 steamers lying at anchor, and were shortly afterwards boarded by the captain of the port, the health officer, and sundry other functionaries. After a short delay we dropped anchor, and just as the sun was setting in purple and gold behind the mountains of Arabia, we went ashore in the steam lounge. We landed at the Canal Company's office, in front of which there is a bust of Lieutenant Waghorn, the inaugurator of the overland route. At the office, the Sunbeam was entered on the company's books, and arrangements were made with the chief pilot for tomorrow, while the children amused themselves by riding a pony up and down, and jumping over the little brooks, and I strolled about admiring the enormous growth of the vegetation since we were here last in 1869. We next steamed 5 miles further on to the town of Suez, and landed opposite the big hotel, which is more uncomfortable than ever. The rooms are dirty and the cooking execrable. There is nothing to see at Suez, but still we went for a ramble to see that nothing. We cleared our boxes and our letters, and then went on ankle-deep in sand to the one European house, the railway station, the Arab quarter, and the bazaars, where it is occasionally possible to pick up rather interesting little curiosities brought by the pilgrims from Mecca and Medina. Thursday, April the 26th. Such a sunrise as this morning's you could only see in Arabia or Egypt. There is a peculiarity about desert coloring at sunrise and sunset that can never be seen anywhere else. We had sundry visitors during the early morning, and before 10 o'clock we were in the canal and steaming on at regulation speed. As the sun rose, the heat became intense, 96 degrees in the shade under double awnings. So far from there being a cool breeze to temper it, a hot wind blew from the desert, like the blast from a furnace. I stood on the bridge as long as I could bear the heat, to look at the strange desert view, which could be seen at great advantage in going through at the top of high water. Sand, sand everywhere. Here a train of camels, there a few Arab tents, now a whole party shifting their place of abode, a group of women washing, or a drove of buffaloes in a small tributary stream. After going about 8 miles, we stopped at Bekere, as the stopping places are called, to allow 3 vessels to pass. One was a fine steamer belonging to the Ducal line, the others were a Dutch and a German boat. One, the Friesland, has been since wrecked off Cape Finisterre in December 1877. The cleanliness and general smartness of the former presented a great contrast to her companions, on which the passengers looked very hot and uncomfortable. The centre part of each vessel was crowded with a large number of Dutch or German boys going out as soldiers to Aden, who certainly did not appear to be enjoying their voyage. We passed Chalot and reached Ismailia just at 9 o'clock, not without considerable effort on the part of the pilot. A steam launch came off from the shore, and we, children and all, landed at once, and after a moonlight donkey ride, dined at the excellent Hotel de Paris, kept by an old Frenchman. Table d'hôte was over, but they gave us a capital little dinner by ourselves. The children and I and some of the gentlemen start tomorrow overland via Cairo to join the yacht at Alexandria, in order that they may see the pyramids. It was a glorious night as we rowed off to the yacht under the bright beams of the full moon, and the air, too, was quite fresh and cool, a most refreshing change from the noontide heat. The traffic on the canal has increased during the last few years, and especially during the last few months. On an average, 4 or 5 ships passed through every day. Today they took 6,000 at the Suez office alone. They have an excellent plan of the canal there, and little models of ships, which are arranged according to the telegrams constantly received, so that the chief officers at each end of the canal know exactly where every ship is. Instant information is of course sent of any stoppage or any accident, but these occur comparatively seldom. Some time ago M. Lesseps bought a small canal partially stopped up leading from the Nile at Cairo to Ismailia. It has been widened and deepened, and was opened a few weeks ago with great ceremony and grand doings. Now any vessel not drawing more than 14 feet can go direct from Suez or Port Said to Cairo. If we had had time, we might have done it in the yacht, and lain at anchor almost under the shadow of the pyramids of Cheops. The special object of the new canal is to make Cairo and Ismailia Egyptian ports as well as Alexandria, thereby saving much land carriage and labor of shifting. Already several ships laden with grain from Upper Egypt have availed themselves of this new means of communication. Friday, April the 27th. Another glorious sunrise. The pilot was on board at 5 a.m., and the debauch with fish, strawberries, and fresh vegetables. This is a beautiful climate, though there is scarcely any rain. Only one very slight shower has occurred during the last 3 years at Suez, but the soil of the desert after the Nile overflow brings forth tenfold. The Sunbeam was to start at 8 o'clock, as soon as a large vessel had passed up from Port Said. There are only certain places in the canal where vessels can pass one another, so one ship is always obliged to wait for another. We landed at 7:30. The sun was already blazing with a burning fury, and we found it very hot riding up to the hotel on donkeys. We had an excellent breakfast at the same comfortable hotel, paid a very moderate bill, and left by the 11 o'clock train for Cairo. We stopped at Zagazig for an hour for luncheon in the nice cool dark room, and started again about 3 o'clock. The change in the face of the country since we were here 8 years ago is something extraordinary. A vast desert of sand has been transformed into one large oasis of undulating fields of waving corn, where there used to be nothing but whirlwinds of sand. All this has been effected by irrigation. The wealth of Egypt ought greatly to increase. How the people managed to live before is a mystery. Now every field is full of laborers, reaping and stacking the corn, women gleaning, and in some places the patient ugly black buffaloes ploughing the stubble for fresh crops. At 6:30 we reached Cairo, and were conveyed in a large charabancs to what was formerly Shepherd's Hotel, now partly rebuilt and much altered for the better. Even in this short drive we could see that the face of the capital of Egypt has altered as much as the country, though I am not sure that it is so greatly improved. After a refreshing dip in cool marble bath and a change of garments, we went down to the large table d'hôte. Then we sat in the veranda looking on the street until we became tired of doing nothing, after which we started for a stroll in the Esquibie Gardens, close by. They are beautifully laid out for evening promenade, but although the flowers are lovely and the turf, thanks to constant waterings, is deliciously green, all the large trees have been cut down. There is no seclusion, no shade, which seems a pity in a country where the greatest desire of life is shelter from the noonday heat. Tonight, both Arab and French bands were playing within the enclosure, and it was pleasant enough, listening to Offenbach's music under the beams of the full moonlight. Few people appeared to appreciate it, however, for the gardens were nearly empty. But then the season is over, and everyone has fled before the coming heat. Saturday, April 28th. We had settled to start at 6 o'clock this morning to visit the pyramids, an excursion which had been for some little time eagerly looked forward to and talked about by the younger members of our party. The morning was cold and grey, a strong northerly wind was blowing, and the change from the weather which had prevailed but a few hours previously was altogether most striking and unexpected. We drove rapidly through the streets and the outskirts of the town, where old houses are being pulled down and new ones rapidly built up, and where a general air of new bricks and old rubbish pervades the scene. Then we crossed the Nile by a handsome iron bridge, and saw the palace of Gezireh, where the Prince of Wales and his suite were lodged. We passed the railway extension works, and to the great delight of the children saw 2 elephants busily employed, one of which was being made to lie down to enable his mahout to dismount. Soon the little ones gave a shout of "the pyramids," and there, before us, stood those grand monuments of a nameless founder, which for centuries have stood out in the sands of the desert, while the burning African sun and the glorious African moon have risen and set on their heavenward pointing summits for countless days and nights. Even the earth has changed her position so much since they were erected, that the pole star no longer sheds its light in a direct line through the central passages, as it did when first they were designed. We drove along under avenues of now leafless trees to the foot of the hill on which the pyramids are situated. Here everybody was turned out to walk except Muriel and me, and a tremendous tug the horses had to drag even us 2 up to the real foot of the pyramids. On arriving, we were at once surrounded by a crowd of Arabs. They are certainly a fine-looking lot of men, rather clamorous for bakshish, and anxious to sell their curiosities, real or imitation. They were, however, good-natured, civil and obliging, and amused me much during the hour I spent alone with them, while the rest of the party were ascending and descending the pyramids. Many could speak several languages quite fluently, and almost all of them took a great deal of interest in the war and the prospects of success on either side, while many had a fair knowledge of the geography of Europe. While all the rest were on the top of the one large pyramid, a man ran down from the summit and up to the top of the next smaller one, which is, however, more difficult to ascend, in 8 minutes for a franc. This feat was repeated several times by different men, but it really occupied nearer 10 minutes. We ate some bread and wine, bought a few curiosities, and then drove back to the city, feeling very cold and shivery, and regretting the wraps we had left behind. We reached the hotel just in time for 12 o'clock table-d'hôte breakfast, and after an acceptable rest, sallied forth again, this time on donkeys, to see the bazaars and the sunset from the citadel. We went across squares and gardens and through wide streets, for, alas, Cairo is being rapidly Haussmannized. For the capitalist or resident, Cairo may be improved, but for the traveller, the artist, the lover of the picturesque, the quaint, and the beautiful, the place is ruined. Cairo as a beautiful and ancient oriental city has ceased to exist, and is being rapidly transformed into a bad imitation of modern Paris, only with bluer skies, a more brilliant sun, and a more serene climate than it is possible to find in Europe. Only a few narrow streets and old houses are still left, with carved wooden lattices, where you can yet dream that the Arabian Nights are true. We went to the gold and silver bazaar, and bought some quaint silver jewellery from Sudan and Abyssinia. Then, through the Turkish bazaar, the saddlery bazaars, past mosques and old houses, till at length we emerged into new squares and new streets, before climbing the hill to the citadel, the Viceroy's palace, and the splendid mosque of Mehemet Ali, built of Egyptian alabaster. The view from the terrace is superb, over city, desert, river, palm trees, and pyramids. The sunset this evening was a disappointment, yellow, cold, and watery, a strong north wind bringing up all the sand from the desert. We returned to the hotel for dinner, and were all glad to go early to bed. Sunday, April the 29th. The children and I went to the English church, a semi-Gothic building without a single window which could open. Though the church was nearly empty, the air felt like that of an exhausted receiver and made one gasp. In the cool of the afternoon we drove through Roulai, where the museum stands, in a beautiful garden close by the riverside, amid flowers in full bloom. After an early meal, hardly to be called dinner, we went to the station just as all the people were going for a drive to Shubra in the smartest carriages and the prettiest toilets. Our journey to Alexandria in the evening was cool and pleasant. A huge break met us, and we drove to Abad's Hotel, considerably improved since our last visit in 1869. Monday, April the 30th. Got up at 5 a.m. After a deliciously soft but very muddy bath, I went for a donkey ride before breakfast with Mabel. Tom arrived from the yacht in time for 12 o'clock breakfast, and announced the voyage from Port Said to have been rough and unpleasant. We called on the consul, the vice-consul, and our old friend Consul Burton of Trieste, Hajj Abdullah. He has just returned from a journey through the ancient land of Midian, undertaken at the special request of the Viceroy. He describes the expedition as having been most successful. The climate is almost perfect from September to May. The land is well watered by little streams, flowing through fertile valleys, and full of fragrant flowers and luscious fruits. The corn reaches above the camel men's heads, which means a height of 14 or 15 feet. but the mineral wealth of the country is its most extraordinary feature. He found traces of gold in the sand of the river beds, in spots pointed out to him by his fellow pilgrims on the way to Mecca 20 years ago, to say nothing of tin, iron, etc. Perhaps the most interesting part of his discovery was the remains of 8 ruined cities, with traces in the dry river beds of stone-crushing and gold-seeking apparatus, which must have been used centuries ago. He is writing a book on the subject, which you may perhaps see before you read this. The consul kindly sent a janissary with us to show us the Sultan's palace. It is large and bare of furniture, and the general style of decoration is like that of the palaces at Cherniga and Dolmabahce. Thence we went to see Pompey's Pillar and Cleopatra's Needle, the dahabeahs ready to go up the Nile, etc., and returned to the hotel in time for dinner and a chat afterwards in a cool courtyard. Tuesday, May the 1st. I wrote from 3 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. in order to send letters off by the French mail, and at 7 Mabelle and I sallied forth on donkeys to visit the market. There was not much to see, however, everything being so crowded and jammed up, meat, fish, vegetables, and fruit, all close together. The crowd was amusing, as all the European householders had Negroes or Arabs following them, laden with their purchases. We found some lovely flowers in a street near the market, and then we went on to the big gold and silver bazaar, and to the Turkish and Syrian bazaars, where we saw all the specialties of Constantinople and Brusa, Damascus, and Jerusalem laid out before us. After breakfast, the antics of 2 enormous apes, who came round on a donkey, accompanied by a showman and a boy, amused the children much. They were hideously ugly, but the cleverest monkeys I ever saw. They went through a regular little play, quarrelled with one another, the man and the boy rode the ape, and made him kick. At last the ape was hurt and lay fainting in the man's arms, limp and languid, just able to sip a little water. Then he died and dropped down stiff with his eyes shut. His tail was pulled, his lips and eyelids were forced open, but he never winked an eyelid or moved a hair of his whiskers. He was thrown about from side to side, remaining perfectly motionless still. At a sign from his master, he jumped up as well as ever, shouldered his gun, and mounted his ass to take his departure. He was promptly ordered to dismount and ask for bakshish, which he did, cap in hand. Some of the crowd round about not contributing to his master's satisfaction, the ape took a nasty, venomous-looking little snake out of a bag which he carried over his shoulder and threw it among the bystanders, to their great consternation. At 2 o'clock we went to lunch with the consul, and what a pleasant lunch it was, prepared by a French cook and eaten in a cool, airy, and shady room, free from flies, which were kept out by a fine wire gauze placed in front of each well-shaded door and window. The table was one mass of the roses, for which Alexandria is so famous. Everybody had wandered about the world more or less, everybody was in good spirits, and we laughed and chatted and talked sense or nonsense as the fancy took us, till it was time to go on board the yacht en masse and receive some visitors at tea. A few had arrived before us, but the children and some others of the party were on board and had been doing the honours and showing them round. About 5:30 p.m. our last guests departed, and all was ready for a start, but alas, we had to wait for an absent steward, who had gone in search of the always late linen, that plague of the poor yachtsman's life when he has a large party on board. The sun was sinking fast, the wind was blowing fresh and fair, and if we did not start soon it would be impossible to do so at all, and a night's work of more than 120 miles would be lost. At last the welcome boat was seen coming from the shore. We unmoored and went ahead for about an hour, but the light gradually faded away. It became impossible to distinguish the beacon. The sandbanks are numerous, and there are no lights. It was only endangering the ship and the lives of all on board to proceed. though the order was reluctantly given, hard a port. Round she went in her own length almost, and very soon we let go the anchor just outside our old moorings, and spent the night after all in the harbour of Alexandria. Chapter 27